My Lord, What a Dating Show, by Aressa. Chapter 1. A Gentleman's Burden. London, England. October 1881. The morning light filtered through the heavy damask curtains of the Ashworth Estate Library, casting long shadows across leather-bound spines that held the accumulated wisdom of generations. Lord Percival Ashworth stood motionless before the window, his reflection a stark silhouette against the glass. Tall, rigid, impeccably dressed despite the early hour. His dark auburn hair was already perfectly styled, not a strand daring to rebel against the pomade that held it in place. Even in solitude, he maintained the posture drilled into him since boyhood. Spine straight, shoulders squared, hands clasped precisely behind his back. But beneath this marble facade, his thoughts churned like autumn storm clouds. I am thoroughly and irrevocably damned. The phrase had become his morning ritual, as familiar as his valet's quiet ministrations or the sound of carriage wheels on cobblestone. He adjusted his cufflinks, once, twice, a nervous habit he'd developed whenever his mind wandered into territory that society deemed unsuitable for a gentleman of breeding. "Good morning, Percy." He startled, though years of deportment training ensured the movement was barely perceptible. His sister Cordelia glided into the library with that peculiar grace she possessed, her chestnut hair already arranged in an elaborate coiffure despite the early hour. At 28, she was considered approaching dangerous proximity to spinsterhood, though she seemed remarkably unconcerned by this social catastrophe. "Cordelia." He inclined his head in greeting, grateful for the distraction from his own melancholy thoughts. "You're abroad rather early. As are you." She settled into one of the wing-back chairs near the fireplace, arranging her burgundy silk morning dress with practiced precision. "I find myself wondering what occupies your mind at such hours. You've been distant lately." If only you knew, he thought, but said merely, "I find the morning hours conducive to reflection." Reflection. She repeated the word as if testing its weight. "How perfectly vague of you, brother dear. Father would approve." There was something in her tone, a subtle note that suggested she saw more than she let on. Percival had always suspected Cordelia possessed an uncomfortably keen intellect, disguised beneath layers of proper feminine accomplishment. "Speaking of father," she continued, pulling a piece of cream-colored stationery from her reticule, "he wishes to discuss your matrimonial prospects this afternoon. The Weatherby girl, specifically." Percival's stomach performed an acrobatic feat that would have impressed circus performers. Miss Charlotte Weatherby was perfectly pleasant, possessed of adequate beauty and an appropriate dowry, and represented everything he should want in a wife. The very thought of courting her filled him with the sort of dread typically reserved for root canal procedures or parliamentary sessions. "I see." He managed to keep his voice level. "And what prompted this particular urgency?" Cordelia studied him with those intelligent brown eyes. "Percy, you're 32 years old. Father grows concerned about the continuation of the family name." The family name, as if those three words could somehow override the fundamental impossibility of his situation. How could he explain that the very idea of intimate congress with any woman, no matter how accomplished or beautiful, filled him with something approaching panic? That instead, his traitorous mind conjured images of strong shoulders and kind eyes, rough hands and gentle voices, all belonging decidedly to the wrong gender? "I find myself quite particular in my requirements," he said carefully. "Particular." Again that testing quality in her voice. "Or perhaps your requirements lie in an altogether different direction." The words hung between them like a loaded pistol. Percival felt the blood drain from his face, then return in a heated rush. Cordelia couldn't possibly know. Could she? Such things weren't discussed in polite society. They weren't discussed at all. "I'm sure I don't take your meaning," he said, though his voice sounded strained even to his own ears. Cordelia rose gracefully and moved to the window where he stood. For a moment, they stood side by side, two figures silhouetted against the gray London morning. "Percy," she said quietly, "there are many ways to find happiness in this world. Some are simply less conventional than others." Before he could respond, before he could even fully process the implications of her words, The library door opened with the sort of authoritative creak that announced the presence of Lord Reginald Ashworth. "Ah, children! Excellent!" Their father strode into the room with the bearing of a man accustomed to immediate obedience. Distinguished silver hair, serious gray eyes, formal bearing. He was the very picture of aristocratic authority. "Percival, I trust Cordelia has informed you of this afternoon's discussion?" "Indeed, father." "Splendid. The Weatherby family comes with impeccable credentials. Charlotte is a sensible girl, well-educated without being tiresome, and her dowry will complement our holdings admirably." Lord Reginald spoke of marriage as if discussing livestock breeding, which, Percival supposed, wasn't entirely inaccurate from society's perspective. "I understand she possesses considerable skill at watercolors," Percival offered weakly. "Watercolors, yes, and she plays the pianoforte with adequate competence. More importantly, she comes from healthy stock. The family tends toward robust constitutions and numerous offspring." Percival's cufflinks required immediate adjustment. "Father," Cordelia interjected smoothly, "perhaps Percy might benefit from a bit more time to consider such an important decision?" Lord Reginald's eyebrows drew together. "Time? My dear, what is there to consider? The match is entirely suitable. Percival has had 32 years to sow whatever wild oats required sowing, though I trust he has conducted himself with appropriate discretion. Wild oats. If his father only knew that Percival's wildest transgression had been allowing his gaze to linger too long on their stable master's son during last summer's estate tour. Even that brief moment of weakness had required 3 hours of prayer and self-recrimination. "Of course, father. I merely wish to give the matter the gravity it deserves." "Gravity?" Lord Reginald nodded approvingly. "Precisely what I hoped to hear. Marriage is a serious business, Percival. The foundation upon which society rests. A man's duty to his family, his class, his nation. Duty. Another weighted word in the Ashworth vocabulary. Duty to marry appropriately. Duty to produce heirs. Duty to maintain the family reputation. Duty to suppress any inclination that might threaten the carefully ordered structure of their world." "I shall give Miss Weatherby my most serious consideration," Percival said, and felt something inside him wither a little more. "Excellent. I shall call on Lord Weatherby tomorrow morning to discuss arrangements." Lord Reginald moved toward the door, then paused. "Oh, and Percival? Do try to summon some enthusiasm for the endeavor. Young ladies appreciate a bit of romantic ardor, even within the bounds of propriety. Romantic ardor. For Miss Charlotte Weatherby and her reportedly exceptional watercolors." After their father departed, Cordelia remained at the window. The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken understanding. "Percy," she said finally, "what if I told you there were places in this world where men like you might find acceptance? Men like me." His voice was barely above a whisper. "Men whose inclinations don't align with society's expectations." The words hit him like a physical blow. She did know. Somehow, his perceptive sister had seen through all his careful constructions to the shameful truth beneath. "Cordelia, I'm not condemning you, brother. I'm suggesting that perhaps your happiness matters more than father's plans for the continuation of bloodlines." "My happiness?" The concept felt foreign, like a word in an unknown language. What of duty? What of family honor? What of living a life that doesn't feel like a daily exercise in self-denial? He turned to face her fully, and was surprised to see tears glistening in her eyes. "Why?" he whispered. "Why would you risk even speaking of such things? Because you're my brother, and I love you, and I've watched you grow more hollow with each passing season." She reached out and touched his arm, a breach of formal protocol that somehow felt more intimate than any embrace. "Percy, there must be more to existence than simply enduring it. More to existence than enduring it." The words echoed in his mind as if spoken in a vast cathedral. When was the last time he had felt anything approaching joy? When had he last looked forward to a day rather than simply dreading its challenges? "Even if such a place existed," he said slowly, "I could never abandon my responsibilities, My position, the estate, father's expectations. What if position and estates and expectations didn't matter? What if you could be simply yourself? Something cracked open in his chest. Some carefully maintained wall of propriety and resignation. For just a moment, he allowed himself to imagine it. A world where he might walk freely, speak honestly, perhaps even love without shame. The fantasy lasted exactly 17 seconds before reality crashed back down. It's impossible, he said, his voice flat. Such places don't exist, and even if they did, I am Lord Percival Ashworth. I have duties, obligations. You have a life, Percy. One life. Are you truly willing to sacrifice all possibility of happiness for the sake of maintaining appearances? The question hung in the air between them like smoke from a guttering candle. Percival stared out at the London fog, thick and gray and suffocating, much like the future that stretched before him. Marriage to Miss Weatherby. Children who would never truly know their father because he would always be performing the role of what a father should be. Years of careful pretense, of adjusting his cufflinks and maintaining proper posture while his authentic self withered away completely. I don't have a choice, he said finally. Everyone has a choice, Percy. Some are simply more costly than others. She kissed his cheek. Another breach of protocol, and left him alone with his thoughts. Percival remained at the window as the morning progressed, watching servants hurry across the courtyard, carriages roll past the estate gates, London continuing its relentless march toward modernity. Somewhere out there, perhaps, men like him lived authentically. But such possibilities might as well exist on the moon for all the good they did him. By 11 o'clock, his despair had crystallized into something approaching physical pain. The weight of expectations, of duty, of his father's plans and society's requirements pressed down on him like a burial shroud. Miss Charlotte Weatherby's watercolors. The necessity of producing heirs. A lifetime of pretending to be something he fundamentally was not. I cannot do this, he whispered to his reflection in the window glass. I simply cannot continue this charade. The words seemed to echo in the empty library, bouncing off leather-bound volumes and mahogany shelves as if the room itself were responding to his despair. The very air felt thick, oppressive, charged with the weight of his breakdown. I wish. He pressed his forehead against the cool glass, his carefully maintained composure finally cracking completely. I wish there were someone where I might simply be myself. Where love was not a crime and authenticity was not a burden to be borne in shameful silence. The last word came out as a sob, and Lord Percival Ashworth, 32 years old, heir to an ancient title, prisoner of his own propriety, finally, utterly, completely surrendered to his despair. The library began to spin. At first, he attributed it to emotion. Grief and panic could surely produce such physical symptoms. But the sensation intensified, the room tilting and wheeling around him as if he stood at the center of a vast carousel. The leather volumes blurred together, the morning light through the windows fracturing into prismatic fragments that danced across his vision. What in God's name? But the words were lost as the world dissolved entirely, taking with it the weight of expectations, the burden of propriety, and the life of careful pretense he had known for 32 long years. When the spinning stopped, Lord Percival Ashworth was no longer in 1881. And his life, though he did not yet know it, was about to begin. Chapter 2: Most Peculiar Circumstances. Los Angeles, California. February 2026. Consciousness returned to Lord Percival Ashworth like a tide washing over sun-warmed sand. Gradual, then overwhelming. The first thing he noticed was the absence of familiar sounds. No clip-clop of horses on cobblestone, no distant bell towers marking the hour, no servants bustling about their morning duties. Instead, a peculiar humming filled the air, accompanied by what could only be described as a mechanical roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The second thing he noticed was that he was lying on remarkably smooth stone that felt neither cold nor damp, despite being outdoors. This observation struck him as sufficiently peculiar to warrant opening his eyes. The sky above him was an impossible shade of blue, deeper and more vivid than any English morning had a right to be. Palm trees swayed against the cerulean canvas, their fronds rustling in a warm breeze that carried unfamiliar scents. Something sweet and floral mixed with an acrid undertone he couldn't identify. Palm trees. He blinked several times, certain they would resolve into proper English oaks. They remained stubbornly tropical. Percival attempted to sit up, a maneuver that proved more challenging than anticipated. His perfectly tailored morning coat felt restrictive, his waistcoat uncomfortably tight. Every item of clothing that had been impeccably appropriate for an October morning in 1881 London now seemed absurdly formal for wherever he had found himself. "Dude, are you okay?" The voice came from his left, distinctly American, distinctly female, and employing a form of address no proper lady would ever use toward a gentleman. Percival turned his head to see a woman of perhaps 30 years regarding him with concern. She wore the most scandalous outfit he had ever witnessed. Trousers that clung to her legs like a second skin, and a shirt that exposed her arms from shoulder to wrist. Her dark hair was pulled back in what appeared to be a simple tail, secured with some manner of elastic band. Most shocking of all, she was crouched beside him in a position that displayed a shocking lack of regard for modesty. "I beg your pardon?" he managed, his voice hoarse. "I said, are you okay? You've been lying here for like 20 minutes. I was about to call 911. She tilted her head, studying him with frank curiosity. "Nice costume, by the way. Very authentic. Are you here for the Bridgerton auditions?" Bridgerton. He struggled to process her rapid speech, delivered in an accent he'd never heard before. "I'm afraid I don't understand. The period drama? Netflix just greenlit season 6. When he continued to stare blankly, she frowned. "Okay, maybe you're more of a Sanditon guy. Either way, the casting call isn't until Thursday, and you're not supposed to stay in character between auditions. Studio policy." None of these words formed coherent meaning in Percival's mind. He managed to prop himself up on one elbow and take in his surroundings more fully. He appeared to be lying on a vast expanse of smooth gray stone, surrounded by buildings that defied every principle of architecture he understood. They stretched toward the sky at impossible heights, their surfaces gleaming like mirrors, reflecting the brilliant sunlight in ways that made his eyes water. "Where?" He cleared his throat and tried again. "Forgive me, but where exactly am I?" The woman's expression shifted from concern to amusement. "Seriously? You're committed to this, aren't you? You're in the parking lot behind Sunset Studios. In Hollywood, which is in Los Angeles, which is in California." She spoke slowly, as if addressing a child or someone of limited mental capacity. California. The word meant nothing to him beyond vague associations with American gold rushes and lawless frontiers. Certainly not this gleaming, sun-soaked landscape that looked like no frontier he could imagine. "Hollywood," he repeated carefully. "Yeah, the entertainment capital of the world, where dreams come true and all that." She stood, brushing dust from her scandalous trousers. "Look, I'm June Martinez, assistant producer on The Bachelor. Love finds a way, and you are clearly method acting way too hard for whatever show you're auditioning for." The Bachelor. The title conjured images of eligible gentlemen and marriage-minded young ladies, though he couldn't fathom why such a thing would require auditions or involve studios. "Miss Martinez," he began, attempting to rise to his feet with as much dignity as possible. The world tilted alarmingly, and he was forced to steady himself against what appeared to be an enormous metal conveyance of some sort. It was painted a brilliant red and possessed more curves than seemed structurally sound. "Oh, don't call me Mississippi. Just June." She waved a hand dismissively. "And seriously, you can drop the accent. I know you're probably from like Ohio or something. I assure you, Madam June, that I am from London, England, right? And I'm from Mars." She pulled a small rectangular object from her pocket and touched its surface with her finger. The thing immediately blazed to life with colors and moving images that made Percival stumble backward in alarm. "Bloody hell! What is that contraption?" June looked up from the glowing rectangle, eyebrows raised. "Okay, that reaction was actually pretty good, but it's just my phone." Phone. He'd heard the word before, Mr. Bell's talking telegraph contraption had been the subject of much discussion in certain London circles. But that device had required wires and operators and all manner of complicated apparatus. This thing appeared to operate through pure sorcery. How does it? He gestured helplessly at the glowing surface. How does what work? It's an iPhone. You know, Apple? The most valuable company in the world. When he continued to stare, she added, "Don't tell me you're one of those anti-tech weirdos. Please. I do not have time for a lecture about the evils of social media." The words cascaded over him like water over stone. Familiar sounds that conveyed no meaning whatsoever. Apple was a fruit. Social media was incomprehensible. And what precisely was an iPhone? "June," he said carefully. "I fear there has been some grave misunderstanding. I am Lord Percival Ashworth of the Ashworth estate in London, and I have no earthly idea how I came to be in this peculiar place." "Lord Percival?" She laughed. Not a cruel sound, but one of genuine amusement. "Okay, that's commitment. But listen, your lordship, unless you've got an appointment with one of our casting directors, you need to move along. This is private property." "Casting directors? For the show? The reason you're here in your fancy costume?" Percival looked down at his attire, which had seemed perfectly appropriate when he dressed that morning in his chambers at the estate. Now, surrounded by this alien landscape and confronted with June's scandalous modern garb, he began to understand why she might consider it unusual. "This is not a costume," he said quietly. "These are my clothes." Something in his tone must have registered, because June's expression shifted from amusement to concern. She studied him more carefully, taking in his posture, his mannerisms, the genuine bewilderment in his eyes. "Okay," she said slowly. "Let's say, hypothetically, that you really are some kind of time-displaced Victorian lord. What's the last thing you remember?" "I was in my family's library, speaking with my sister about—" He paused, unwilling to share the intimate details of that conversation with a complete stranger, no matter how oddly kind she seemed. "About certain expectations regarding my future. I became quite distressed, and then everything began to spin, and I found myself here." June was quiet for a long moment, her fingers moving across the surface of her glowing rectangle with practiced ease. Finally, she looked up at him with an expression he couldn't quite decipher. "What year do you think it is?" she asked. "It is October 1881. Naturally. Right? Well, Lord Percival, I've got some news that's going to rock your world." She held up the glowing device so he could see its surface. Numbers blazed across it in impossible clarity. February 18th, 2026. The world tilted again, more violently this time. Percival found himself gripping the red metal conveyance for support as the implications crashed over him. That's not possible. Phone doesn't lie. Welcome to the 21st century. June studied his reaction with professional assessment. "You know what? This is either the most elaborate method acting I've ever seen, or you're having some kind of breakdown. Either way, you look like you're about to faint, and I can't have random Englishmen collapsing in our parking lot. Bad for insurance." She touched the surface of her phone again, and it began to emit sounds. Actual human voices, as if tiny people were trapped inside the device. "Hey, Cass? It's June. I need a favor. Can you come down to parking lot C? I've got a situation here." "What kind of situation?" The voice that emerged from the phone was crisp, professional, distinctly female. The kind that's either brilliant reality TV or a complete mental health crisis. Maybe both. "On my way." The voices stopped, and June returned the device to her pocket as if carrying tiny trapped humans was the most natural thing in the world. "Right?" she said briskly. "Let's get you somewhere you can sit down properly. And maybe some water. You look like you're about to pass out." She began walking toward the mirrored buildings, clearly expecting him to follow. Percival remained frozen beside the red conveyance, his mind struggling to process what he'd just witnessed. 2026. Nearly 150 years had passed. Everyone he'd ever known. His father, Cordelia, even Miss Charlotte Weatherby and her watercolors. They were all dust in churchyard graves. The world had continued without him, had transformed into this gleaming, incomprehensible place where women wore men's clothing and carried talking rectangles and spoke in rapid streams of incomprehensible words. Lord Percival? June had stopped walking and was looking back at him with something approaching sympathy. I know it's overwhelming, but standing in a parking lot having an existential crisis isn't going to solve anything. A what lot? Parking, never mind. Just come on. Cassandra will know what to do with you. Cassandra. At least that was a proper name, though he suspected this Cassandra would prove as scandalous and confusing as everything else in this impossible future. He forced himself to release his death grip on the red conveyance and follow June toward the buildings. Each step felt like walking through honey. Everything required enormous effort, as if his body was still trying to catch up with wherever his mind had landed. The buildings loomed larger as they approached, their mirrored surfaces reflecting their approach in ways that made him dizzy. But it was the sounds that truly unsettled him. That mechanical roaring he'd noticed upon awakening, now clearly identifiable as coming from dozens of similar red, blue, and silver conveyances moving at impossible speeds along smooth black pathways. Those are, he began. Cars, June supplied helpfully. Automobiles? Horseless carriages. Horseless carriages. He'd read speculation about such devices in Scientific American, but the reality was far more overwhelming than any scientific journal could have conveyed. They moved with such speed, such noise, with no visible means of propulsion. How do they move without horses? Internal combustion engines. They burn gasoline. Look, we'll cover modern technology 101 later, okay? Right now, I just need to get you inside before you collapse or someone calls the cops. Cops. Another incomprehensible term to add to his growing list. They reached what June apparently considered the entrance to the building. A wall of glass so perfectly transparent that Percival nearly walked directly into it. Only June's quick grab of his arm prevented the collision. It's a door, she explained, pressing her hand against a section of the glass wall. It swung open with a soft whoosh, revealing an interior that defied every principle of architecture Percival had ever learned. The space was vast, filled with light that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, illuminating surfaces that gleamed like polished marble. People moved about with purpose, all dressed in clothing that would have scandalized every social gathering he'd ever attended. Men in casual shirts without proper coats, women in trousers that revealed the shape of their legs, everyone speaking in rapid bursts of that peculiar American dialect. And the noise. A constant hum of conversation, mechanical sounds, and something that might have been music but bore no resemblance to any composition he'd ever heard. June Martinez, you have 30 seconds to explain why you're bringing some random Victorian cosplayer into my studio. The voice was crisp, authoritative, and belonged to a woman who appeared to have materialized from thin air. She was perhaps 40 years old, with silver-streaked black hair cut in a style that somehow managed to be both severe and elegant. Her gray eyes missed nothing as they catalogued Percival from head to toe with professional efficiency. Cass, meet Lord Percival Ashworth, June said with what sounded like barely suppressed amusement. He claims to be from 1881. Claims to be. The woman Percival presumed was Cassandra stopped mid-sentence, her sharp gaze focusing on his face with uncomfortable intensity. What did you say your name was? Lord Percival Ashworth, madam. I find myself in somewhat unprecedented circumstances. Cassandra's eyebrows rose slightly at his formal manner of address. Right? And you just happened to wander into our parking lot in full Victorian regalia? I'm afraid the circumstances of my arrival are rather difficult to explain. Try me. Percival glanced around the cavernous space, taking in the impossible architecture, the scandalous clothing, the general atmosphere of barely controlled chaos. How could he possibly explain that he'd somehow traveled through time? That everything he'd ever known had vanished while he'd lain unconscious in their parking lot? I appear to have become displaced from my proper time, he said finally. I realize how that must sound. Like you're either having a psychotic break or you're the most committed method actor in Hollywood history, Cassandra interrupted. But her tone wasn't dismissive. If anything, she seemed genuinely curious. Method actor, Percival repeated. That phrase has been mentioned several times. I confess I don't understand its meaning. Cassandra exchanged a look with June that conveyed volumes of information he wasn't privy to. June, she said finally, take Lord Percival to conference room B and get him some water. Maybe some food if he wants it. I need to make a phone call. What kind of phone call? The kind that either gets us the most interesting reality show contestant in television history, or gets this poor man the psychiatric help he clearly needs. She strode away with the brisk efficiency of someone accustomed to making important decisions, leaving Percival alone with June in the middle of this bewildering future world. Conference room B it is, June said cheerfully. Don't worry about Cass. Her bark is worse than her bite, and she's got great instincts for people. If she thinks you're worth helping, you probably are. And if she doesn't? June grinned at him, an expression of such casual warmth that it momentarily eased the knot of panic in his chest. Then, Lord Percival, you're about to get a very crash course in how the 21st century handles confused Englishmen in parking lots. As she led him deeper into this strange new world, Percival couldn't help but wonder if Cordelia had been right after all. Perhaps there really were places where men like him might find acceptance. He simply hadn't expected that place to be nearly 150 years in the future. 1881, he thought, glancing back at the glass doors that had closed silently behind them. I suppose I won't be making that appointment with Miss Weatherby after all. The thought, rather unexpectedly, filled him with something that might have been relief. Chapter 3, The Audition. Sunset Studios, Conference Room B. February 18, 2026. Conference Room B proved to be another exercise in architectural impossibility. The walls were made entirely of glass, transparent as the finest crystal yet somehow providing complete privacy from the bustling corridor beyond. A table that appeared to be carved from a single piece of black stone dominated the center of the space, surrounded by chairs that looked more like art installations than functional furniture. Percival lowered himself gingerly into one of these peculiar seats, half expecting it to collapse under his weight. Instead, it molded itself to his form with an adaptability that would have impressed the finest furniture makers of his era. Okay, so water. Definitely, June said, bustling about the room with practiced efficiency. Food, are you hungry? When's the last time you ate? The question gave him pause. Time, he was beginning to understand, had become a rather fluid concept in his current circumstances. I believe I took breakfast this morning, he said carefully, though I confess I'm no longer entirely certain what constitutes this morning. June paused in her bustling and looked at him with something approaching sympathy. Right? Time displacement. That's got to mess with your internal clock something fierce. She pressed her hand against a section of the wall, and it immediately blazed to life with colors and moving images, much like her phone had done. Percival startled backward in his chair, which responded by adjusting itself to his new position with disconcerting smoothness. Sorry, should have warned you about the smart wall, June said, touching the glowing surface with practiced ease. Just ordering you some food. You look like a sandwich kind of guy. Maybe some soup. You can summon food through a wall? Welcome to the future, Lord Percival. We can summon pretty much anything through a wall these days. The door, he still couldn't quite think of those glass panels as proper doors, slid open to admit Cassandra, followed by a man who appeared to have stepped directly from the pages of a fashion periodical. He was tall, impeccably dressed in clothing that somehow managed to be both casual and elegant, with perfectly styled black hair and a smile that seemed designed for maximum impact. Lord Percival, Cassandra said without preamble, I'd like you to meet Dexter Kim, the host of our show. Dexter extended his hand, a gesture Percival recognized, though the casual manner of it struck him as oddly informal for a first introduction. He rose and accepted the handshake, noting the firm grip and the way Dexter's eyes assessed him with professional curiosity. Dex, the man said warmly, and you can drop the handshake. We're pretty casual around here. I find myself uncertain of the proper protocols, Percival admitted. That's perfect, Cassandra said. settling into one of the impossible chairs with the confidence of someone who trusted modern furniture implicitly. "Tell me, Percival, what do you know about reality television? I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the concept. Is it similar to theatrical performance?" Dex and Cassandra exchanged one of those meaningful looks that seemed to be a common form of communication in this era. "Not exactly," Dex said, his smile never wavering. "Reality TV is about real people in real situations, looking for real connections. No scripts, no acting, just authentic human emotion. The Bachelor, Love Finds a Way," Cassandra continued, "is about giving people a chance to find love in an environment designed to foster genuine connections. One person, the Bachelor, meets 25 potential partners over the course of several weeks. Through a series of dates, conversations, and shared experiences, he gradually narrows down his choices until he finds the person he wants to spend his life with." Percival's teacup, when had June provided him with tea, rattled slightly against its saucer as he set it down. 25 potential partners? All men, Dex added helpfully. "This is our first season focusing specifically on LGBTQ+ love stories. Very much in demand right now. Audiences are hungry for authentic queer representation." The words hit Percival like a physical force. LGBTQ+ meant nothing to him, but the phrase authentic queer representation sent his mind reeling. In his time, such things were spoken of only in whispers, if at all. The idea that there might be an entire audience hungry for stories about men loving men seemed as fantastical as time travel itself. Perhaps more so. "You're suggesting," he said carefully, "that 25 gentlemen would compete for my affections? Publicly? That's the basic premise, yes?" Cassandra said, watching his reaction with keen interest. "The question is whether you're interested in participating." Percival's mind struggled to process the concept. Everything about it violated every principle of propriety he'd ever been taught. Men didn't compete publicly for other men's affections. Such inclinations weren't celebrated or broadcast for entertainment. They certainly weren't the subject of what appeared to be a popular form of theatrical presentation. "I realize it's overwhelming," Dex said gently. "The process, the cameras, the public attention, it's not for everyone. But what we're offering is a chance to find genuine love in an environment where authenticity is not just accepted, it's celebrated. Authenticity is celebrated." The phrase echoed in his mind, resonating with Cordelia's words from what felt like both a lifetime ago and mere moments before. "Perhaps your happiness matters more than father's plans for the continuation of bloodlines." "The gentlemen who would be competing," Percival said slowly, "they would be aware of the nature of the arrangement?" "Oh, absolutely," June interjected, looking up from her wall summoning activities. "Everyone who applies knows exactly what they're signing up for. These aren't unwilling participants. They're guys who are genuinely looking for love and think you might be their person." "My person," Percival repeated. "Your match," Cassandra clarified. "Your partner. Your soulmate, if you believe in that sort of thing." Soulmate. Another concept that would have been scandalous in his proper time, now discussed as casually as the weather. "And this process is considered acceptable in your society?" "More than acceptable," Dex said with enthusiasm. "The show has been running for 23 seasons. We've had 12 successful marriages from previous seasons, 3 of which are still going strong after more than a decade." "Marriage," Percival breathed. "Between men. Legal in all 50 states as of 2015, Cassandra said matter-of-factly. "And about time, too." The room seemed to tilt slightly, though Percival was beginning to suspect this was his standard response to overwhelming information rather than any actual architectural instability. Men could marry other men, legally, publicly, with societal approval. If this was indeed some form of elaborate dream or mental breakdown, it was certainly a pleasant one. "I find myself intrigued by the concept," he admitted, "though I confess I have no experience with such public displays of affection." "That's what makes you perfect," Cassandra said, leaning forward with the intensity of someone who just solved a particularly complex puzzle. "Look, Percival, I've been producing reality television for 15 years. I can spot a fake from across a crowded casting call. But you? Everything about you screams authenticity. The way you speak, the way you move, that genuine bewilderment when June tried to explain what an iPhone was. It's all completely real. Because it is real, Percival said quietly. I know, and that's what audiences are craving. Someone who isn't performing for the cameras, who isn't trying to leverage their 15 minutes of fame into an influencer career or a book deal. Someone who's genuinely looking for love. Someone who's genuinely looking for love. The phrase settled into his consciousness like a key fitting into a long-locked door. Wasn't that exactly what he'd been searching for his entire life? Not the arranged marriage his father demanded. Not the socially acceptable connection that would produce heirs and maintain family honor, but actual, authentic love. The process would involve, he began, then stopped, uncertain how to phrase his concern delicately. Physical intimacy? Dex supplied with the sort of casual directness that Percival was beginning to associate with this era. Only what you're comfortable with. We're not running a brothel, just a dating show. Some contestants choose to explore physical connection. Others focus primarily on emotional intimacy. It's entirely up to you and whoever you're connecting with. Physical connection. The very phrase would have sent him into paroxysms of shame in his proper time. Now, in this impossible future where men could marry other men and authenticity was celebrated rather than concealed, it sounded almost reasonable. There would be cameras, he said. Everywhere, Cassandra confirmed. That's the reality part of reality television. But you'd be surprised how quickly you adjust to them. After the first few days, most contestants forget they're even there. And if I were to not suit the requirements, if the gentleman found me lacking in some essential quality, then you'd go home having had an experience unlike any other, Dex said kindly. But honestly, Percival, I don't think that's going to be a problem. You've got this whole mysterious, romantic, old-world charm thing going on. Plus, let's be honest, you're devastatingly handsome in a brooding Victorian poet sort of way. Devastatingly handsome. No one had ever described Percival Ashworth in such terms. Acceptable, perhaps. Suitable for his station, certainly. But devastatingly handsome? The concept was as foreign as everything else in this bewildering century. When would this process commence? He asked. We start filming next week, Cassandra said. But we'd need your answer today. There's paperwork, medical clearances, background checks. Though I suspect yours might be rather unique, and we'd want to get you settled in. Maybe work with our styling team to update your look slightly. Update my look? Nothing dramatic, June said quickly, apparently sensing his alarm. Just maybe some clothes that don't scream. I raided the costume department of a period drama. You can keep the formal vibe, it's very you. Just translate it into something that reads as 21st century. Percival looked down at his morning coat, his perfectly pressed trousers, his impeccably polished boots. They were the finest garments his tailor could produce, appropriate for any social situation a gentleman might encounter. The suggestion that they required updating seemed almost insulting. Then again, he supposed social situations had changed rather dramatically since 1881. If I were to agree to participate, he said slowly, what would prevent me from simply leaving? Should I find the experience unsuitable? Nothing, Cassandra said promptly. You're not a prisoner. You can walk away at any time, though I hope you won't. Why? She smiled, the first genuinely warm expression he'd seen from her since their introduction. Because I think you might be exactly what this show needs. Someone real. Someone who's not here for fame or followers or brand deals, but because he's genuinely looking for love. Someone who's genuinely looking for love. There it was again, that key turning in that long-locked door. And if I should find it? He asked quietly. This genuine love you speak of? Then you'd be one of the lucky ones, Dex said. Trust me, there's nothing quite like it. The room fell quiet except for the barely perceptible hum of whatever mysterious forces powered this impossible building. Percival stared out through the transparent walls at the bustling activity beyond. People moving with purpose, engaged in work that seemed meaningful to them. living lives that appeared to include the possibility of authentic happiness. Cordelia, he thought, you were right after all. There are places where men like me might find acceptance. Lord Percival? Cassandra's voice was gentle. What do you say? He thought of his father's plans for Miss Charlotte Weatherby and her watercolors. He thought of a lifetime of careful pretense, of duty and obligation and the gradual withering away of any hope for authentic connection. He thought of Cordelia's words. Everyone has a choice, Percy. Some are simply more costly than others. Perhaps it was time to make a costly choice in favor of happiness rather than propriety. I find myself amenable to the arrangement, he said finally. The reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. June actually clapped her hands. Dex's professional smile transformed into something genuinely delighted, and Cassandra looked as if she'd just discovered buried treasure. Excellent, she said briskly, immediately returning to business mode. June, get him to legal for the initial paperwork. Dex, can you clear your schedule this afternoon? I want to do a preliminary interview. Get some footage for the promotional materials. Promotional materials? Percival asked faintly. Don't worry, Dex said, patting his shoulder in what was clearly meant to be a reassuring gesture. We'll ease you into it. Baby steps. As the meeting dissolved into a flurry of activity, June making notes on her phone, Cassandra discussing schedules and logistics, Dex asking questions about his backstory. Percival found himself wondering what he just committed to. 25 gentlemen. Cameras everywhere. Public displays of affection that would have landed him in prison in his proper time. The possibility of finding love in a world where such love was not only legal but celebrated. It was terrifying. It was impossible. It was, he realized with a start, the first thing he genuinely looked forward to in longer than he could remember. Well, Cordelia, he thought as June led him toward whatever legal arrangements awaited him. It appears I've chosen the costly path after all. The smile that crossed his face was the first authentic expression of joy he'd worn in 32 years. Chapter 4. Uncharted Territory. Bachelor Mansion, Malibu. February 25, 2026, 6:47 a.m. Lord Percival Ashworth stood before a mirror that was quite possibly larger than his entire dressing room at the family estate, adjusting cufflinks that no longer belonged to a perfectly tailored morning coat. The stylist, an energetic woman named Maya who spoke in rapid bursts of enthusiasm, had indeed updated his look, though she'd been true to her promise of maintaining his formal sensibilities. Gone were the elaborate waistcoats and morning dress of his proper time, replaced by what Maya called elevated casual elegance. A crisp white shirt, impeccably fitted, with sleeves rolled precisely to his forearms. Trousers that followed the clean lines of his legs without the excessive draping of Victorian fashion. A jacket that suggested formality without drowning him in fabric. He looked, he had to admit, rather more like himself than he'd expected. You ready for this, Lord Percival? June's voice came from somewhere behind him, though he couldn't see her reflection in the mirror. I find myself questioning that assumption with increasing frequency, he replied, turning to face her. She stood in the doorway of what the mansion staff had described as his suite, a collection of rooms so spacious and well-appointed that they rivaled the finest hotel accommodations he'd ever experienced. That's totally normal, June said, consulting her ever-present phone. First-day nerves are basically mandatory. Even the most confident guys usually spend the morning before meeting the contestants having some kind of existential crisis. Existential crisis, Percival repeated. A rather apt description of my current state. June grinned at him, that warm, uncomplicated expression that had become oddly reassuring over the past week of preparation. You're going to be fine, better than fine. Cass has been practically glowing since the wardrobe tests. Something about authentic romantic lead energy, and the kind of vulnerability that makes people want to protect you while simultaneously wanting to jump your bones. Percival's cufflinks required immediate adjustment. Miss Martinez, I must protest such. June, she corrected automatically. And sorry, I probably should have eased you into Cassandra's more colorful commentary. She means it as a compliment. Ah, He wasn't entirely certain how to respond to the notion that anyone might wish to jump his bones, though the intent seemed broadly positive. And the gentlemen who will be meeting me today, they are prepared for someone of my particular disposition. They know you're formal, if that's what you're asking. Cass described you as charmingly old-fashioned with hidden depths, which, honestly, is probably the most accurate casting description she's ever written. Hidden depths. If only they knew how deeply hidden those depths truly were. A sharp knock at the door interrupted his brooding. Cassandra entered without waiting for invitation, dressed in what had become her standard uniform of sharp efficiency and barely contained energy. "Gentlemen," she said briskly. "It's time." "Time for what, precisely?" Percival asked. "Your first on-camera interview. Just you, Dex, and a very tasteful conversation about what you're looking for in a partner." Cassandra's smile had an edge that suggested this would be more complex than she was letting on. "Think of it as setting expectations." "Expectations for what?" "For the 25 men who are about to compete for your affections." The phrase still sent a peculiar thrill through his chest, though he'd become marginally better at concealing his reactions over the past week. 25 men who wanted to court him, publicly, with societal approval. If this was madness, it was the most pleasant form of insanity he'd ever experienced. "And after this interview?" he asked. "Then you meet them," June said with barely contained excitement. "The limo arrivals are scheduled for 7 p.m. Each guy gets about 2 minutes to make a first impression before you all head inside for the cocktail party." "Cocktail party?" "Informal mingling," Cassandra explained. "Conversation, drinks, maybe some one-on-one time with the guys who catch your interest. Think of it as a very elaborate salon gathering, but with romantic intent." Salon gathering. Finally, a social concept he could grasp. "And I am expected to evaluate them during this gathering." "Just be yourself." Dex's voice came from the doorway as he joined their small group. Today he was dressed more casually than Percival had seen him, though everything about him still radiated the sort of polished perfection that seemed effortless in this era. Authentic reactions, genuine curiosity. The whole point is to see if you connect with anyone. "Connect," Percival repeated. "Chemistry," June supplied helpfully. "Spark. That moment when you look at someone and think, oh, hello there. Oh, hello there." Percival had experienced that feeling exactly once in his life, during a brief encounter with the stable master's son that had resulted in 3 days of prayer and self-recrimination. The idea that such feelings might be not only acceptable but actively encouraged seemed as fantastical as everything else about his current situation. "Shall we?" Cassandra gestured toward the door. "The interview setup is in the main living area, the bachelor mansion, as everyone insisted on calling it, though it bore no resemblance to any English country house Percival had ever seen, was a marvel of modern architecture and incomprehensible luxury. Glass walls that opened onto manicured gardens, furniture that appeared to have been designed more for aesthetic impact than practical use, and technology integrated so seamlessly into every surface that the house seemed almost alive. The main living area had been transformed into what Dex explained was a standard interview setup. Cameras positioned at discrete angles, carefully arranged lighting that somehow made everything look more beautiful than reality, and 2 chairs positioned to suggest intimate conversation. "Just ignore the cameras," Dex advised as they settled into their seats. "Pretend it's just you and me having a chat. Just ignore the cameras." The 3 device-like contraptions were each roughly the size of a small cannon and operated by individuals who moved around them with the focused intensity of artillery specialists. Ignoring them seemed roughly equivalent to ignoring a small military operation. "Right?" Percival said faintly. "We'll start simple," Dex said, and somehow his voice had shifted into what Percival was beginning to recognize as his professional television mode. "Tell me about yourself, Percival. What brought you to The Bachelor?" The question hung in the air between them, weighted with implications that had nothing to do with the cameras or the carefully arranged lighting. What had brought him here? Time travel seemed an insufficient answer, as did emotional breakdown or divine intervention or whatever cosmic force had responded to his desperate wish for authenticity. I found myself at a crossroads, he said carefully, faced with expectations that felt fundamentally incompatible with my authentic self. I realized that I had never truly allowed myself to hope for genuine connection. That's beautifully put, Dex said, and his professional warmth seemed to blend seamlessly with genuine interest. What does genuine connection look like to you? Percival considered the question, aware that his answer would somehow be preserved and broadcast to audiences he couldn't imagine, yet finding himself unexpectedly eager to respond honestly. I suppose, someone who sees beyond the careful constructions we all maintain for society's benefit. Someone with whom I might speak honestly about my hopes, my fears, my desires, without judgment or expectation of performance. He paused, surprised by his own candor. Someone who might find my particular temperament appealing rather than merely tolerable. Your particular temperament? I am, by nature, rather formal. Old-fashioned, some might say. I find meaning in ritual, in courtesy, in the careful observation of propriety. In my previous circumstances, this was often seen as excessive or pretentious. And now I find myself hoping there might be someone who appreciates such inclinations rather than simply enduring them. Dex smiled, and this time it was entirely genuine. I think you might be surprised by how appealing authenticity can be, especially when it comes without apology. Authenticity without apology. The phrase resonated through Percival's consciousness like a bell struck in an empty cathedral. For 32 years, he had apologized silently, constantly, for his nature, his inclinations, his inability to conform to expectations. The idea that he might simply stop apologizing seemed both terrifying and liberating. The interview continued for perhaps an hour, ranging over topics that would have scandalized any proper Victorian drawing room. What attracted him to men rather than women? What role did physical intimacy play in his ideal relationship? How did he imagine his life might change if he found love? Through it all, Percival found himself speaking with an honesty that surprised him. Perhaps it was Dex's skillful questioning, or the peculiar intimacy created by the cameras that he was learning to ignore, or simply the relief of finally being asked about his authentic desires rather than his social obligations. When it was over, he felt oddly drained, as if some fundamental internal wall had been partially dismantled. That was perfect, Cassandra said, appearing at his elbow as the camera operators began their mysterious post-interview rituals. Vulnerable but not desperate, romantic but not naive. The audience is going to absolutely love you. The audience? The people who will watch the show, June explained. Millions of them, probably. You're going to be famous, Lord Percival. Famous. Another concept that felt entirely foreign to his experience. In his proper time, a gentleman's name appeared in newspapers only in connection with births, marriages, deaths, or scandals. The idea of voluntary public attention seemed almost perverse. And now, he asked, now you get ready to meet your potential husbands, Cassandra said with barely contained glee. 25 of them, each handpicked for compatibility, attractiveness, and the kind of authentic personality that makes for compelling television. Potential husbands. The phrase sent another one of those peculiar thrills through his chest. In less than 12 hours, he would meet 24 men who had volunteered to court him. Men who found the idea of loving another man not only acceptable but desirable. Men who might, if the impossible aligned with the improbable, actually find his particular temperament appealing rather than merely tolerable. I believe, he said, adjusting his cufflinks one final time, I am as ready as circumstances permit. 7:03 p.m. The first limo. Standing at the base of the mansion's sweeping driveway, Percival felt every muscle in his body vibrating with nervous energy. The sun was setting over what June had told him was the Pacific Ocean, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that would have inspired the finest landscape artists of his era. The air was warm, scented with unfamiliar flowers, and filled with the sound of approaching vehicles. Remember, Cassandra murmured from her position behind the camera operators. Just be yourself. React naturally. If someone interests you, let it show. React naturally. as if there were anything natural about his current circumstances. The first vehicle, sleek, black, and impossibly luxurious, glided to a stop before him. Percival's hands moved automatically to adjust his cufflinks, then forced himself to clasp them behind his back in what he hoped was a welcoming posture. The door opened, and a young man emerged who seemed to have stepped directly from a Renaissance painting. Slender, with curly brown hair that caught the fading light, expressive hazel eyes, and clothing that somehow managed to suggest vintage elegance while remaining thoroughly modern. "Lord Percival," the young man said, and his voice carried the sort of earnest enthusiasm that belonged in poetry rather than conversation. "I'm Felix Rosenberg, and I have to say, meeting you feels rather like stepping into a fairy tale." Felix approached with the sort of graceful confidence that suggested extensive practice in making memorable first impressions. When he reached Percival, he executed what could only be described as a partial bow, not quite formal enough for proper Victorian etiquette, but clearly intended as a gesture of respect. "The pleasure is entirely mine, Mr. Rosenberg," Percival replied, surprised to find himself genuinely charmed by the young man's theatrical approach. "I brought you something," Felix said, producing a single white rose from inside his jacket with the sort of flourish that suggested magic show training. "I know it's traditional for the bachelor to give out roses, but I thought perhaps a reversal of expectations might be memorable." A reversal of expectations. Percival accepted the rose, noting the young man's obvious delight in his own dramatic gesture. There was something endearing about Felix's earnest romanticism, even if it felt rather like being courted by a character from a Gothic novel. "It's lovely," Percival said, and meant it. "Thank you." Felix beamed, executed another partial bow, and headed toward the mansion's entrance with the sort of satisfied energy that suggested he believed his first impression had been successful. One down, Percival thought. 24 to go. The second limo arrived before he'd fully processed his interaction with Felix. This time, the man who emerged was older, perhaps 35, with the sort of solid, dependable presence that reminded Percival of his father's estate managers. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a closely trimmed beard and kind brown eyes that assessed Percival with frank appreciation. "Thaddeus Washington," the man said, extending his hand with straightforward warmth. "Though everyone calls me Thad. I have to say, Lord Percival, the photos really don't do you justice." Percival accepted the handshake, noting the firm grip and the way Thad's eyes never wavered from his face. Direct, honest, reassuring in its lack of artifice. "I fear I've had rather limited experience with photographs," Percival admitted. "Well, whoever took your headshots for the show should get a raise," Thad said with a chuckle. "You're even more handsome in person, if that's possible." Handsome. There it was again, that casual acknowledgement of his appearance that still caught him off guard every time. In his proper era, gentlemen didn't comment on other gentlemen's looks, at least not in mixed company and certainly not as a form of courtship. "You're very kind," Percival said. "Just honest," Thad replied. "I'm looking forward to getting to know you better." He squeezed Percival's hand once more before releasing it and heading toward the mansion with the sort of confident stride that suggested he was accustomed to making favorable impressions. 2 down. The third limo disgorged a young man who appeared to have been assembled by a team of stylists with access to unlimited resources. Petite, with perfectly styled black hair and expressive dark eyes, wearing clothing that suggested both careful attention to fashion and considerable financial investment in his appearance. "Oh my God," the young man said, approaching with bouncing energy that reminded Percival of an enthusiastic spaniel. "You're like, even more gorgeous than your photos, which I didn't think was possible. I'm Sebastian Chun, but everyone calls me Seb. And I am literally so excited to be here I can't even. Literally so excited I can't even." The phrase made no grammatical sense, yet somehow conveyed Sebastian's emotional state with perfect clarity. "The pleasure is mine, Mr. Chen," Percival said. "Seb," the young man corrected automatically. "And can I just say, the whole formal thing you have going on totally works for you. Very mysterious and romantic and... Oh, this is going to sound super weird, but you smell really good." Percival blinked. "I beg your pardon?" Your cologne? It's like, I don't know, sophisticated and old-fashioned and really, really appealing. Sebastian seemed to realize he was rambling and attempted to collect himself. Sorry, I tend to overshare when I'm nervous, which I totally am. Because you're really attractive and I'm hoping to make a good impression. Hoping to make a good impression. The earnest admission was so refreshingly honest that Percival found himself smiling despite his own nervousness. You're doing admirably, I assure you, he said. Sebastian beamed as if he'd just been awarded a significant prize, bounced slightly on his toes, and headed toward the mansion with the sort of barely contained enthusiasm that suggested he might actually skip if not for the cameras. 3 down. The fourth limo arrived with the sort of understated elegance that suggested its occupant possessed more refined sensibilities than the previous arrivals. When the door opened, a man emerged who seemed to carry himself with the sort of natural grace that couldn't be taught or purchased. Medium height, with copper-red hair that caught the dying light like burnished metal, and the kind of warm smile that reached his eyes before it touched his lips. His clothing was well chosen but not ostentatious, suggesting someone who understood the difference between fashion and style. But it was when he spoke that Percival felt something shift in his chest, a sensation he'd experienced only once before, in a stable yard in 1881, with considerably more catastrophic consequences. Lord Percival, the man said, and his voice carried the soft lilt of Ireland, warm as whiskey and twice as intoxicating. I'm Niall O'Sullivan. It's an absolute pleasure to meet you. Oh, Percival thought, hello there. Chapter 5. Confessional Booth Confessions. Bachelor Mansion, The Confessional Room. February 26, 2026, 10:15 a.m. The confessional room was, Percival discovered, an exercise in calculated intimacy. Smaller than a proper sitting room but larger than a closet, it contained a single chair positioned before cameras that were somehow less intrusive than the massive contraptions used for formal interviews. The lighting was soft, almost golden, designed to make whoever sat in that chair appear at their most vulnerable and appealing. Just pretend the cameras aren't there, the producer, a cheerful young man named Marcus, had instructed. Talk to us like you're talking to your best friend. Share whatever's on your mind. Whatever's on your mind. If only they knew the chaos currently occupying his thoughts. Right then, Percival said, settling into the chair and immediately adjusting his cufflinks. The new shirt felt strange without proper studs and collar points, though he had to admit the modern tailoring was remarkably comfortable. I suppose you'll want to know about last evening. He paused, uncertain how to articulate the peculiar combination of terror and exhilaration that had characterized the cocktail party. 25 men, all ostensibly interested in courting him. Conversations that ranged from the delightfully mundane to the shockingly intimate. And through it all, the growing realization that he was experiencing something he'd never imagined possible. Acceptance. The gentlemen are. He searched for appropriate words. Remarkable, really. In my previous circumstances, I never encountered such openness about inclinations similar to my own. Previous circumstances. It had become his standard euphemism for 1881, though he suspected the producers interpreted it as reference to some previous relationship or social situation. Niall O'Sullivan, in particular, proved to be fascinating company. He works as a museum curator specializing in. Percival caught himself before mentioning LGBTQ+ history, a concept that would require far too much explanation. In social history, we discussed the preservation of cultural artifacts, the importance of understanding how ordinary people lived in past eras. What he didn't mention was the way Niall's Irish accent had grown stronger as their conversation deepened, or how the man's eyes had lit up when discussing his work, or the peculiar warmth that had spread through Percival's chest when Niall had touched his arm while making a point about the value of authentic historical documentation. He seems to understand that the past isn't simply a collection of dates and famous names, but rather a repository of human experience. Stories of people who loved and lost and hoped for better futures. Percival realized he was smiling and attempted to school his expression into something more neutral. I found his perspective quite refreshing. The camera continued its silent observation, waiting for more revelation. I also spent considerable time with Sebastian Chen, Percival continued. He's rather younger than myself, and his initial approach seemed somewhat theatrical. But once we began speaking privately, I discovered a genuine sweetness beneath his exuberant exterior. Genuine sweetness was perhaps an understatement. Sebastian had spent the better part of 20 minutes explaining the intricacies of something called social media influence, while simultaneously asking increasingly personal questions about Percival's romantic history. The combination of professional ambition and earnest curiosity had been oddly endearing. He asked me whether I'd ever been in love, Percival said quietly. I found myself uncertain how to answer. The feelings I've experienced in my life have been so carefully suppressed, so thoroughly discouraged, that I'm not entirely certain I would recognize love if it presented itself. The admission hung in the air between him and the cameras, more honest than he'd intended to be. In my previous circumstances, he continued, such feelings were problematic, dangerous even. I learned early to contain them, to redirect them, to pretend they didn't exist. Sebastian asked me what it would feel like to not have to pretend anymore. Percival adjusted his cufflinks again, a gesture that had become automatic whenever his emotions threatened to overwhelm his composure. I told him I wasn't certain I remembered how to stop pretending, that authenticity felt rather like a muscle I'd never properly exercised. He paused, considering his next words carefully. He said something quite remarkable in response. He said that pretending was exhausting, and that he'd come on this show because he wanted to find someone who would love him for who he actually was, not who he performed being. The young man's words had hit Percival with unexpected force. Someone who would love him for who he actually was. When was the last time Percival had even allowed himself to consider what who he actually was might entail? I believe, he said slowly, that I may have spent so many years performing propriety that I've nearly forgotten what lies beneath the performance. Bachelor Mansion Kitchen. 11:30 a.m. Percival's second confessional session was interrupted by what June described as organic content opportunities. Unscripted moments that occurred naturally throughout the day and were captured by the small, discreet cameras positioned throughout the mansion. He'd discovered the kitchen largely by accident, drawn by the familiar comfort of morning tea preparation. The mansion's kitchen was, like everything else in this impossible future, a marvel of technology and efficiency. Surfaces that seemed to anticipate his needs, appliances that operated with the touch of a finger, and a tea selection that would have impressed the finest London establishments. Oh my God! You actually know how to make proper tea. Percival turned to find Sebastian hovering in the doorway, still in what appeared to be sleepwear, loose trousers and a shirt so thin it was practically indecent. His dark hair was disheveled in a way that somehow looked intentional, and his eyes bright with genuine curiosity. I beg your pardon? Tea, Sebastian said, approaching with that bouncing energy that seemed to characterize all his movements. Like actual tea, with leaves and proper steeping times and everything. Most people just nuke a mug of water and throw in a bag. Nuke a mug of water. The phrase made no sense, though the context suggested some form of barbaric tea preparation. I find the ritual of proper tea preparation rather meditative, Percival said carefully. Would you care for a cup? Oh my God, yes. Sebastian settled himself onto one of the kitchen's impossibly modern stools. So can I ask you something kind of personal? I suppose that depends on your definition of personal. Last night, when we were talking about love and stuff, you got this look on your face when I mentioned authenticity. Really sad but also hopeful? And I've been wondering about it all night. Percival continued his tea preparation, grateful to have something to do with his hands while navigating this unexpectedly intimate conversation. I'm not certain I follow your meaning. Okay, so I know you're super formal and proper and everything, which is totally your thing and I respect that. But sometimes when you think no one's looking, you get this expression like you're surprised that people actually like you. For real, not just because you're polite and have good manners. The observation was uncomfortably accurate. Percival found himself adjusting his cufflinks while considering his response. I suppose, he said finally, I've had rather limited experience with unconditional acceptance. Unconditional acceptance, Sebastian repeated thoughtfully. Yeah, that makes sense. Can I tell you something super weird? I find myself intrigued. I came on this show because I'm really tired of performing. My whole life is basically performance art. My Instagram, my TikTok, my whole influencer thing. I'm constantly curating myself for other people's consumption. And when I saw your casting interview, you seemed like someone who might actually see past all that stuff to whoever I am underneath. Percival paused in his tea preparations, struck by the young man's earnestness. And what did you see in my interview that suggested such a thing? Sebastian grinned, and for once it seemed entirely unperformed. You looked terrified and hopeful at the same time, like you wanted something so badly but were afraid to actually ask for it. I totally recognized that feeling. Terrified and hopeful. An apt description of his current emotional state. And what is it you think I was afraid to ask for? To be loved, Sebastian said simply. Not tolerated or accepted or whatever, but actually loved. For who you are when you're not being Lord Percival, the perfect gentleman. The words landed with the force of physical impact. Percival found himself gripping the edge of the counter, his carefully maintained composure threatening to crack entirely. Sebastian. Seb, the young man corrected automatically. And I'm not trying to psychoanalyze you or whatever. I recognize a fellow performer when I see one. And I think we both deserve someone who loves us when we're not performing. Before Percival could respond, June appeared in the doorway with her omnipresent phone, and that particular expression that suggested she was about to manage some aspect of his existence. "Morning, boys," she said cheerfully. "Seb, Cassandra wants to see you in the confessional room in 10 minutes. Something about your conversation with Thad last night." "Ooh, drama," Seb said, brightening immediately. He turned back to Percival. "Rain check on that tea? I want to hear more about your thoughts on authenticity versus performance." "Of course," Percival managed. Sebastian bounced off toward whatever confessional revelations awaited him, leaving Percival alone with June and the peculiar realization that he'd just had the most honest conversation about his emotional life that he could remember. "That looked intense," June observed, settling onto the stool Sebastian had vacated. "Rather more than I anticipated," Percival admitted, finally completing his tea preparation and offering June a cup. She accepted it with the sort of grateful appreciation that suggested proper tea was indeed a rarity in this era. "Seb has a gift for getting people to open up," June said. "Don't let the social media thing fool you. He's got excellent instincts for reading people." "So I'm discovering." June studied him over her teacup with that particular expression that suggested she was seeing more than he was comfortable revealing. "Can I ask you something, Lord Percival? I seem to be fielding quite a few personal inquiries this morning. When's the last time someone told you they liked you? Not your manners or your breeding or your social position, but actually you." The question hit him like a physical blow. Percival found himself staring into his tea as if it might contain answers to questions he'd never allowed himself to ask. He cleared his throat and tried again. "I'm not certain anyone ever has." "That explains a lot," June said gently. "Does it? The way you react when people compliment you, like you're waiting for them to realize they've made a mistake." She took another sip of tea, watching him carefully. "For what it's worth, I think Seb's right. You do deserve to be loved for who you are, not who you think you should be." "And who do you think I am?" June smiled, one of those warm, uncomplicated expressions that had become so reassuring over the past weeks. "A genuinely good man who's spent so long trying to be perfect that he's forgotten he's already enough." Already enough. The phrase settled into his consciousness like sunlight breaking through clouds. "June," he said quietly, "may I ask you something rather personal?" "Shoot. Do you truly believe that authenticity is valuable? That people might genuinely appreciate someone's unguarded self rather than their carefully constructed persona?" June's smile deepened. "Lord Percival, authenticity is the most valuable thing in the world. It's also the rarest. Most people spend their whole lives trying to figure out who they really are underneath all the expectations and performances. And you think I might be discovering that? About myself. I think you're the most authentic person I've ever met, and you don't even realize it. Everything about you, the way you speak, the way you move, the way you consider every word before you say it, it's all genuinely you. Not an act, not a persona. Just Percival. Just Percival. When was the last time being just Percival had felt like enough? Perhaps, he said thoughtfully, authenticity is not the curse I believed it to be. June's smile could have powered the entire mansion. Now you're getting it. Bachelor Mansion Confessional Room. 2:45 p.m. I find myself reconsidering certain fundamental assumptions about my nature, Percival said to the patient cameras. His second confessional session felt markedly different from the morning's stilted revelations. Sebastian's observations and June's reassurances had shifted something in his perspective, though he wasn't entirely certain what. This morning I had a rather illuminating conversation with Sebastian Chun about the difference between performance and authenticity. He suggested that I might be performing propriety rather than simply possessing it naturally. Percival adjusted his cufflinks, then caught himself in the gesture and forced his hands to remain still. I believe he may be correct. For most of my life, I've been so concerned with meeting others' expectations that I've never considered whether those expectations aligned with my authentic self. He paused, struck by his own words. I'm not certain I've ever allowed myself to have an authentic self. The admission felt both terrifying and liberating. But these gentlemen seemed to see something in me that I've never recognized in myself. Sebastian speaks of my genuineness as if it were a desirable quality. Niall discusses historical preservation with the sort of passion that suggests he values authenticity in all its forms. Even Thaddeus, who strikes me as remarkably straightforward in all his dealings, seems to appreciate what he calls my old-fashioned charm. Old-fashioned charm. Thad had used the phrase during a brief conversation about his previous relationships, describing Percival's formal mannerisms as refreshing and genuine rather than excessive or pretentious. I'm beginning to wonder, Percival continued, whether the qualities I've always considered burdensome might actually be appealing to the right person, whether someone might genuinely appreciate formality and courtesy and careful consideration rather than simply tolerating them. The cameras waited patiently for more revelation. There's a peculiar freedom in that realization, he said slowly. For 32 years, I've been apologizing silently, constantly, for who I am, for my inclinations, my temperament, my inability to conform to certain expectations. But here, in this extraordinary situation, I find myself wondering, what if I stopped apologizing? What if I stopped apologizing? The question reverberated through his consciousness like a bell struck in an empty cathedral. What if, he continued, authenticity truly is not the curse I believed it to be, but rather the very thing that might make me worthy of love? The words hung in the golden light of the confessional room, more honest and hopeful than any prayer he'd ever offered in 32 years of careful propriety. Outside the small room, he could hear the sounds of 24 men continuing their pursuit of his affections, their voices mixing with the distant crash of Pacific waves and the constant hum of cameras capturing every moment for an audience he couldn't imagine. But for the first time since arriving in this impossible future, Percival felt something that might have been peace. Perhaps, he thought, Cordelia was right after all. Perhaps there really are places where men like me might find acceptance. Perhaps I've finally found mine. Chapter 6. The First Rose Ceremony. Bachelor Mansion Rose Garden. February 27th, 2026, 7:30 p.m. The Rose Garden was, Percival had to admit, a masterpiece of theatrical romance. Carefully arranged lighting cast everything in a warm, golden glow that made even the most mundane conversation seem fraught with significance. 24 roses waited on an ornate table, their stems cut to identical lengths, their petals perfect in the way that only the finest florists could achieve. 24 roses for 24 men. One man would leave tonight without a rose, and Percival found the prospect more distressing than any social obligation he'd ever faced in his proper time. "Remember," Cassandra murmured from her position behind the cameras, "trust your instincts. Keep the men you genuinely want to get to know better. Trust your instincts." If only his instincts weren't a tangled mess of Victorian propriety, modern confusion, and the growing realization that he was developing genuine feelings for multiple contestants. The 24 men stood before him in a loose semicircle, each dressed in what June had described as cocktail party attire. Clothing that managed to be both formal and casual, elegant without being ostentatious. They looked, Percival thought, like illustrations from a particularly fashionable magazine, if magazines in his era had featured such openly romantic arrangements between men. "Gentlemen," he began, his voice carrying farther in the evening air than he'd expected, "I want to thank you all for allowing me to begin knowing you. This process is rather more complex than I anticipated." Several of the men smiled at this, genuine expressions of warmth rather than the calculated charm he might have expected. It was, he realized, one of the most remarkable aspects of this entire experience. These men seemed to genuinely like him, not merely tolerate his presence or court his favor for social advancement. "Before we proceed with the rose ceremony, I was hoping to have a few more conversations with some of you. If you'll indulge me, of course," came the collective murmur, and Percival felt his chest tighten with something that might have been affection for the entire group. He'd spent the better part of the afternoon in various conversations with contestants, but there was one man he'd barely had a chance to speak with privately, despite feeling drawn to him since that first moment in the driveway. "Niall," he said, and the Irish curator's face lit up with surprised pleasure. "Might I steal you for a moment?" "I'd be delighted," Niall replied, his accent lending warmth to the formal words. They walked a short distance from the main group, settling onto a stone bench positioned beneath what appeared to be a century-old oak, though Percival suspected it was actually a carefully cultivated 20-year-old specimen designed to suggest timeless romance. "I must confess," Percival said once they were seated, "I've been curious about your work since our initial conversation. Museum curation seems a profession that would require considerable sensitivity to historical accuracy." Niall's eyes brightened, literally brightened, as if someone had just lit candles behind blue glass. "It does, actually. Most people think museums are just about displaying old things, but really, we're preserving stories. Human experiences that might otherwise be lost to time." "Human experiences," Percival repeated thoughtfully. "Could you elaborate?" "Well, take the Victorian era, for instance," Niall said, and Percival's breath caught. "Most people think they know what life was like then, all corsets and propriety and rigid social rules. But when you really dig into the personal letters, the diaries, the artifacts that people actually lived with, you discover something much more complex. Much more complex. If only he knew. Complex in what way? Niall shifted slightly on the bench, angling his body toward Percival with the sort of unconscious intimacy that suggested genuine interest rather than performed attention. People had the same emotional needs then that they do now. They fell in love. They struggled with identity. They sought authentic connection despite living in a society that often made such connections challenging. Niall paused, seeming to consider his words carefully, particularly for people whose inclinations didn't align with societal expectations. The words landed with such precision that Percival wondered if Niall somehow knew, truly knew, about his circumstances. But that was impossible, wasn't it? "You speak as if you have particular insight into such challenging circumstances," Percival said carefully. "My specialty is LGBTQ plus history," Niall said matter-of-factly. "Queer people have always existed, Percival. In every era, every culture, every level of society. What changes is how much space society gives them to exist authentically. Queer people have always existed." The phrase hit Percival like a physical force. To hear his own nature described not as an aberration or a moral failing, but simply as a variation of human experience that had existed throughout history, it was revolutionary. "And in the Victorian era?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Oh, they were there," Niall said with gentle certainty. "Hiding in plain sight, mostly. using coded language, finding each other through careful networks of friends and sympathetic allies. Living authentic lives in the spaces between society's expectations. Living authentic lives in the spaces between society's expectations. The description was so accurate to his own experience that Percival felt momentarily dizzy. That must have been quite lonely, he managed. I imagine it was. Niall agreed, and something in his tone suggested he understood loneliness from personal experience, but also brave in its way. Choosing to love authentically when the world tells you such love is impossible. That takes enormous courage. Choosing to love authentically. Percival found himself staring into Niall's eyes, which were the sort of blue that reminded him of summer skies over the Irish countryside he'd never seen but somehow recognized. And you believe, Percival said slowly, that such choices are worthwhile, despite the difficulties? I believe, Niall said, his Irish accent growing stronger with emotion, that authentic love is the most worthwhile thing in the world, no matter when or where you find it. The words hung between them like a bridge across an impossible chasm. For a moment, Percival allowed himself to imagine what it might be like to love someone who spoke about authenticity as if it were precious rather than shameful, who understood the weight of living in the spaces between society's expectations. Niall, he began, then stopped, uncertain what he'd intended to say. Yes, I find your perspective on historical authenticity quite remarkable. I've never encountered someone who spoke of such matters with such understanding. Niall's smile was soft, genuine, and entirely without calculation. I'm glad you think so. I was rather hoping we might have more conversations along those lines. I would like that very much, Percival said, and meant it with an intensity that surprised him. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, listening to the distant murmur of other conversations and the gentle sound of fountains that Percival was beginning to understand were as much a part of modern landscape design as formal gardens had been in his era. Percival, Niall said finally, can I ask you something rather personal? I seem to be fielding quite a few such inquiries lately. Do you ever feel like you're living in the wrong time? Like you were meant for a different era entirely? The question was so perfectly aligned with his actual circumstances that Percival nearly laughed aloud. Instead, he considered how to answer truthfully without revealing impossible truths. I often feel, he said carefully, as if I'm caught between worlds, neither fully belonging to the traditions I was raised with, nor entirely comfortable with the modern approaches to life and love that I encounter. That sounds rather isolating. It has been, Percival admitted. Until recently. What changed recently? I traveled through time and discovered a world where men can love other men without shame. Obviously, he couldn't say that. I found myself in circumstances where authenticity is valued rather than discouraged, he said instead. Where someone might appreciate careful consideration and formal courtesies rather than simply tolerating them. Niall's eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled, which was absurdly attractive. I think formal courtesies are rather charming, actually. There's something to be said for taking time with things that matter. Taking time with things that matter. Percival felt something shift in his chest, a warmth that had nothing to do with the evening air and everything to do with the man sitting beside him. Gentlemen, Dex's voice carried across the garden, polished and professional despite the late hour. If I could have you back for the rose ceremony? The interruption felt like waking from a particularly pleasant dream. Percival found himself reluctant to move, reluctant to break the spell of this conversation that had felt more like coming home than anything he'd experienced in 32 years. Of course, he said, rising from the bench and offering Niall his hand. A gesture of courtesy that was automatic in his era and apparently charming in this one, judging by Niall's pleased expression as he accepted the assistance. They walked back toward the assembled group, and Percival found himself hyper-aware of Niall's presence beside him. The way he moved with unconscious grace, the faint scent of something that might have been sandalwood, the careful space he maintained between them that suggested respect for propriety while somehow conveying warmth. This is what attraction feels like, Percival realized with startling clarity. Not the shameful, hidden thing he'd experienced in his proper time, but something warm and hopeful and entirely without apology. The other contestants had arranged themselves in the same semicircle, though Percival noticed several small changes in their positioning. Sebastian had moved closer to Felix, the two younger men apparently bonding over something during his absence. Thad stood with the sort of relaxed confidence that suggested he wasn't particularly worried about receiving a rose. And several of the men he'd barely spoken to, nice enough gentlemen, but ones with whom he'd felt no particular spark, looked understandably nervous about their prospects. "Right then," Percival said, taking his position behind the table of roses. "This is more difficult than I anticipated." "Take your time," Dex said gently. "There's no rush. Take your time." If only time were actually available to him in unlimited quantities, rather than being parceled out in television-friendly segments. Percival picked up the first rose, its stem solid and reassuring in his hand. The choice was easy. "Kneel," he said, and watched the Irishman's face transform with genuine pleasure. Neil approached with that unconscious grace, accepting the rose with a slight bow that somehow managed to be both playful and respectful. "Thank you," he said quietly, and Percival felt that warmth in his chest intensify. The second rose was equally obvious. "Sebastian." Seb practically bounced forward, his delight so unguarded that several of the other contestants smiled despite their own nervousness. When he reached Percival, he paused. "Can I just say," he whispered, "that conversation this morning was really important to me?" "To me as well," Percival replied, and meant it. The third rose went to Thad, who accepted it with a firm handshake and quiet, "Thank you, Percival," that conveyed respect and understanding. Felix received the fourth rose with the sort of dramatic gratitude that belonged in grand opera, clasping the flower to his chest as if it were a holy relic. The ceremonies continued, each name called with increasing difficulty as Percival worked his way through men he genuinely liked but with whom he hadn't felt that particular spark he was learning to recognize as chemistry. By the time he reached the final rose, his hands were actually trembling. Not from nerves, but from the emotional weight of disappointing someone who had traveled here specifically to meet him. "Marcus," he said finally, and watched relief flood the face of a sweet-natured accountant from Portland who had spent most of their brief conversation discussing his love of historical architecture, which left David, a perfectly pleasant attorney from Atlanta who had made the unfortunate mistake of criticizing Sebastian's attention-seeking behavior during cocktail hour. Percival might have overlooked the comment if he hadn't also witnessed David's dismissive reaction to Felix's romantic poetry recitation. "David," Percival said, stepping away from the rose table, "I'm sorry, but I won't be offering you a rose tonight." David's face cycled through surprise, disappointment, and what looked like genuine hurt before settling into resigned acceptance. "I understand," he said, though his voice suggested he didn't entirely. "Good luck, Percival. I hope you find what you're looking for." The sentiment was gracious enough that Percival felt a pang of guilt for eliminating him. But as David made his rounds saying goodbye to the other contestants, Percival realized something that surprised him. He wasn't just looking for someone to tolerate his particular nature. He was looking for someone to love it. After David's departure, handled with the sort of dignified efficiency that suggested the producers had extensive experience with such moments, the remaining contestants dispersed with the sort of relieved energy that came after surviving a particularly challenging examination. Percival found himself standing alone in the rose garden, surrounded by the lingering scent of actual roses and the satisfied hum of cameras capturing what June would later describe as perfect contemplative bachelor content. "How are you feeling?" Cassandra appeared at his elbow, as she had a habit of doing whenever his emotional state required professional assessment. "Rather more invested than I expected to be," he admitted. "Invested in their happiness, in treating them well, in—" He paused, searching for words to describe the shift he felt occurring within himself. In finding something genuine rather than simply surviving the process. Cassandra's smile was the sort of expression that suggested he'd just said exactly what she'd hoped to hear. "That's the difference between good television and great television," she said. "When the person at the center actually cares about the outcome." And you believe I care about the outcome? Percival, I've been producing reality television for 15 years. I can tell when someone's going through the motions versus when they're actually falling in love. She paused, studying his face with professional interest. You're not just looking for a husband anymore. You're looking for your person. Your person. The phrase that Sebastian and June had used that seemed to encapsulate something beyond mere romantic partnership. I believe, Percival said slowly, that you may be correct. As he walked back toward the mansion, past the cameras that had captured every moment of his first rose ceremony, Percival found himself thinking not about the elimination he'd just performed, but about the conversation he'd had with Niall. Authentic love is the most worthwhile thing in the world. For the first time in 32 years of careful propriety and measured expectations, Percival was beginning to believe that might actually be true. And perhaps, he thought, adjusting his cufflinks one final time before entering the mansion, I might actually be worthy of finding it. Chapter 7, Group Date Disasters. Santa Monica Pier. March 1, 2026, 10:30 a.m. The Santa Monica Pier was, Percival discovered, what happened when an entire civilization decided that amusement should be conducted at the highest possible volume with the maximum amount of sensory assault. Mechanical contraptions that defied several laws of physics spun paying customers through the air while emitting sounds that would have sent his father's hunting hounds into hiding. Vendors hawked foods that bore no resemblance to anything he'd ever seen served at table. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, people moved with the sort of casual disregard for proper deportment that would have scandalized a medieval peasant. Gentlemen, Dex's voice carried over the cacophony with the sort of projected enthusiasm that belonged on theatrical stages. Welcome to your first group date. The 12 contestants selected for this particular ordeal stood arranged in a loose semicircle, each dressed in what the wardrobe department had described as beach casual attire. Percival had been provided with clothing that felt scandalously informal, trousers that ended at his calves, a shirt without proper sleeves, and shoes that appeared to be constructed entirely of canvas and rubber. He looked, he suspected, rather like a gentleman who'd lost a substantial wager. Today we're going to test your ability to have fun together, Dex continued, his smile so perfectly calibrated that it could have powered the Pier's electrical systems. Starting with everyone's favorite miniature golf. Miniature golf. The phrase suggested a scaled-down version of the sport he'd occasionally observed on Scottish estates, though he suspected the reality would prove considerably more complex. Then we'll move on to beach volleyball, some carnival games, and finish up with a sunset bonfire where Percival can spend quality time with whoever catches his interest. The contestants murmured their enthusiasm with varying degrees of authenticity. Percival noticed that Niall was studying the Pier's various attractions with the sort of keen interest he'd shown when discussing historical preservation, while Sebastian appeared to be mentally cataloging everything for what he'd described as content opportunities. Any questions? Dex asked. Percival raised his hand with the automatic precision that 32 years of proper education had drilled into him. Yes, Lord Percival? When you say miniature golf, do you mean a reduced version of the traditional Scottish game? Or are we referring to some entirely different activity that shares only the name? Several contestants chuckled, not mockingly, but with the sort of fond amusement that suggested they were beginning to appreciate his particular approach to modern life. Different activity, Thad said helpfully. It's more like golf-themed puzzle solving. Puzzle solving, Percival repeated thoughtfully. That sounds rather more manageable than actual golf. Oh, buddy, said Marcus, the accountant who'd received the final rose at the previous ceremony. Just wait until you see the windmill hole. The windmill hole. Percival decided not to ask for clarification. 10:45 a.m. Miniature golf course. The miniature golf course was a marvel of whimsical engineering that seemed designed to test patience rather than athletic skill. Each hole presented a different obstacle. Rotating mechanisms, water features, slopes that defied logical navigation, and yes, indeed, a windmill whose spinning blades apparently served some crucial function in the ball's journey toward its destination. Right, Percival said, accepting what appeared to be a club designed for someone a third his height. I assume the objective is to navigate the ball through these various architectural challenges? That's the idea, Niall said, taking position beside him with easy familiarity. Though I should mention that success is entirely optional. The real goal is just to have fun with it. Just to have fun with it. When was the last time Percival had approached any activity with such a philosophy? He studied the first hole, which required navigating the ball up a gentle slope, through what appeared to be a castle-themed obstacle, and into a cup positioned on the far side. Simple enough in theory. Percival positioned himself over the ball with the same careful attention he'd bring to any sporting endeavor, adjusted his grip on the diminutive club, and executed what he believed to be a perfectly reasonable stroke. The ball rocketed up the slope with considerably more velocity than intended, ricocheted off 3 different castle walls, somehow launched itself over the cup entirely, and rolled to a stop in an adjacent water feature. "Well," he said after a moment of stunned silence, "that was rather more dramatic than anticipated." The laughter that erupted from the other contestants was immediate and uncontainable, but not cruel. Sebastian actually had tears in his eyes from laughing so hard, while Felix appeared to be composing what looked like an epic poem about the trajectory of Percival's golf ball. "That," Thad said, wiping his eyes, "was the most spectacular miniature golf failure I've ever witnessed." "Thank you," Percival replied uncertainly. "Oh, it gets better," Marcus assured him. "Wait until you try the clown's mouth." The clown's mouth. Percival decided he didn't want to know. Niall stepped closer, ostensibly to retrieve a ball from the water feature, but actually, Percival suspected, to offer quiet guidance. "The trick," he murmured, his Irish accent warm with barely suppressed amusement, "is to think less like you're playing golf and more like you're coaxing a nervous cat through an obstacle course." "Coaxing a nervous cat," Percival repeated. "Gentle, patient, willing to work with the cat's natural inclinations, rather than forcing it to do something it doesn't want to do." The advice was so charmingly specific that Percival found himself smiling despite his athletic humiliation. "You speak from experience with nervous cats?" "3 of them, actually," Niall said, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "All rescues. All convinced that any sudden movement means certain doom. All convinced that any sudden movement means certain doom." Percival felt a peculiar recognition in that description, though he couldn't quite identify why. His second attempt, guided by Niall's feline-inspired philosophy, proved considerably more successful. The ball navigated the castle obstacle with sedate dignity and settled into the cup with what could almost be called satisfaction. "Much better," Niall said approvingly. "The nervous cat approach appears to have merit." By the 5th hole, a pirate ship that required navigating the ball through a series of cannon-themed obstacles, Percival had developed something approaching competence. More importantly, he'd begun to understand why people might engage in such activities voluntarily. There was something oddly liberating about pursuing an objective that had no meaningful consequences, where failure was merely amusing rather than socially catastrophic. "You're getting the hang of it," Sebastian observed, lining up his own shot at the pirate ship. "Very zen approach to miniature golf." "Zen? Like mindful? Present in the moment? Not overthinking everything to death. Not overthinking everything to death." If only Sebastian knew how revolutionary such a concept was for someone who'd spent 3 decades overthinking his own existence. The windmill hole, when they finally reached it, proved to be exactly what its name suggested. A functioning windmill whose rotating blades had to be timed precisely to allow the ball passage to the cup beyond. Percival watched several contestants attempt the shot, observing the rhythm of the blades and calculating angles with the sort of mathematical precision he'd bring to any engineering problem. When his turn came, he positioned himself carefully, waited for the precise moment when the blades aligned, and executed a stroke that sent the ball through the windmill's mechanism with clockwork precision. The ball rolled sedately to the cup and dropped in with a satisfying plink. "Holy shit," said someone behind him. Language that would have scandalized any proper drawing room but somehow seemed entirely appropriate for the occasion. "That was incredible," Felix exclaimed, gesturing dramatically. "Like watching mathematics in action. Like watching mathematics in action." Percival felt an odd flush of pleasure at the compliment. "I may have approached it rather more systematically than strictly necessary," he admitted. "Are you kidding?" Thad clapped him on the shoulder. A casual gesture of friendship that Percival was learning to appreciate. That was the most impressive miniature golf shot I've ever seen. As they moved toward the final hole, Percival realized that something had shifted in the group dynamic. The other contestants were no longer treating him as a curiosity to be managed or a prize to be won, but rather as a friend. Someone whose particular way of approaching the world was not merely tolerable but actually entertaining. Entertaining. When had he ever been entertaining? 12:30 p.m. Beach volleyball court. If miniature golf had been an exercise in applied mathematics, beach volleyball proved to be a masterclass in the limits of Victorian deportment when applied to modern athletics. The court was a section of beach marked by what appeared to be fishing nets suspended between poles, with contestants divided into 2 teams of 6. Percival found himself on a team with Niall, Sebastian, Felix, and 2 other men whose names he was still working to remember. "Right," said their unofficial team captain, a fitness instructor named Jake whose enthusiasm for physical activity bordered on evangelical. "Basic strategy is pretty simple. 3 touches maximum per side. Try to get the ball over the net. Don't let it hit the sand on our side. Don't let it hit the sand." This seemed like a reasonable objective until Percival actually attempted to apply it in practice. The first serve came rocketing toward their side of the net with the sort of velocity that suggested artillery rather than sport. Percival, positioned in what Jake had described as the back row, watched with fascination as the ball followed a perfect parabolic arc through the air. Mathematical precision, however, proved insufficient preparation for actually intercepting the projectile. His attempt to bump the ball, a technique that apparently involved striking it with joined forearms, resulted in the ball ricocheting at an angle that sent it not toward the net, but directly toward a group of sunbathers who had gathered to watch the proceedings. "Sorry," he called out, as the sunbathers scattered with the sort of practiced efficiency that suggested this was not an uncommon occurrence on the beach volleyball courts. "It's fine," Jake called back, though his smile was beginning to show strain. "Just remember, control, not power. Control, not power." If only his father could hear such advice being applied to athletic endeavors rather than social interactions. Percival's second attempt proved more successful, in that the ball actually traveled in the direction of the net rather than toward innocent bystanders. Unfortunately, it traveled with such force that it sailed completely over the opposing team and landed somewhere in the vicinity of the Pier's parking area. "Well," Niall said cheerfully, jogging over to retrieve the ball, "you're certainly getting distance. Distance appears to be the only aspect of this activity at which I demonstrate any competence," Percival replied ruefully. "Hey, at least you're trying," Sebastian said, positioning himself for the next serve. "Some people just stand there looking pretty and let everyone else do the work." He was looking pointedly at Felix, who had indeed spent most of the game striking dramatic poses rather than actually participating in ball-related activities. "I prefer to think of myself as providing aesthetic enhancement to the proceedings," Felix replied with dignity. The game continued with Percival gradually developing something approaching competence, largely through Niall's patient coaching and his teammates' willingness to compensate for his more spectacular failures. By the end of the match, which his team lost by a margin that suggested mathematical impossibility, he was actually managing to hit the ball in the general direction intended roughly half the time. More importantly, he was laughing. Not the careful, measured amusement that was appropriate for social gatherings, but actual, unguarded laughter that emerged without permission or consideration for propriety. When Sebastian attempted an elaborate spike that somehow resulted in the ball hitting him in the face, Percival laughed so hard he had to sit down in the sand. When Felix declared a particularly routine play to be worthy of Olympic commemoration, Percival found himself doubled over with mirth. And when Niall, in an attempt to save a ball that was clearly beyond rescue, ended up sprawled in the sand with seaweed in his copper hair, Percival laughed with such genuine delight that several of the other contestants stopped playing just to watch. "I can't remember," he said to Niall as they sat in the sand afterward, both covered in a fine coating of grit and salt. "The last time I found physical exertion so thoroughly enjoyable. Not much beach volleyball in your previous circumstances?" Niall asked, his eyes dancing with amusement. "Rather less than none," Percival admitted. Athletic pursuits in my background tended to be more formal. Shooting, perhaps. Riding. Activities where proper form was more important than enthusiasm. And now I'm beginning to think enthusiasm might be rather underrated. Niall's smile was soft and entirely without calculation. I'm glad you're discovering that. They sat in comfortable silence, watching the other contestants continue their athletic endeavors with varying degrees of success. The sun was warm on Percival's face. The sound of waves provided a pleasant counterpoint to the Pier's mechanical cacophony, and for the first time in memory, he felt no pressing need to adjust his cufflinks or monitor his posture or consider how his behavior might be perceived by observers. He realized with some surprise, happy. When was the last time he'd experienced such a simple, uncomplicated emotion? Percival, Niall said quietly, can I tell you something? Of course. I was rather nervous about today. Group dates can be competitive. Men trying to outshine each other, showing off instead of just being themselves. Niall paused, brushing sand from his forearms. But watching you approach everything with such genuine curiosity, such willingness to look foolish in service of actually experiencing things, it's rather wonderful. Rather wonderful. The words settled into Percival's consciousness like warmth spreading through cold limbs. You don't find my inexperience with such activities frustrating? Frustrating. Niall looked genuinely surprised by the question. Percival, you attacked miniature golf like it was an engineering problem that needed solving. You approached volleyball as if it were a fascinating cultural ritual you were determined to understand. You've been completely, authentically yourself all day, even when that self was spectacularly bad at recreational activities. Completely, authentically yourself. The phrase resonated through Percival's mind like a bell struck in perfect pitch. And that's appealing? He asked quietly. That's everything, Niall said simply. Before Percival could respond, before he could even fully process the implications of Niall's words, Dex's voice carried across the beach, announcing the afternoon's final activity. But as they rose and brushed sand from their clothes, Percival found himself thinking not about carnival games or sunset bonfires, but about the way Niall had said that's everything with such quiet certainty. Perhaps, he thought, authenticity really is not the curse I believed it to be. Perhaps it's exactly what I've been looking for all along. Chapter 8, One-on-One with Niall. Los Angeles County Museum of Art. March 3, 2026, 2:15 p.m. The Los Angeles County Museum of Art was, Percival discovered, what happened when a civilization decided that preserving human culture required buildings the size of small cities and lighting systems that could illuminate entire neighborhoods. The main atrium soared overhead like a cathedral dedicated to aesthetic appreciation rather than divine worship, filled with natural light that somehow made every surface appear more significant than it had any right to be. I confess, he said to Niall as they stood before the museum's entrance. I'm rather curious to see how modern institutions approach historical preservation. Niall's eyes lit up with the sort of enthusiasm Percival was learning to associate with topics that genuinely excited him. Today he wore clothing that struck a perfect balance between casual and refined dark trousers that emphasized his athletic build, a shirt that brought out the blue of his eyes, and a jacket that suggested someone who understood the difference between fashion and style. Well, Niall said, his Irish accent warming with anticipation, you're about to find out. I may have requested some special access for our visit. Special access? Perks of being a professional in the field, Niall said with a grin that was equal parts mischievous and proud. Plus, I told the curator I was bringing someone with a particular interest in Victorian social history. Victorian social history. If only he knew. The cameras followed at a discreet distance as they entered the museum proper, operated by technicians who moved with the sort of practiced invisibility that suggested extensive experience in documenting intimate moments without disrupting them. Percival was learning to ignore their presence, though he remained periodically startled by the sheer number of people required to capture what appeared to be a simple afternoon outing. Right then, Niall said, consulting a small card that presumably contained their itinerary. We're starting with the permanent collection. Some pieces I thought you might find interesting, And then I've arranged access to a special exhibition that's not open to the general public yet. What sort of special exhibition? Niall's smile became almost secretive. Let's start with the permanent collection first. I want to see your reaction to a few things. They moved through the museum's galleries with the sort of easy companionship that Percival was beginning to recognize as characteristic of all his interactions with Niall. No awkward silences, no desperate searches for conversation topics, no careful navigation of potentially controversial subjects. Just two people who genuinely enjoyed each other's company, exploring a space designed to celebrate human creativity. This is one of my favorites, Niall said, stopping before a portrait that made Percival's breath catch in his throat. The painting depicted two men in what was clearly late Victorian dress, standing close together in what appeared to be a private study. But it wasn't the period clothing that made Percival's chest tighten. It was the way the men looked at each other. One had his hand resting on the other's shoulder, and their expressions contained a warmth, an intimacy, that transcended mere friendship. It's titled The Companions, Niall said quietly. Painted in 1887 by an artist named Edmund Fairfax. Most art historians assume it's simply a portrait of two friends, but when you look at it with modern understanding of how same-sex couples had to present themselves publicly, it becomes something entirely different, Percival finished, his voice barely above a whisper. Exactly. Niall moved closer, ostensibly to examine the painting's technique, but actually, Percival suspected, to study his reaction. They would have had to be so careful, express their affection in ways that wouldn't raise suspicion, find moments of genuine intimacy in the spaces between society's expectations. Express their affection in ways that wouldn't raise suspicion. The phrase hit Percival like a physical blow. How many times had he done exactly that? Stolen glances, lingering handshakes, the careful orchestration of accidental touches that could be dismissed as mere courtesy. They look, he began, then stopped, uncertain how to articulate what he saw in the painted faces. Happy, Niall said gently. Despite everything they would have faced, despite having to hide their true relationship, they looked genuinely happy. Despite having to hide their true relationship. Percival stared at the painting, seeing not just two Victorian gentlemen but a mirror of his own experience. The careful balance between authentic feeling and social necessity, the stolen moments of connection in a world that forbade such connections entirely. How do you know? He asked quietly. That they were more than friends? The way they're looking at each other, for one thing. But also, Niall consulted the small placard beside the painting. Edmund Fairfax left extensive personal journals that weren't discovered until the 1980s. He wrote about painting this piece, about how the subjects, James and William, had been together for 12 years but could never acknowledge their relationship publicly. Together for 12 years. 12 years of stolen moments and careful subterfuge. 12 years of love that could never be celebrated or even safely acknowledged. What happened to them? Percival asked. They lived together as confirmed bachelors until James died of pneumonia in 1903. William never took another companion. Fairfax wrote that he'd never seen a man mourn so deeply or so quietly. The story settled into Percival's consciousness like a weight he hadn't known he was carrying. These men, James and William, had found a way to love authentically despite living in a world that criminalized such love. They'd created a life together in the spaces between society's expectations, and for 12 years that had been enough. That had been enough. Percival. Niall's voice was soft, concerned. Are you all right? Aye. Percival cleared his throat and tried again. I find it rather overwhelming, I suppose. The idea that such relationships existed in that era. That people found ways to be authentic despite the risks. They did, Niall said with quiet certainty. More than you might imagine. They had to be incredibly careful, incredibly creative about how they expressed their feelings. But they existed. They loved. They built lives together. They loved. They built lives together. The words echoed in Percival's mind as they moved through the gallery, past other portraits and landscapes that suddenly seemed less significant than that single image of James and William, captured forever in their moment of quiet intimacy. "There's something else I want to show you," Niall said as they reached the end of the permanent collection galleries. "The special exhibition I mentioned." He led Percival down a corridor marked Staff Only, past administrative offices and storage areas, to a smaller gallery space that was clearly still being prepared for public viewing. Paintings hung on temporary walls, with lighting systems that were obviously still being adjusted. "Welcome," Niall said with obvious pride, "to Hidden in Plain Sight, LGBTQ+ lives in the Victorian era." Percival stopped walking entirely. The exhibition was everything he'd never imagined possible. Dozens of photographs, paintings, letters, and artifacts documenting the lives of people like himself during the exact period he'd lived through. But instead of shame and secrecy, the display celebrated their courage, their creativity, their refusal to let society's constraints completely erase their authentic selves. "This is," he began, then found himself unable to continue. 3 years of research," Niall said, moving to stand beside a display case containing what appeared to be personal correspondence. "We found letters, diary entries, photographs, evidence of relationships that existed despite being illegal. People who found ways to love each other, to create families of choice, to live authentically even when authenticity could cost them everything." Percival approached the display case with the careful reverence one might show to religious relics. The letters were written in handwriting that was achingly familiar, the careful script taught in the same schools he'd attended, with the same formal language he'd learned to navigate social situations. "My dearest Charles," one letter began, "I find myself counting the hours until we might be together again, even if only for the brief moments that society permits us to share." "These are real," he said quietly. "Completely real," Niall confirmed. "That particular correspondence is between 2 men who lived in London in the 1880s. They managed to maintain a relationship for over 2 decades, largely by presenting themselves as business partners. 2 men who lived in London in the 1880s. Percival felt the world tilt slightly, as if the museum floor had suddenly become unsteady beneath his feet. "London," he repeated faintly. "Amazing, isn't it? To think that while most people assume the Victorian era was entirely repressive, there were actually thriving communities of people who found ways to live authentically." Niall moved to another display, this one containing photographs of men in formal Victorian dress, standing closer together than conventional friendship would typically permit. "Look at this one," he said, pointing to a photograph of 2 men standing before what appeared to be a London townhouse. "Edward and Arthur. They lived together for 15 years, presenting themselves as cousins who shared lodgings for economic convenience." Percival stared at the photograph, taking in every detail. The formal clothing, the careful positioning that suggested intimacy while maintaining plausible deniability, the way one man's hand rested almost casually on the other's arm. "They look," he began. "Happy," Niall finished. "Despite everything they risked, despite having to hide their relationship from the world, they look genuinely happy. They look genuinely happy." The phrase echoed what Niall had said about the painting, and Percival realized he was beginning to see a pattern, not of misery and repression, but of people who had found ways to create joy even within the most restrictive circumstances. "Niall," he said quietly, "may I ask you something rather personal?" "Of course. When you look at these artifacts, these stories, what do you see?" Niall was quiet for a long moment, studying Percival's face with the sort of careful attention that suggested he understood the question was more complex than it appeared. "I see courage," he said finally. "I see people who refused to let society define the limits of their happiness. I see love that was strong enough to exist despite being forbidden." He paused, his Irish accent growing stronger with emotion. "I see proof that men like us have always existed, have always found each other, have always created families and homes and authentic lives even when the world told them such things were impossible. Men like us." The phrase hit Percival like lightning, illuminating corners of his consciousness that had been dark for 32 years. Niall knew. Somehow, in some way, Niall understood exactly what he was looking at. Not just historical artifacts, but reflections of their own experience, their own struggle to live authentically in a world that made such authenticity challenging. Men like us? Percival repeated, his voice barely audible. Men who love other men, Niall said simply. Men who've had to be careful about how they express that love, who've had to find creative ways to build relationships that society didn't officially recognize. Percival turned to face him fully, and found Niall watching him with an expression of such gentle understanding that his breath caught in his throat. You speak as if you know, he said quietly. What that's like. I do know, Niall said, stepping closer. Growing up in Ireland, even in the modern era, isn't always easy for men like us. Different challenges than what these Victorian couples faced. But I understand what it feels like to hide parts of yourself, to be careful about who you trust with your authentic self. Your authentic self. There it was again, that phrase that had become central to everything Percival was learning about this impossible future. And now, Percival asked, do you still have to be careful? Niall's smile was soft, genuine, and entirely without the practiced charm that characterized so many of their interactions on camera. Not anymore, he said. Not about that, anyway. The world has changed, Percival. Not everywhere, not perfectly, but men like us can love openly now. We can build lives together, get married, adopt children, be completely authentic without fear. Men like us can love openly now. The words settled into Percival's consciousness like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. That must be. He began, then stopped, uncertain how to articulate the magnitude of such freedom. Revolutionary, Niall supplied. Liberating, sometimes overwhelming. He moved closer still, close enough that Percival could see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes. But mostly it's just beautiful. To love someone without shame, to build a relationship without having to hide it from the world. They were standing very close now, close enough that Percival could feel the warmth radiating from Niall's body, could catch the faint scent of whatever cologne he wore. The museum gallery felt suddenly intimate despite its institutional setting, the historical artifacts seeming to approve of this moment of connection between two men who might have been contemporaries of the couples documented in the exhibition. Percival, Niall said quietly, I need you to know something. Yes. I don't care about your previous circumstances. I don't care why you seem more comfortable with Victorian etiquette than modern dating. I don't care that you approach miniature golf like it's an engineering problem, or that you've apparently never encountered beach volleyball before. His voice grew softer, more intimate. I care about you, the real you, the man who gets overwhelmed by art and thinks too much about everything and makes me feel like I've been waiting my whole life to meet someone exactly like you. Like I've been waiting my whole life to meet someone exactly like you. The words hung between them like a bridge across an impossible chasm. Percival felt himself leaning forward, drawn by something stronger than conscious thought. Something that had been building since the moment he'd heard Niall's voice in the mansion's driveway. Niall was leaning forward too, his eyes soft with an emotion that looked remarkably like love. His lips slightly parted in invitation. For a moment, one perfect, impossible moment, Percival allowed himself to believe that he could close the distance between them, that he could kiss this remarkable man who seemed to understand him in ways he'd never been understood before. But then reality crashed back down with the force of a collapsing building. He was Lord Percival Ashworth, displaced from 1881, living a lie so elaborate that even he sometimes forgot its complexity. Niall thought he was courting a man with unusual previous circumstances, not someone who had literally traveled through time. Every moment of intimacy was built on a foundation of impossible deception. How could he kiss someone he was lying to so completely? Percival jerked backward as if he'd been burned, his hands moving automatically to adjust cufflinks that suddenly felt as constraining as shackles. He began, then stopped, his carefully maintained composure fracturing entirely. I apologize. I shouldn't have. This is rather more complex than. Percival, Niall said gently, but there was hurt in his voice, confusion that cut through Percival like a blade. What's wrong? What did I say? What's wrong? How could he possibly explain? That he was falling in love with someone he could never be honest with? that every moment of connection was shadowed by the knowledge that his entire existence in this time was based on circumstances Niall couldn't possibly understand or accept. "Nothing," he said, the lie bitter on his tongue. "Nothing's wrong. I require some time to process all of this." He gestured vaguely at the exhibition, as if historical artifacts rather than his own impossible situation were the source of his distress. Niall's expression shifted from confusion to concern, and then to something that looked unfortunately like resignation. "Of course," he said quietly. "I understand. This can be overwhelming." But he didn't understand. How could he? He thought he was dealing with a man who was simply cautious about intimacy, not someone whose entire existence was an elaborate deception that would shatter the moment it was revealed. The ride back to the mansion was conducted in the sort of careful politeness that characterized interactions between strangers rather than potential lovers. Niall made gentle attempts at conversation, but Percival found himself unable to respond with anything approaching his usual engagement. Every word felt weighted with the knowledge of what he couldn't say, what he could never say. By the time they reached the mansion, Percival felt as if he'd aged a decade in the span of a few hours. "Thank you," he said as they stood in the mansion's driveway, the cameras capturing what would undoubtedly be interpreted as post-date awkwardness, rather than the existential crisis it actually represented. "For the museum. For helping me understand that men like us have always existed." "Men like us?" Niall repeated, and there was something in his tone that suggested he was testing the phrase, trying to understand why it had caused such a dramatic shift in Percival's demeanor. "Yes," Percival said quietly. "Men like us." He turned and walked toward the mansion before he could make things worse, before he could hurt Niall more than he already had, before he could fall deeper in love with someone he could never truly have. Behind him, he heard Niall say something to the cameras, probably the sort of post-date confessional that the producers would use to create dramatic tension. But he didn't stop to listen. Instead, he climbed the mansion's steps with the careful precision of a man trying to hold himself together through sheer force of will, and tried not to think about the way Niall had looked at him in those moments before everything fell apart. "Men like us have always existed," he thought as he closed the door to his suite behind him. "But men like me, men displaced from their proper time, living elaborate lies about their very existence, were rather more complicated to love." Chapter 9. The Reality of Reality TV. Bachelor Mansion Producer's Office. March 4, 2026, 8:45 a.m. The morning after the museum date, Percival found himself summoned to what June had described as a quick producer chat, a phrase that, in his limited experience with reality television, seemed roughly equivalent to being called before a tribunal of uncertain but undoubtedly complicated jurisdiction. The producer's office was a marvel of organized chaos. Multiple monitors displaying feeds from cameras positioned throughout the mansion, scheduling boards covered in incomprehensible notations, and stacks of paperwork that suggested the documentation required to capture authentic human emotion was considerably more complex than most viewers might imagine. Behind a desk that appeared to be constructed from reclaimed driftwood sat a man Percival didn't recognize, younger than Cassandra, with the sort of aggressive enthusiasm that belonged in athletic competitions rather than television production. "Lord Percival," the man said, rising with the sort of energy that suggested he'd consumed his own body weight in caffeine. "I'm Brad Morrison, senior story producer. Thanks for coming in." "The pleasure is mine, I'm sure," Percival replied, though he was already developing reservations about this conversation based purely on Brad Morrison's smile, which contained too many teeth and not nearly enough warmth. Great. So listen, I wanted to chat about yesterday's date with Niall." Brad gestured to one of the monitors, which displayed a frozen image of Percival and Niall standing close together in the museum gallery. "Amazing footage. Really emotional stuff. I'm pleased you found it satisfactory." "Oh, more than satisfactory. The way you pulled back from that almost kiss? Pure television gold. Our audiences are going to eat that up." The repressed Victorian gentleman struggling with modern intimacy. The repressed Victorian gentleman. Percival felt his jaw tighten at the casual reduction of his emotional complexity to a television trope. "I wasn't aware," he said carefully, "that my personal struggles were being considered primarily as entertainment." "Hey," That's the beauty of reality TV, Brad said, settling back into his chair with the confidence of someone about to explain something very simple to someone very slow. Real emotion, real drama, real stakes. Audiences connect with that authenticity. Authenticity. The word felt bitter when applied to what was essentially the commodification of his emotional breakdown. Now, Brad continued, consulting what appeared to be a tablet covered in notes, I want to talk about maximizing the dramatic potential of your particular situation. My particular situation? The whole formal, repressed, old-fashioned thing you've got going on. Very appealing to audiences. The mysterious gentleman who needs the right man to unlock his passionate side. Brad's grin intensified. What I'm thinking is we lean into that dynamic. Create some situations that really test your emotional boundaries. Percival felt something cold settle in his stomach. What sort of situations? Well, for instance, what if we arranged a group date where the guys have to, say, strip down for some kind of physical challenge? Really put you in an uncomfortable position. See how you handle modern male sexuality when it's right in your face. The suggestion was delivered with such casual enthusiasm that it took Percival a moment to process the full implications. You're suggesting, he said slowly, that I be deliberately placed in situations designed to cause me distress for the entertainment of your audience. Not distress, Brad said quickly. Growth, character development, pushing you out of your comfort zone so audiences can watch you evolve. Character development, as if his emotional well-being were a plot device to be manipulated for maximum dramatic impact. And if I were to decline such growth opportunities? Brad's smile never wavered, but something shifted behind his eyes. A calculation that reminded Percival uncomfortably of certain social predators he'd encountered in Victorian drawing rooms. Well, that's your choice, of course, but I'd hate to see you come across as uncooperative. Audiences don't typically respond well to contestants who seem like they're not really invested in the process. The threat was delivered with such polished professionalism that it took Percival a moment to recognize it as a threat at all. Cooperate with our exploitation or be portrayed as difficult. I see, Percival said, his voice carrying the sort of chill that had been known to silence entire dinner parties in 1881. Great, Brad said, apparently interpreting Percival's response as agreement. I'll have my assistant coordinate with June about scheduling. This is going to be amazing television. Bachelor Mansion Kitchen. 9:30 a.m. Percival found Sebastian in the kitchen, apparently engaged in what modern people called making coffee, a process that involved considerably more mechanical complexity than any hot beverage preparation had a right to require. Morning, Lord P., Seb said cheerfully, looking up from a contraption that appeared to be producing coffee through some form of controlled steam explosion. You look like someone ran over your favorite horse. An apt metaphor, Percival replied, settling onto one of the kitchen's impossibly modern stools. I've just had the most peculiar conversation with a producer. Oh no. Sebastian's expression immediately shifted from cheerful to concerned. Was it Brad Morrison? Please tell me it wasn't Brad Morrison. I believe that was the name, yes. Shit, Seb said with feeling. What did he want? Percival related the conversation, watching Sebastian's expression grow progressively more alarmed. That absolute garbage person, Seb said when Percival had finished. I can't believe Cassandra let him anywhere near you. Let him. Cass has been super protective of all of us, but especially you. She keeps saying this show is going to be different, more authentic, less focused on manufactured drama. Sebastian abandoned his coffee preparation entirely, giving Percival his full attention. Brad Morrison is like the exact opposite of that philosophy. He seemed to believe I should be grateful for the opportunity to have my emotional boundaries tested for public entertainment. He's an asshole, Seb said bluntly, and he's been trying to get Cassandra fired so he can take over the show and turn it into generic reality TV garbage. Before Percival could respond, they were joined by Thad, who entered the kitchen with the sort of purposeful stride that suggested he'd been looking for them. Morning, gentlemen, Thad said, then paused as he took in their expressions. What's wrong? You both look like someone died. Brad Morrison happened, Sebastian said grimly. Thad's face darkened immediately. What did that piece of work do now? As Percival related the conversation for the second time, he found himself struck by the immediate, protective response from both men. In his proper time, gentlemen might express sympathy for a friend's difficulties. But this sort of instant, fierce loyalty was something entirely new in his experience. That's completely unacceptable, Thad said when Percival had finished. Has anyone told Cassandra? I wasn't certain it warranted. Oh, it warrants, Thad interrupted. Trust me on this one. Cassandra needs to know what Brad's trying to pull. But what if he was correct? Percival asked quietly. What if refusing to cooperate makes me appear uninterested in the process? Percy, Sebastian said gently, you being here, being genuine, sharing your actual feelings with us, that's not uninterested. That's brave as hell. Brave as hell. Percival felt something warm settle in his chest at the casual certainty in Sebastian's voice. The right audience will recognize authenticity when they see it, Thad added. And the wrong audience isn't worth performing for anyway. Before Percival could respond, Felix appeared in the kitchen doorway with the sort of dramatic timing that suggested he'd been listening from the corridor. Did someone say authenticity? Felix asked, settling gracefully onto a stool. Because I couldn't help but overhear, and I have thoughts. Thoughts about what? Percival asked. About the fundamental difference between performance and authenticity, Felix said, his voice taking on the sort of theatrical quality that meant he was about to deliver what he considered profound wisdom. Performance is giving people what they expect to see. Authenticity is giving them who you actually are, even when that's uncomfortable or unexpected. And you believe audiences prefer authenticity? I believe the right audiences do, Felix said. The people worth connecting with, anyway. As if summoned by their conversation, Niall appeared in the kitchen, looking slightly hesitant, an expression Percival hadn't seen on his face before. Morning, Niall said, his Irish accent softer than usual. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important. Just discussing the fundamental corruption of reality television production, Sebastian said cheerfully. Want some coffee? Please. Niall settled onto the remaining stool, positioning himself carefully, close enough to join the conversation, but far enough from Percival to avoid any awkwardness from their museum date. Niall, Thad said, apparently deciding that subtle approaches were insufficient for the current situation. What's your take on producers who try to manipulate contestants into situations that make them uncomfortable? I think, Niall said slowly, his eyes finding Percival's across the kitchen island, that anyone who tries to exploit genuine emotion for entertainment value is someone you can't trust with your authentic self. Someone you can't trust with your authentic self. The words hit Percival like a revelation. Brad Morrison wanted to exploit his discomfort for dramatic effect. But these men, Sebastian, Thad, Felix, even Niall, despite the awkwardness from yesterday, they were offering protection, support, genuine care for his well-being. Found family, he thought. This is what found family feels like. Gentlemen, he said, his voice carrying more emotion than he'd intended. I find myself rather grateful for your support. That's what we're here for, Thad said simply. Well, that and to compete for your affections, Sebastian added with a grin. But like in a healthy way, not in a let's manipulate your emotional trauma for television way. The kitchen fell quiet for a moment, filled with the comfortable silence that characterized interactions between people who genuinely liked each other. Percival looked around at the four men who had, without being asked, appointed themselves as his advocates and protectors. This, he thought, is what acceptance looks like. There's something I need to tell all of you, he said quietly. What's that? Niall asked. I've never experienced anything like this before. This sense of belonging, of being understood and accepted rather than merely tolerated. He paused, adjusting his cufflinks, a gesture that had become less about nervousness and more about grounding himself in moments of emotional significance. In my previous circumstances, friendship was largely transactional. Alliances formed for social or financial benefit rather than genuine affection. That sounds lonely, Felix said gently. It was, Percival admitted. But what you're offering, it's rather overwhelming in the most wonderful way. Get used to it, Sebastian said firmly. Because we're not going anywhere. Bachelor Mansion main living area. 11:15 a.m. The confrontation, when it came, was swift and decisive. Cassandra arrived in the main living area like an avenging angel wearing designer clothing and an expression that could have frozen hell itself. Brad Morrison trailed behind her with the sort of defensive energy that suggested he knew exactly why he'd been summoned. Gentlemen, Cassandra said, her voice carrying the sort of professional authority that made everyone in the room immediately sit up straighter. I understand there's been some confusion about the direction of this show. No confusion, Brad said quickly. Just trying to maximize the dramatic potential. By exploiting our bachelor's emotional vulnerability for cheap theatrical effect, Cassandra interrupted. Yes, I heard about your little brainstorming session. Percival, surrounded by Sebastian, Thad, Felix, Niall, and several other contestants who had apparently appointed themselves as an unofficial protective committee, watched the exchange with fascination. This was, he realized, what professional competence looked like when applied to protecting people rather than exploiting them. Look, Cass, Brad said, his tone taking on a wheedling quality that made Percival's skin crawl. Audiences expect certain things from this format. Audiences expect authentic emotion and genuine connections, Cassandra said flatly. What they don't expect, and what they don't want, is watching someone be deliberately traumatized for entertainment. She turned to address Percival directly, her expression softening from professional fury to something approaching maternal concern. Percival, I want to be absolutely clear about something. You are not required to participate in any scenario that makes you uncomfortable. You are not required to expose yourself, emotionally or otherwise, beyond what feels authentic to you. And anyone who suggests otherwise can deal with me. The promise was delivered with such fierce protectiveness that Percival felt his chest tighten with unexpected emotion. Furthermore, Cassandra continued, turning back to Brad with renewed intensity, this show succeeds or fails based on genuine connection, not manufactured drama. If you can't understand the difference, you're welcome to find employment elsewhere. Brad Morrison's departure was conducted with the sort of professional courtesy that barely concealed mutual loathing. When the main doors closed behind him, the room filled with the sort of satisfied silence that followed the resolution of a particularly unpleasant social situation. Right then, Cassandra said, settling into one of the room's impossible chairs with the air of someone who had just completed a necessary but distasteful task. Now that we've dispensed with that nonsense, shall we discuss what this show is actually about? What is it actually about? Percival asked. Cassandra's smile was warm, genuine, and entirely different from Brad Morrison's calculated enthusiasm. It's about finding love, Percival. Real, authentic, lasting love between people who see and appreciate each other for who they actually are. She gestured around the room, taking in the assembled contestants who had rallied to his defense. It's about creating space for connections that might not happen in the regular world. Connections between people who understand that authenticity is more valuable than performance. Authenticity is more valuable than performance. The phrase resonated through Percival's consciousness like a bell struck in perfect pitch. And if that authenticity is complicated? He asked quietly. Then we work with the complexity, Cassandra said simply. We don't try to simplify it or exploit it or turn it into something it's not. We honor it. Percival looked around the room at the faces of the men who had, without hesitation, positioned themselves as his allies. Sebastian with his genuine sweetness beneath the bubbly exterior. Thad with his steady, protective presence. Felix with his romantic idealism that somehow managed to be both theatrical and sincere. Niall with his patient understanding and intellectual curiosity. And Cassandra, who had just risked her professional relationship with a colleague to protect his emotional well-being. This, he thought, is what it feels like to be valued for who you are rather than what you can provide. I believe, he said, his voice steady despite the emotion underlying it, that I am precisely where I need to be. Good, Cassandra said with satisfaction. Because we're just getting started. As the group began to disperse, some contestants heading to the pool, others planning what Sebastian called bro time in the game room, Percival found himself approached by June, who had been quietly observing the entire confrontation from her position behind the cameras. "How are you feeling?" she asked, consulting her ever-present phone with practiced efficiency. "Rather more supported than I expected," he admitted. "Good," June said, and her smile was the sort of uncomplicated warmth he'd come to associate with genuine friendship. "Because that's exactly what we were hoping for. We, Cassandra and I, and Dex for that matter, we didn't bring you onto this show to exploit you, Lord Percival. We brought you on because we thought you deserved to find someone who would love you exactly as you are. Someone who would love you exactly as you are." The phrase settled into his consciousness like a promise he was finally ready to believe might be possible. "Even if who I am is rather more complicated than most people expect?" he asked. June's grin was answer enough. Perhaps, Percival thought as he headed toward his suite to process the morning's revelations. The reality of reality television is that sometimes, when the right people are involved, it becomes a space where authenticity really can flourish. And perhaps that's exactly the sort of space where someone like me might finally, truly, find love. Chapter 10. Hometown Visits, Modern Style. Portland, Oregon, the Washington family home. March 8, 2026, 3:30 p.m. Thaddeus Washington's family home was a revelation wrapped in what appeared to be the architectural equivalent of a warm hug. The house itself was neither grand nor modest, simply comfortable, with the sort of lived-in quality that suggested generations of genuine affection had been absorbed into its very foundations. A wraparound porch held furniture that looked actually sat in rather than merely displayed, and the garden showed signs of enthusiastic rather than professional cultivation. "Welcome to organized chaos," Thad said as they climbed the front steps, his voice carrying a warmth that Percival had come to associate with the man's discussions of family. "Fair warning. My dad's going to want to know your entire life story within 5 minutes, and my stepmother will probably try to feed you until you can't move." Organized chaos. In Percival's experience, families were either rigidly formal or completely dysfunctional. The concept of chaos that was somehow welcoming seemed as foreign as everything else about this remarkable century. The front door opened before they could knock, revealing a man who was clearly Thad's father. The same broad shoulders and kind eyes, though his hair was silver gray and his face showed the sort of lines that came from decades of genuine laughter. "You must be Percival," the man said, extending his hand with straightforward warmth. "Tom Washington. We've heard quite a bit about you." "The pleasure is entirely mine, Mr. Washington," Percival replied, accepting the handshake and noting the firm grip that suggested a man accustomed to manual labor. "Oh, none of that formal stuff," Tom said with a chuckle. "Just Tom. And this," he gestured as a woman appeared beside him, "is my wife Maria." Maria Washington was perhaps 50 years old, with graying brown hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and eyes that sparkled with the sort of mischief that belonged on someone half her age. She studied Percival with frank curiosity before breaking into a smile that could have powered the entire neighborhood. "So you're the one who's got our Thad all twisted up?" she said, reaching out to squeeze Percival's arm in a gesture of casual intimacy that would have scandalized any proper Victorian gathering. "I can see why. You're even more handsome than in those photos he keeps showing us." Photos he keeps showing us. Percival felt a flush of warmth at the casual revelation that Thad had been discussing him with his family. "Maria," Thad said, though his tone suggested fond exasperation rather than genuine embarrassment. "Maybe let the man get inside before you start the interrogation." "What interrogation?" Maria asked innocently. "I'm just being friendly." "Come on, Percival, let's get you something to drink. I made sweet tea." Thad mentioned you have refined tastes when it comes to beverages. As they entered the house, Percival found himself overwhelmed by sensory details that spoke of genuine family life rather than mere domestic performance. Photographs covered every available surface. Not formal portraits, but candid images of birthdays, graduations, holiday gatherings, and ordinary moments that someone had deemed worth preserving. The furniture was clearly well used but well maintained, and everywhere he looked, he saw evidence of people who genuinely enjoyed spending time together. "This is lovely," he said, and meant it with an intensity that surprised him. 23 years of good memories, Tom said with satisfaction. Not all of them easy, mind you, but all of them ours. They settled in what Maria called the family room, a space that somehow managed to be both elegant and comfortable, with a large window that looked out onto the garden and enough seating for what appeared to be frequent gatherings of extended family and friends. "So, Percival," Tom said, settling into what was clearly his customary chair, "Thad tells us you come from rather different circumstances than most folks." "Rather different circumstances. If only they knew." "That's certainly accurate," Percival replied carefully. "My background tends toward the more traditional." "Traditional how?" The question was asked with such genuine concern that Percival found himself answering more honestly than he'd intended. "The sort where duty was more important than happiness. Where family reputation superseded personal fulfillment. Where certain inclinations were considered not merely inappropriate, but fundamentally shameful." "Jesus," Tom said quietly, "that must have been hell. That must have been hell." Such casual acknowledgement of his emotional experience, such immediate sympathy for struggles he'd never been able to articulate openly. "I managed," Percival said, though the words felt inadequate even as he spoke them. "Managing isn't living," Maria said firmly. "And from what Thad tells us, you're finally learning the difference." Before Percival could respond, the front door opened with the sort of enthusiastic bang that announced the arrival of someone comfortable with making noise in this house. "Dad, Maria, I brought dessert." The voice was young, female, and carried the sort of unself-conscious joy that belonged in musical comedies. "That would be Emma," Thad said with obvious affection. "My sister. Fair warning. She has no filter and an advanced degree in psychology, which makes her both entertaining and terrifying." Emma Washington proved to be a younger, more energetic version of her stepmother, with the same sparkling eyes and mischievous smile. She burst into the family room carrying what appeared to be a bakery box and wearing the sort of bright, patterned clothing that would have given Victorian fashion authorities heart palpitations. "So you're the mysterious Lord Percival," she said, settling the bakery box on a side table and turning to study him with frank curiosity. "Thad's been absolutely glowing every time he talks about you. Absolutely glowing." Percival felt that familiar flush of warmth at the casual revelation of Thad's feelings. "The pleasure is mine, Miss Washington." "Emma," she corrected automatically. "And oh my God, the accent is even better in person. Very period drama romantic lead." "Emma," Thad said warningly, "please don't scare him off with your pop culture references." "I'm not scaring anyone," Emma said, settling onto the couch with the sort of casual grace that suggested she'd been making herself comfortable in this room for decades. "I'm just saying, if someone offered me a chance to date Mr. Darcy, I'd probably say yes too." "Mr. Darcy." Percival wasn't familiar with the reference, but the context suggested it was complimentary. "Who is Mr. Darcy?" he asked. The entire family stared at him in stunned silence. "He doesn't know Pride and Prejudice," Emma said faintly. "How is that possible?" Maria asked. "It's like the most romantic story ever written." "I'm afraid my literary education focused primarily on classical texts," Percival said apologetically, "though I'm increasingly discovering there are gaps in my cultural knowledge that I wasn't previously aware of." "Oh, we're fixing this immediately," Emma declared, bouncing up from the couch with renewed energy. "Dad, do we still have that BBC adaptation?" "Emma," Thad said, laughing, "you can't force someone to watch 6 hours of period drama on their first visit." "Watch me," Emma said cheerfully. What followed was perhaps the most pleasant afternoon Percival could remember experiencing in either century. The Washington family treated him not as a guest to be impressed or an outsider to be evaluated, but as someone they were genuinely interested in knowing. They asked questions about his background, carefully navigating around topics that seemed to make him uncomfortable, and shared stories about their own family history with the sort of casual intimacy that suggested they were already considering him part of their circle. Tom regaled him with tales of his work as a carpenter, showing him photographs of houses he'd helped build and renovate with obvious pride in his craftsmanship. Maria discussed her job as a middle school teacher with the sort of passionate enthusiasm that made it clear she considered education a calling rather than mere employment. Emma explained her graduate work in family psychology while simultaneously providing commentary on the period drama they were watching. A story about, apparently, a proud man learning to overcome his social prejudices for the sake of authentic love. The thing about Darcy, Emma said during one of the film's intermissions, is that he thinks his social status makes him superior to everyone else, but what he really needs is someone who sees past all that performance to who he actually is underneath. Someone who sees past all that performance to who he actually is underneath. Percival found himself thinking not about the fictional Mr. Darcy, but about his own carefully constructed persona and the few people who had begun to see beyond it. "And Elizabeth?" he asked. "She's the one who calls him on his bullshit," Emma said with satisfaction. "Makes him realize that authentic connection is more valuable than social performance. Authentic connection is more valuable than social performance." There it was again, that theme that seemed to permeate every aspect of this extraordinary century. As evening approached and it came time to leave, Percival found himself genuinely reluctant to depart. The Washington family home had provided him with something he'd never experienced before. A glimpse of what family life could look like when built on love rather than obligation. Acceptance rather than performance. "You're welcome here anytime," Maria said, hugging him with the sort of maternal warmth that made his chest tighten with unexpected emotion. "And I mean that. Family isn't just about blood. It's about choosing to care for each other. Family isn't just about blood. It's about choosing to care for each other." The philosophy was so foreign to his Victorian upbringing that it took him a moment to process the implications. "Thank you," he said, his voice thick with emotion he hadn't expected to feel. "This has been quite remarkable." "Good," Tom said, clasping his shoulder with the sort of casual affection Percival was learning to associate with genuine acceptance. "Because if Thad's serious about you, we want you to feel like this is your home too. If Thad's serious about you." The phrase created a warm flutter in his chest, though it was immediately complicated by the knowledge that his feelings for Thad, while genuine, were not the deepest of his romantic attachments. As they drove back toward the hotel where the production crew was staying, Thad was uncharacteristically quiet. "Are you all right?" Percival asked finally. "I'm perfect," Thad said, his voice warm with satisfaction. I wanted you to see what a family can look like when it's built on love instead of fear. When people are encouraged to be themselves rather than perform some version of themselves. Built on love instead of fear." The contrast with Percival's own family experience was so stark that it left him momentarily speechless. "They're remarkable," he said finally. "They are," Thad agreed. "And they already love you, by the way. Dad pulled me aside while you were helping Maria with the dishes and said you were good people. Coming from him, that's the highest praise possible. Good people." Such simple words, yet they conveyed an acceptance that Percival had never experienced from his own father. "Thad," he said quietly, "may I ask you something rather personal? Always. Have you ever doubted that you deserved their love? Their acceptance?" Thad was quiet for a long moment, his hands steady on the steering wheel as he considered the question. "When I was younger, maybe," he said finally. "When I was first figuring out that I was gay, I worried that I might disappoint them. But they made it clear pretty quickly that their love wasn't conditional on me being someone I wasn't. Their love wasn't conditional on me being someone I wasn't." Percival felt something crack open in his chest. Some carefully maintained wall of resignation that had been constructed over 32 years of conditional affection. "That must be rather liberating," he said. "It is," Thad said simply. "And Percival, you deserve that kind of love too. Unconditional, accepting, genuine love that doesn't require you to perform or pretend or hide parts of yourself. You deserve that kind of love too." The words settled into Percival's consciousness like seeds planted in fertile soil, carrying with them the promise of growth he'd never allowed himself to imagine. As they reached the hotel and prepared to part ways for the evening, Thad turned to him with an expression of such gentle sincerity that Percival felt his breath catch. "Thank you," Thad said quietly, "for letting them get to know you, for being yourself with them instead of just being polite." "Thank you for sharing them with me," Percival replied. "I've never experienced anything quite like that." "Like what?" "Like a family that actually enjoys spending time together, that celebrates each other's authentic selves rather than trying to modify them into acceptable versions." Thad's smile was soft, understanding, and tinged with something that looked like sadness for all the years Percival had spent without such acceptance. "Well," he said, "now you know what it feels like, and you know you deserve it." As Percival made his way to his hotel room, he found himself thinking not about the romantic implications of the visit, but about the revolutionary concept that families could be sources of strength rather than obligation, celebration rather than constraint. Perhaps, he thought as he settled into bed, this century has more to offer than I initially realized. Perhaps the question isn't whether I can find love here, but whether I can learn to believe I deserve the kind of love that already seems to be offering itself to me. The thought was both terrifying and exhilarating, and as sleep finally claimed him, Percival found himself dreaming not of Victorian propriety, but of wraparound porches and family photographs and the sort of unconditional acceptance he'd never dared to imagine might be possible. Chapter 11, Learning to Touch. Bachelor Mansion, Cassandra's Office. March 12, 2026, 10 a.m. "Right," Cassandra said, settling into her chair with the sort of professional efficiency that suggested she was about to address a particularly complex production challenge. "Let's talk about physical intimacy." Percival's cufflinks required immediate adjustment. They were seated in what Cassandra called her office, though it bore little resemblance to any professional space Percival had ever encountered. The room was filled with natural light, comfortable furniture that actually looked designed for sitting, and an atmosphere that somehow managed to be both professional and therapeutic. "I realize this is potentially uncomfortable territory," Cassandra continued, her tone gentle but direct, "but we need to address the fact that modern romantic relationships typically involve a level of physical connection that you seem hesitant about." Hesitant. Such a diplomatic way to describe 32 years of carefully suppressed physicality. "I'm not certain I understand the nature of the problem," Percival said carefully. Cassandra consulted what appeared to be notes on her ever-present tablet. "You flinch when people touch you unexpectedly. You maintain careful physical distance even during intimate conversations. You pulled away from what appeared to be a perfectly natural romantic moment with Neil." She looked up from her tablet with an expression of gentle concern. "None of these are character flaws, Percival, but they are barriers to the kind of connection you're supposedly here to find." Barriers to connection, an apt description of most of his learned behaviors. "In my previous circumstances," he began, then stopped, uncertain how to explain that casual physical contact between men had been not merely discouraged but legally dangerous. "Your previous circumstances," Cassandra said, "involved a lot of suppression and self-control, didn't they?" "One might say that, yes. And now you're in an environment where touch is not only safe, it's encouraged. Where physical affection between men is celebrated rather than criminalized." She leaned forward slightly, her expression intensely focused. "But your body hasn't caught up with that intellectual understanding yet. Your body hasn't caught up." The observation was uncomfortably accurate. "What would you suggest?" he asked. "Gradual exposure," Cassandra said promptly. "Practice with safe people in low-stakes situations. Learning to associate physical contact with pleasure and connection rather than danger and shame. Practice." The idea of practicing physical intimacy seemed both clinical and oddly reassuring. "And how would such practice be conducted?" Cassandra's smile was warm, professional, and entirely without judgment. "Very carefully, with your complete consent at every step, and with people you trust." Bachelor Mansion Game Room, 11:30 a.m. The game room proved to be another exercise in modern recreational philosophy. A space filled with activities that seemed designed purely for entertainment rather than character building or social improvement. Pool tables, electronic devices that produced sounds and moving images, and seating arrangements that encouraged casual proximity rather than formal distance. Sebastian was engaged in what appeared to be a battle with an electronic opponent, his fingers moving across a handheld device with the sort of focused intensity that belonged in strategic warfare. "Morning, Lord P," he said without looking up from his electronic conflict. "What brings you to the land of mindless entertainment?" "I find myself seeking advice," Percival said, settling onto the couch beside Sebastian. Close enough for conversation but far enough to maintain his customary space buffer. "Advice about what?" Sebastian asked, still absorbed in his electronic battle. "Physical intimacy." Sebastian's character immediately died in what appeared to be a spectacular explosion of digital fire. He set the device aside and turned to give Percival his complete attention. "Okay, that's definitely more important than achieving the high score," he said. "What kind of physical intimacy? Like general touching and affection? Or are we talking about sex?" The casual directness of the question sent Percival's nervous system into something approaching panic mode. The former, I believe," he managed. "General touching and affection." "Ah," Sebastian said with obvious understanding. "Yeah, I can see how that would be challenging given your whole situation." "My situation? The super formal, everything must be proper, physical contact is probably scandalous thing you've got going on." Sebastian's tone was entirely without judgment, as if he were describing an interesting architectural feature rather than a fundamental personality characteristic. Which, by the way, I totally get. Different backgrounds, different comfort levels with casual touch. Different comfort levels with casual touch. Such a matter-of-fact way to describe what felt like a fundamental character deficiency. "Have you ever experienced difficulty with such matters?" Percival asked. "Oh, absolutely," Sebastian said cheerfully. "When I first came out, I was so worried about seeming too gay that I basically turned into a statue whenever anyone tried to hug me. Took me like 2 years to figure out that affection isn't performance. It's just nice. Affection isn't performance, it's just nice." The observation was so simple it was revolutionary. "And how did you learn to adjust your comfort levels?" "Practice," Sebastian said promptly. "Started with safe people doing safe things, like sitting closer during movie nights, accepting hugs without going rigid, holding hands during emotional conversations. Baby steps, baby steps." Cassandra had used similar phrasing. "Would you be willing to assist with such practice?" Percival asked, then immediately felt the need to clarify. "In a purely platonic capacity, of course." Sebastian's smile was warm, genuine, and entirely free of any romantic implication. "Of course. What did you have in mind?" "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps sitting in closer proximity, without maintaining my customary buffer of personal space." "We can totally do that," Sebastian said, scooting closer on the couch until their shoulders were almost touching. "How does this feel?" Percival's initial instinct was to retreat, to restore the careful distance that had been his default for 32 years. But Sebastian's presence was warm, comfortable, entirely non-threatening. "Rather pleasant, actually," he admitted. "Good. What about this?" Sebastian let his shoulder rest against Percival's, a gesture of casual friendship that would have been unthinkable in Victorian society. The contact sent a small jolt of alarm through Percival's nervous system, but it was quickly replaced by something warmer, the simple human comfort of friendly physical connection. "Also pleasant," he said quietly. They sat that way for perhaps 20 minutes, watching Sebastian navigate his electronic adventures, while Percival gradually adjusted to the novel experience of shared warmth and casual touch. By the time Sebastian's game session ended, the contact felt not just tolerable but actually comforting. "See," Sebastian said, stretching but maintaining their shoulder contact. "Sometimes touching people is just nice. No agenda, no performance, no hidden meaning. Just humans being social creatures. Just humans being social creatures. Such a simple explanation for something that had seemed impossibly complex. Bachelor Mansion Garden Terrace. 2:45 p.m. Niall found him on the garden terrace, sitting in one of the wrought iron chairs that the mansion's designers had positioned to suggest romantic contemplation. The afternoon sun was warm on Percival's face, and he was engaged in what June called processing, the sort of careful consideration of recent experiences that seemed to require both solitude and fresh air. "Mind if I join you?" Niall asked, his Irish accent soft with the sort of careful courtesy that suggested he wasn't entirely certain of his welcome. "Please," Percival said, gesturing to the adjacent chair. Niall settled beside him with that unconscious grace that Percival was learning to associate with people who were comfortable in their own bodies. Today he wore a simple shirt that brought out the blue of his eyes, and his copper hair caught the sunlight in ways that were frankly distracting. "How are you feeling about the hometown visits?" Niall asked. "Rather illuminated," Percival said thoughtfully. "I had never before experienced family dynamics built on acceptance rather than expectation. That must have been quite a revelation." "Indeed." Percival adjusted his cufflinks, then caught himself in the gesture and forced his hands to remain still, a bit of self-awareness that seemed to surprise Niall. "I find myself reconsidering many assumptions about what relationships might look like when they're based on genuine affection rather than social obligation." "And how does that feel?" "Terrifying," Percival admitted. "And rather wonderful." They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, listening to the distant sounds of the mansion's daily life and the gentle rustle of the garden's perfectly manicured landscaping. "Percival," Niall said finally, "about our museum date." "Yes. I feel like I pushed too hard. Made you uncomfortable by assuming a level of intimacy that perhaps wasn't appropriate." "Made you uncomfortable." If only Niall knew that the discomfort had nothing to do with his actions and everything to do with Percival's inability to be honest about his impossible circumstances. "You did nothing inappropriate," Percival said quietly. "The difficulty was entirely mine. Still, I'd like to apologize. And I'd like to ask, would you be willing to try again? More slowly this time. More slowly." The phrase echoed Sebastian's advice about baby steps and Cassandra's suggestion about gradual exposure. "What did you have in mind?" Niall's smile was gentle, patient, and entirely without pressure. "Maybe just sitting closer together? Sharing the same space without any expectations beyond companionship." The suggestion was so perfectly aligned with Percival's morning practice session with Sebastian that it felt almost like divine intervention. "I believe I would find that quite agreeable," he said. Niall moved his chair closer. Not intimately close, but near enough that Percival could catch the faint scent of whatever cologne he wore, could see the flecks of gold in his blue eyes when the light caught them just right. "How's this?" Niall asked. "Quite pleasant," Percival said, and meant it. They talked about inconsequential things, the garden's design, the peculiarities of California weather, Niall's thoughts on the mansion's architecture. But beneath the casual conversation, Percival found himself hyper-aware of Niall's physical presence. The way he moved his hands when making a point, the soft rhythm of his breathing, the warmth that seemed to radiate from his body. It was, he realized, the first time he'd allowed himself to be genuinely aware of his attraction to another person without immediately trying to suppress or redirect it. "Percival," Niall said during a natural pause in their conversation, "may I ask you something rather personal?" "Of course. Are you comfortable with physical affection? I don't mean anything dramatic, just things like holding hands, casual touches, that sort of thing." The question was asked with such gentle directness that Percival found himself answering honestly. "I have rather limited experience with such forms of connection," he admitted. "In my previous circumstances, physical affection between men was discouraged." "Discouraged how?" "Legally, socially, morally, in every conceivable way." Niall's expression shifted to something that looked like recognition mixed with sadness. "That must have been incredibly isolating." "It was," Percival said quietly, "but I'm learning that such restrictions need not apply to my current circumstances." No, Niall agreed. They certainly don't. He extended his hand, palm up, in what was clearly an invitation rather than a demand. Would you like to try something very simple? Percival looked at the offered hand. Long fingers, calluses that suggested someone who worked with his hands despite his professional occupation. Skin that looked warm and entirely welcoming. Baby steps, he thought. Gradual exposure. Safe people in low-stakes situations. He placed his hand in Niall's. The contact was warm, steady, entirely without agenda or expectation. Niall's fingers were gentle around his, offering connection without constraint, intimacy without pressure. How does that feel? Niall asked softly. Rather wonderful, Percival admitted, surprised by the truth of it. They sat that way for perhaps 30 minutes, hands joined in the simplest possible form of physical connection, while they watched the sun begin its descent toward the Pacific horizon. No dramatic declarations, no passionate embraces, no urgent physical need. Just two people learning to be comfortable sharing the same space, the same air, the same simple human need for contact. When Niall eventually needed to release his hand, something about dinner preparations and production schedules, Percival felt the loss of contact like a small grief. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For what?" "For being patient with my particular challenges when it comes to physical intimacy. For making something that has always seemed fraught with danger feel safe." Niall's smile was soft, understanding, and tinged with something that looked remarkably like affection. "Percival," he said gently, "you don't have any particular challenges. You just need time to unlearn some very old lessons about what touch means and who it's safe with. Very old lessons." If only Niall knew how old those lessons truly were. "And you believe such unlearning is possible?" "I believe," Niall said, rising from his chair with that unconscious grace, "that you're already doing it." Bachelor Mansion, Percival's suite. 8:30 p.m. That evening, Percival found himself in his bathroom, staring at his reflection in the mirror that was quite possibly larger than his entire dressing room had been at the family estate. The face looking back at him was the same one he'd seen every morning for 32 years, but somehow it looked different now. Less guarded, perhaps. Less carefully constructed. "You're already doing it," Niall had said. "Unlearning very old lessons about what touch means and who it's safe with." Percival raised his hand, the one that had spent 30 minutes joined with Niall's, and studied it as if it belonged to someone else. The same long fingers, the same careful manicure, the same calluses from his brief attempts at fashionable sporting activities. But somehow it felt different now, like it had discovered a purpose beyond formal gestures and nervous adjustments to cufflinks. Touch, he thought. Such a simple thing. Such a fundamental human need. For 32 years, he had lived with the understanding that his need for physical connection with other men was shameful, dangerous, something to be suppressed and redirected at all costs. But here, in this impossible future, such connection was not merely permitted but actively encouraged. Sebastian was right, he realized. Sometimes touching people is just nice. The thought was accompanied by a warmth that seemed to spread from his chest outward, filling spaces in his consciousness that had been cold and empty for longer than he cared to calculate. Perhaps, he thought as he prepared for bed, this strange new world had more to teach him than he'd initially imagined. Perhaps learning to touch and be touched was not a skill that required elaborate instruction or complex psychology. Perhaps it simply required the right person, the right circumstances, and the sort of patience that came from genuine care rather than mere tolerance. Perhaps, he thought, settling into bed with his hand still tingling from the memory of Niall's touch, I'm finally learning what it means to be human. Chapter 12. The Overnight Dates. Bachelor Mansion. Production Meeting Room, March 16, 2026, 9 a.m. The phrase fantasy suite had been introduced to Percival's vocabulary approximately 47 minutes ago, and he had not yet recovered. "Let me ensure I understand correctly," he said, his fingers performing their customary nervous waltz across his cufflinks. "You are proposing that I spend an entire evening, unsupervised, unchaperoned, in a private suite, with each of the remaining gentlemen?" Cassandra, to her credit, maintained an expression of professional neutrality. though the slight twitch at the corner of her mouth suggested she was exerting considerable effort to do so. That's the general concept, yes. Individually. Individually. Through the night. Through the night. Percival stared at the production schedule laid out on the table before him, a document that might as well have been written in Mandarin for all the sense it made to his Victorian sensibilities. 3 names. 3 dates. 3 private suites in what appeared to be an establishment called the Chateau Etoile, which sounded alarmingly French and therefore alarmingly permissive. In my era, he caught himself, cleared his throat and amended. In my previous circumstances, a gentleman would never be left alone with a romantic prospect without at least 2 chaperones, a disapproving aunt, and preferably an oil lamp that could be dimmed no further than its second setting. Dex, who had been leaning against the doorframe with the casual elegance of a man thoroughly enjoying the proceedings, let out a sound that was definitely not a laugh. Second setting. That's very specific. Propriety demands specificity, Mr. Kim. Cassandra leaned forward, her silver-streaked hair catching the morning light. Percival, I want to be absolutely clear about something. The fantasy suite is an invitation, not an obligation. Whatever happens behind those doors or doesn't happen is entirely up to you and the person you're with. There are no cameras inside the suite, no expectations, no minimum threshold of physical activity required. No minimum threshold of physical activity, Percival repeated faintly. How reassuring. Some couples just talk all night, Dex offered. Some play cards. One season, the bachelor and his date apparently spent 6 hours debating whether a hot dog is a sandwich. And this was considered acceptable? It was considered iconic. Percival looked down at his hands. The same hands that had, for days ago, held Niall's for 30 minutes on the garden terrace and discovered that human touch could be warm rather than dangerous. The memory of that contact still lingered like an echo, a ghost sensation in his palm that manifested at unexpected moments throughout the day. The remaining gentlemen, he said carefully, Thaddeus, Felix, and Niall. In that order, Cassandra confirmed. Unless you'd prefer to rearrange? He considered this. Thad first made sense. The man's steady presence would ease him into the experience. Felix second, his romantic idealism would provide a different kind of emotional temperature. And Niall last, because whatever happened during that evening, Percival wanted to arrive at it having practiced the art of extended private companionship with people who felt safe, before facing the person who made his heart perform acrobatics that defied the laws of anatomy. The proposed order is acceptable, he said. Great. Cassandra made a note on her tablet. You'll have the afternoon to prepare. Each date begins at 7 p.m. And Percival. She caught his eye with an expression that balanced professional distance with something unmistakably maternal. Try to enjoy this. The overnight dates are supposed to be about deepening connection, not performing intimacy. Just be yourself. Just be yourself. A phrase that continued to carry different weight in this century than it would have in his own, where being himself had been a criminal offense punishable by imprisonment and public ruin. I shall endeavor to do precisely that, he said, and almost believed it. Chateau Etoile, Suite March 1st, 2026, 7:15 p.m. Thaddeus Washington arrived at dinner wearing a navy blazer over a simple white shirt, looking precisely as composed and reassuring as Percival had hoped. The restaurant within the chateau, a private dining room appointed with candles, white linens, and the sort of atmospheric lighting that suggested romantic intentions, felt less intimidating with Thad's grounding presence filling the space. You look like you're about to face a firing squad, Thad observed, settling into his chair with the easy confidence of a man comfortable in most environments. Is it that transparent? Percy, you've adjusted your cufflinks 11 times since I walked in, and I've been here for 30 seconds. Percival forced his hands flat against the tablecloth. I find myself somewhat apprehensive about the evening's format. The overnight part? Thad's voice carried its characteristic warmth. Deep, measured, entirely without judgment. The implications of the overnight part. Thad nodded slowly, and Percival was struck once again by the man's remarkable ability to convey understanding without requiring lengthy explanation. It was a quality he associated with age and experience, the recognition that some anxieties need acknowledgement rather than analysis. "Can I tell you something?" Thad said. "Please. When I went through my divorce, the thing that scared me most wasn't being alone. It was being known." He paused, turning his water glass with careful precision. "My ex-wife and I spent 12 years building a version of each other that worked for our marriage but had almost nothing to do with who we actually were. When that fell apart, I realized I didn't know how to let someone see the real me without all the performance." "Performance," Percival repeated quietly. "Performance. The right words, the right gestures, the right version of yourself for every situation." Thad met his gaze with those kind brown eyes. "Sound familiar?" "Terrifyingly familiar. I have spent my entire life performing," Percival admitted, and the honesty of the statement surprised him. "Every interaction, every relationship, every moment of connection has been filtered through a careful calculation of what is expected rather than what is felt. And now you're in a situation where the cameras are about to turn off, and it's just going to be you and another person in a room with no script." "Precisely." Thad leaned back in his chair, his broad shoulders relaxing into a posture that invited confidence. "Want to know what I learned?" "Desperately." "The real connection doesn't happen when everything is smooth and perfect and rehearsed. It happens in the messy parts, the awkward silences, the moments when you say something you didn't plan to say, the vulnerability of just existing in front of another person without your armor on." "Without your armor on." Percival thought of his cufflinks, his formal speech, his rigid posture, all the elaborate mechanisms he'd constructed to keep the world at precisely the right distance. "And that doesn't terrify you?" he asked. "Oh, it terrifies me," Thad said with a smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. "But I've learned that the terror is actually a good sign. It means you're getting close to something real." Their evening progressed with the sort of natural ease that Percival had come to associate specifically with Thad's company. Dinner was excellent, or at least Percival assumed it was, given that he was too preoccupied with conversation to properly register the succession of courses placed before them. They discussed Thad's daughter, Maya, who was apparently 7 years old and possessed of what Thad described as her mother's stubborn streak and my inability to say no to dessert. They discussed Percival's family, the carefully edited version, and his growing realization that the world contained modes of connection he'd never imagined possible. When the moment came to accept or decline the sweet invitation, presented in the show's tradition as an elegantly calligraphed card on a silver tray, Thad picked it up, read it, and looked at Percival with an expression of thoughtful consideration. "I need to be honest with you about something," Thad said. "Please. I care about you. Genuinely. But I think what I feel for you is something closer to—" He paused, searching for the right word. "Protective admiration? You're one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met, Percy. The way you've opened yourself up during this process, the courage it takes to be as vulnerable as you've been, it's inspiring." "But," Percival prompted gently, "but I think the connection you have with Niall is something different from what we have. Something deeper. And I think we both know that." The statement settled between them with the weight of a truth that had been present but unspoken for some time. "You are remarkably perceptive," Percival said quietly. "Dad instinct." Thad smiled. "I can read emotional situations the way some people read spreadsheets. And what I'm reading here is that you and I would make incredible friends, but the kind of love you're looking for, the kind that makes a person rethink everything they thought they knew about themselves, that's not what we are." Percival felt a complex wave of emotion. Gratitude for Thad's honesty, a gentle sadness at the accuracy of his assessment, and beneath it all, a profound respect for a man who could set aside his own desires to speak truth in service of someone else's happiness. "Does this mean you're declining the suite?" Percival asked. "I'm accepting the suite," Thad corrected, "because I think you need a practice run at spending an entire night with another person in a private setting. And I'd rather you do that with someone who has absolutely zero expectations beyond friendship and conversation. That is perhaps the kindest offer anyone has ever made me." That's the Washington family motto. Be kind, eat well, and don't let people you care about face their fears alone. That's rather a lengthy motto. We're a verbose family. Chateau Etoile, Suite 1, 10:30 p.m. The suite itself was a masterwork of romantic suggestion. King-sized bed draped in cream and gold, a sitting area with plush sofas, French doors opening onto a private balcony, and the sort of ambient lighting that seemed designed to make everyone look approximately 40% more attractive. Percival stood in the center of the room, taking careful inventory of its contents and trying very hard not to stare at the bed as though it were a venomous snake. "Relax," Thad said, dropping onto one of the sofas with the sort of casual physicality that suggested he could be comfortable anywhere. "It's just a room with considerable romantic implications. It's a room with a comfortable couch, a minibar, and what appears to be—" Thad investigated the far corner. "Yes, a truly outstanding selection of board games. They've got Scrabble." "Scrabble? Word game. You form words on a board using lettered tiles. Given your vocabulary, I'm guessing you'd be devastatingly good at it." And so Lord Percival Ashworth, Victorian nobleman and accidental reality television star, spent his first fantasy suite evening engaged in a fiercely competitive game of Scrabble on a plush hotel carpet, debating whether Vexatious qualified for a triple-word score and learning that Thad's strategy involved an alarming commitment to two-letter words that accumulated points through sheer tactical positioning. "QI is absolutely a word," Thad insisted for the third time. "It is 2 letters. 2 letters that just scored me 37 points, Lord Ashworth. This game is an affront to the English language. This game is an affront to your lead, which is what's really bothering you." They played until midnight, at which point the conversation shifted to something quieter and more personal. Thad spoke about the moment he realized his marriage was ending, not with a dramatic confrontation, but with the slow, painful recognition that he and his wife had been performing love rather than feeling it for longer than either of them wanted to admit. "The scariest part wasn't the divorce," Thad said, staring at the ceiling from where he lay on the carpeted floor, his head resting on a pillow he'd pulled from the bed. "It was admitting to myself that I'd spent 12 years avoiding honesty because honesty meant change, and change meant I might lose everything comfortable even if comfortable wasn't actually happy." Percival, seated in the armchair with his jacket finally removed and his sleeves daringly rolled to the elbow, considered this. "I spent 32 years avoiding honesty," he said. "Not about a marriage, but about everything. Who I am, what I want, the very nature of my desires. And now I find myself in a world where honesty is not merely permitted but actively encouraged. And I am discovering that the habit of self-deception is considerably harder to abandon than the circumstances that necessitated it." Thad was quiet for a moment. Then, "You know what I think, Percy?" "What?" "I think you're braver than you give yourself credit for, coming from wherever you came from, and I know there's more to your story than you've shared, and that's completely fine. The fact that you're here, opening up, letting people in, that takes a kind of courage most people never have to find because they're never tested the way you've been tested." The words settled into Percival like warm water into cold earth, reaching places that had been frozen for longer than he cared to calculate. "Thank you, Thaddeus." "Thad." "Thank you, Thad." They fell asleep separately, Thad on the bed, Percival on the remarkably comfortable sofa, and in the morning Percival discovered that he had survived an entire night in an unchaperoned room with another man and the world had not, in fact, collapsed. Progress, he thought, adjusting his cufflinks with something that felt remarkably like satisfaction. Chateau Etoile, Suite March 2nd, 2026, 7 p.m. Felix Rosenberg arrived dressed as though he had been personally styled by a romantic poet. Vintage-inspired burgundy waistcoat over a silk shirt, his curly brown hair artfully tousled, his hazel eyes bright with the sort of anticipation that belonged in a storybook illustration. "You look magnificent," Felix declared before Percival could even offer a greeting. "Like a character from a Merchant Ivory film. I'm not entirely certain what that means, but I shall take it as a compliment. It's the highest compliment I can offer." Felix settled into his chair with the dramatic grace of someone who viewed every moment as a potential scene in the narrative of his life. "I've been looking forward to this all day. An actual private evening with Lord Percival Ashworth. without cameras or contestants or the constant background noise of people arguing about whose turn it is to use the espresso machine. The espresso machine disputes have reached concerning intensity, Percival agreed. Dinner with Felix was, as expected, an entirely different experience from dinner with Thad. Where Thad offered grounded wisdom and comfortable silence, Felix provided animated conversation that leapt between topics with the sort of kinetic energy that reminded Percival of a particularly enthusiastic hummingbird. They discussed literature, a subject on which Felix possessed genuinely impressive knowledge, quoting authors whose works Percival had actually read in their original editions, though he could hardly say so. "Do you know what I love about Wilde?" Felix said, gesturing with his wine glass in a manner that endangered the tablecloth. He understood that being earnest, genuinely, authentically earnest, was the bravest thing a person could be. The whole play is about people performing versions of themselves, and the only characters who end up happy are the ones who stop pretending. "You believe sincerity to be a form of courage?" "I believe sincerity is the form of courage," Felix said, "especially for people like us. Queer people have spent centuries being told that our authentic selves are unacceptable. So every time we show up as who we really are, we're performing an act of rebellion." An act of rebellion. Percival thought of his former life, the careful suppressions, the practiced indifference, the elaborate architecture of concealment he'd built around his true nature. In his era, such rebellion would have been met not with celebration but with destruction. "You speak of rebellion rather casually," he observed. "Because I can afford to," Felix said, and his voice softened with a self-awareness that belied his theatrical exterior. "I know that. I grew up in a family that accepted me, in a city that protected me, in an era that, imperfectly but genuinely, celebrates me. I know not everyone has that privilege." He looked at Percival with an expression of gentle perception. "I suspect you didn't have that privilege." "No," Percival said simply. "I did not. Which is why what you're doing here is so extraordinary. You're not just finding love, Percival. You're discovering that you're allowed to find love. And I think that's the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed." Chateau Etoile, Suite 2, 10 p.m. The sweet invitation arrived, and Felix accepted it with the sort of theatrical flourish that suggested he had been mentally rehearsing the moment for days. "For the record," Felix said as they entered the suite, which was decorated in warm earth tones and featured what appeared to be an impractical number of decorative cushions, "I have absolutely no expectations for tonight beyond excellent conversation and possibly raiding the minibar for those tiny bottles of champagne." "You anticipated tiny bottles of champagne?" "I manifested tiny bottles of champagne. There's a difference." Felix, true to his nature, transformed the evening into something that felt less like a romantic encounter and more like a late-night salon. He curled into the corner of the sofa with a blanket over his legs, a glass of champagne balanced on his knee, and proceeded to deliver what amounted to an impassioned lecture on the history of queer love stories in Western literature. "The tragedy narrative dominated for centuries," he said, his hazel eyes alight with intellectual fervor. "Oscar Wilde imprisoned. Radcliffe Hall banned. Every queer love story had to end in misery because society couldn't tolerate the idea that people like us might actually be happy." Percival, settled in the opposite corner of the sofa with his own glass of champagne, which he discovered was quite pleasant, particularly in tiny bottles, found himself listening with an attention that went beyond academic interest. These were not abstract literary histories to him. They were the narratives that had shaped his understanding of his own desires, stories that had confirmed his deepest fear, that love, for someone like him, could only end in ruin. "And now?" he asked. "And now we get to write different endings," Felix said softly. "We get to have love stories that end with happiness instead of prison or death or lonely exile. That's not just literary progress. It's a revolution." "You believe happy endings are revolutionary? For us?" "Absolutely." Felix shifted to face him more directly, his expression earnest in that way that was entirely, authentically Felix. "Percival, do you know why I came on this show? To find love, presumably? To believe in love. Real, messy, imperfect love between two men who get to be happy in public, who get to hold hands and be stupid and argue about what to watch on television. I grew up reading about queer suffering, and I decided very deliberately that I wanted to be part of the generation that writes about queer joy instead. Queer joy. The phrase was so foreign to everything Percival had been taught that it took a moment to fully register. Joy, not mere tolerance, not grudging acceptance, not the best-case scenario of being left alone, but actual, celebrated, unapologetic joy. That's a rather magnificent ambition, he said, and meant it. It's the only ambition worth having. Felix paused, then added with a gentler voice, Percy, I need to tell you something. Yes. I think I came on this show half in love with the idea of you. The Victorian gentleman, the formal manners, the romance novel character come to life. He smiled, self-deprecating and sweet. But getting to know the real you, the man beneath all those beautiful manners, I've realized something. What's that? That you need someone who can match your depth. Someone who sees you not as a character in a story, but as a person who's been through something extraordinary and deserves a partner who can hold space for all of it. Felix's eyes glistened slightly. And as much as I adore you, and I genuinely adore you, Percival, I don't think I'm that person. The admission was delivered with such grace that Percival felt his heart constrict with tenderness for this extraordinary young man who possessed the courage to recognize the difference between loving someone and being the right love for them. Felix. Don't, Felix said gently, holding up a hand. Don't do the formal thing where you try to make me feel better. I'm making a mature decision about what I want and what you need, and I want to feel the full weight of that without anyone trying to cushion it. Percival nodded, respecting the request. What I will say, Felix continued, is that whoever you choose, and we both know who that's going to be, you should know that you deserve every ounce of love they offer you. Not in spite of your formality and your repression and your beautifully old-fashioned heart, but because of those things. You possess a remarkable emotional intelligence for a man of 24, Percival said. I possess a remarkable emotional intelligence for a man of any age. Thank you very much. They spent the rest of the evening exactly as Felix had predicted. Raiding the minibar, discussing whether Shakespeare's sonnets to the fair youth constituted the first great queer love poetry, and engaging in a spirited debate about whether Mr. Darcy or Captain Wentworth represented the superior romantic hero. Felix fell asleep sometime after 2 in the morning, mid-sentence, curled among the decorative cushions like a scholarly cat. Percival covered him with a blanket, then lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, thinking about happy endings and the revolutionary act of believing one might be possible. Chateau Etoile, Suite March 3, 2026, 7 p.m. His hands were shaking. Percival stood before the mirror in the restaurant's private washroom, watching his fingers tremble with the sort of visible agitation that would have earned a sharp rebuke from his deportment tutor. He had dressed with particular care, or rather, he had changed clothes 4 times, which was the most indecisive he'd been about his appearance since his first season in London, and now stood in a dark green waistcoat that June had assured him brings out your eyes in a way that should probably be classified as a weapon. Niall. The name alone was enough to activate his entire nervous system, not with the terror that had characterized his early weeks on the show, but with something more complex, a charged anticipation that existed in the space between fear and longing, between the desire to move forward and the deeply ingrained instinct to retreat. 2 previous overnight dates had taught him important things. From Thad, he'd learned that intimacy could exist without physical expectation, that sharing a room with another person need not be a performance of romantic obligation. From Felix, he'd learned that choosing the right person mattered more than choosing the impressive person, and that recognizing what love isn't was sometimes the clearest path to understanding what it is. But Niall was different. Niall had always been different. With Niall, the question was not whether Percival could survive a night of private companionship. It was whether he could survive the experience of being truly seen by someone whose gaze he desperately wanted to meet. He adjusted his cufflinks one final time and went to dinner. Niall was already seated when Percival arrived, and the sight of him nearly stopped Percival's forward momentum entirely. He wore a soft blue shirt that made his copper-red hair look like it was catching fire in the candlelight, and his expression when he saw Percival was the sort of smile that could rewrite the fundamental laws of emotional physics. "Evening, Lord Ashworth," Niall said, and his Irish accent carried the gentle warmth that Percival had come to associate with safety, curiosity, and the increasingly dangerous flutter beneath his sternum. "Mr. O'Sullivan, we're still doing the formal address, are we?" Niall's eyes crinkled with amusement. "I find it provides a useful scaffolding for moments in which I am otherwise at a loss for words." "And are you? At a loss for words?" "Comprehensively." Niall's smile widened, and he gestured to the chair across from him. "Then sit down and I'll do the talking for a bit. I'm Irish. We were built for filling silence." Dinner was simultaneously the most wonderful and most terrifying meal of Percival's life. The food was exquisite. He actually noticed this time, because Niall had a habit of commenting on flavors and textures with the sort of educated appreciation that turned eating into an aesthetic experience. They discussed Niall's work at the museum, his latest exhibit on queer love letters throughout history, and a particular correspondence between two soldiers during what Niall called the First World War, that had recently been donated by a descendant. "The letters are extraordinary," Niall said, his voice taking on the passionate quality that emerged whenever he discussed historical preservation. "They wrote to each other every day for 3 years, using coded language so the censors wouldn't catch on. One of them signed every letter 'Your devoted companion,' which would have seemed perfectly normal to anyone reading it, but in context, it was a declaration of love so profound it makes my chest ache every time I read it. 'Your devoted companion.'" The phrase hit Percival with unexpected force. He thought of the letters his own generation might have written, the careful, coded expressions of devotion that had to be disguised as friendship, fraternity, scholarly admiration. The love that dared not speak its name, reduced to whispers and euphemisms and the desperate hope that the right person might read between the lines. "I find that remarkably moving," he said, and his voice sounded thick even to his own ears. Niall studied him across the candlelit table, those blue eyes seeing, as always, more than Percival intended to reveal. "You say devoted companion, like you've heard the phrase before. It was common in certain circles. In my previous circumstances." "Your previous circumstances." Niall repeated the phrase with the deliberate care of someone who had long suspected it contained more meaning than its surface suggested. "Percy, can I ask you something?" "Of course. Where are you actually from?" The question hung between them like a held breath. Not what are your previous circumstances, but where, as if Niall had intuited that the answer involved geography of a more fundamental kind than merely a different city or country. "Somewhere very far away," Percival said carefully. "Somewhere that no longer exists in the form I knew it." "And when you say previous circumstances, you're not just talking about a conservative family or a strict religious upbringing, are you?" "No." Niall was quiet for a moment, and Percival watched the candlelight play across his features. The copper hair, the spray of freckles, the expression of thoughtful patience that suggested he would wait as long as necessary for whatever Percival was willing to share. "You don't have to tell me tonight," Niall said finally. "You don't ever have to tell me if it's something you need to keep. But I want you to know that wherever you're from and whatever you've been through, it doesn't change how I feel about you." "And how do you feel about me?" The question emerged before Percival could apply the customary filters of propriety and self-protection. Niall's smile was the gentlest thing Percival had ever witnessed. "Like I've been waiting to meet you my whole life and I just didn't know what I was waiting for." Chateau Etoile, Suite 3, 9:45 p.m. The suite invitation was presented, and they both accepted it with the sort of wordless understanding that suggested the real conversation was happening somewhere beneath the surface of language entirely. The suite was the most intimate of the three, smaller, warmer, with a fireplace that cast dancing shadows across walls painted in deep burgundy. There was, as expected, an enormous bed. There was also, as Percival immediately noted with relief, a comfortable sitting area, a well-stocked bookshelf, and French doors that opened onto a balcony overlooking a garden that appeared to be designed specifically for moonlit contemplation. "This is lovely," Niall said, running his hand along the bookshelf with the instinctive reverence of someone who loved printed things. "It is," Percival agreed, though he was looking at Niall rather than the room. They settled on the sofa, closer together than they would have sat even a week ago, their shoulders almost touching in a way that felt natural rather than fraught. Niall found a bottle of wine in the minibar, and they poured glasses with the sort of unhurried movements that suggested neither of them was in any rush to get anywhere in particular. "Can I tell you about my family?" Niall asked. "I would like that very much. My dad is a fisherman in Galway. Has been his whole life. Rough hands, bigger heart, thinks the internet is a passing fad, and refuses to own a mobile phone." Niall's accent thickened as he spoke about home, the consonants softening into something musical. "My mam teaches primary school. She's the one who gave me my love of history. Used to take me to every castle ruin and ancient site within driving distance when I was a kid. They sound wonderful. They are wonderful. They're also the people who, when I came out at 16, sat in complete silence for about 30 seconds, which, if you know my family, is an eternity, and then my dad said, 'Well, that explains why you never fancied any of the Murphy girls,' and went back to his dinner." Percival felt something crack open in his chest. "That simply?" "Not simply, exactly. There were harder conversations later. My dad worrying about whether I'd be safe, my mam crying because she was afraid the world would be cruel to me. But the fundamental acceptance was immediate. They loved me, and who I loved didn't change that. Who I loved didn't change that." The sentence was a key turning in a lock Percival hadn't realized was still fastened. "My father," Percival began, then stopped. Started again. "My father is a man of considerable rigidity. He views the world through a framework of duty, obligation, and reputation. The possibility that his son might be, that I might." He trailed off, the old shame rising like bile despite everything he'd learned about its irrelevance in this era. "That you might love men," Niall supplied gently. "Yes, that, in my father's understanding of the world, such an inclination is not merely unfortunate. It is catastrophic. The destruction of the family legacy. The end of everything he has worked to build and maintain." "And your mother?" "She passed when I was 12. A fever that took her quite rapidly." The old grief surfaced, worn smooth by years but still present, like a stone carried in a pocket. "I sometimes wonder whether she might have been more understanding. She had a gentleness about her that my father lacks." "I'm sorry," Niall said, and the two words carried a weight of genuine empathy that made Percival's eyes sting. "My sister knows," Percival continued, surprising himself with the admission. "Cordelia. She has always been remarkably perceptive. She once told me that my happiness mattered more than our father's plans for the continuation of bloodlines. She sounds like someone I'd like very much." "You would. She would like you as well. If she could meet you across a gap of nearly 150 years, he did not add. They talked for hours. Not about the show or the other contestants or the mechanics of modern dating, but about the things that lived beneath all of those surfaces. The fears that woke them at 3 in the morning, the hopes they were almost too superstitious to articulate, the small moments of beauty that had sustained them through difficult times. Niall described the day he'd first held a centuries-old love letter in his white-gloved hands and wept at the realization that the person who wrote it had loved and been loved, and that love had survived long after the lovers themselves had turned to dust. Percival described, in carefully edited terms, the morning he'd stood in his family library and realized that the life he was expected to live and the life he wanted were not merely different but fundamentally incompatible. "What did you do?" Niall asked. "I had what I can only describe as an emotional crisis of considerable magnitude," Percival said. "And then I found myself here. Here on the show? Here in this world." He paused, weighing how much truth to risk. "Sometimes I feel as though I've traveled an impossible distance to arrive at this moment. As though everything that came before was preparation for learning that love, the kind of love I'd been taught was impossible for someone like me, might actually be accessible." Niall shifted on the sofa, turning to face him fully. In the firelight, his eyes were the color of deep water, and his expression held something that Percival recognized with a shock of vulnerability. It was the look of someone who was falling in love and had stopped trying to prevent it. "Percy," Niall said, "may I try something?" "Yes." Niall raised his hand slowly, telegraphing the movement the way one might approach a wild creature, and placed it against Percival's cheek. The contact was warm, careful, infinitely gentle. His thumb traced a slow arc across Percival's cheekbone, and Percival felt something inside him unclench that had been locked tight for 32 years. "Is this all right?" Niall whispered. "Yes." His own voice sounded foreign, rough, unguarded, stripped of its customary formal architecture. "I'm going to move closer now. Tell me to stop if you need me to." Niall closed the distance between them until their foreheads were touching. Percival could feel the warmth of Niall's breath, could count the individual freckles scattered across the bridge of his nose, could hear the quiet rhythm of his heartbeat. Or perhaps that was his own heart, thundering with a combination of terror and desire so intertwined he couldn't separate them. "Percy," Niall breathed, "I want to kiss you, but only if you want that too." The old voices surged, the voices of his father, of society, of the Criminal Law Amendment Act and the Labouchere Amendment and every force that had ever conspired to make this moment impossible. They rose like a chorus of condemnation, warning him that this was dangerous, sinful, the path to ruin and disgrace. But beneath those voices, quieter but unmistakably present, was a newer voice, one that had been growing stronger with every day in this extraordinary century. "You are allowed to want this. You are allowed to have this. You deserve this." "Yes," Percival said. "I want that." Niall kissed him. It was soft. It was careful. It was the gentlest first contact Percival could have imagined. A brush of lips that lasted perhaps 3 seconds and contained more tenderness than all the grand romantic gestures in all the novels he'd ever read. When Niall pulled back, his expression was a landscape of emotions. Hope, affection, a vulnerability that suggested he too had risked something significant in this moment. "How was that?" he asked. Percival opened his mouth to deliver a typically measured, articulate response. What came out instead was a sound that might generously be described as a laugh and might more accurately be described as the noise a person makes when 32 years of emotional repression begins to crack. "I believe," he managed, "that I would very much like to do that again." Niall's smile was incandescent. They kissed again. Longer this time, deeper, with Percival's hand finding Niall's waist and Niall's fingers threading gently through Percival's hair in a gesture that thoroughly ruined his careful styling and was absolutely, unquestionably worth it. It was not the passionate, consuming sort of kiss that novels described in breathless metaphors. It was something better. A conversation conducted in a language older than words. An exchange of questions and answers about whether this was real and whether it was safe and whether either of them was willing to stop. The answer to the last question, they eventually discovered, was not particularly. But they did eventually stop. Not from lack of desire but from the mutual recognition that some things were worth savoring slowly, like the best passages in a favorite book that deserved to be read and reread rather than rushed through. They settled into the sofa with Niall's head on Percival's shoulder and Percival's arm around him. A position that would have seemed impossibly intimate even a week ago and now felt as natural as breathing. "We should probably sleep at some point," Niall murmured. "Probably." Neither of them moved. "Percy. Whatever your story is, wherever you're really from, whatever happened before you got here, I want you to know that it doesn't matter to me. Not in the sense that it's unimportant, but in the sense that it doesn't change this." He pressed closer, and Percival felt the warmth of him like a benediction. "Whatever brought you to this moment, I'm grateful for it. Whatever brought you to this moment." If only Niall knew that the journey had involved not merely emotional distance but temporal distance of a magnitude that defied rational explanation. "I want to tell you everything," Percival said quietly, "and I intend to, when I find the courage. Whenever you're ready. I'm not going anywhere." They fell asleep on the sofa, tangled together in a way that would have given Percival's deportment tutor apoplexy, and that was, without question, the most comfortable sleeping arrangement Percival had ever experienced. When he woke in the gray pre-dawn light, Niall was still pressed against his side, one hand resting on Percival's chest, breathing with the deep, steady rhythm of someone who felt entirely safe. Percival lay still, watching the light change and feeling the warmth of another person's body against his own. A sensation so simple and so profound that it brought tears to his eyes. This, he thought, this is what I was always looking for. Not duty or performance or the careful management of other people's expectations. Just this. person who sees me and stays. A love that doesn't require concealment or apology or shame. Just two people, warm and tangled and entirely peacefully themselves. He pressed a kiss to the top of Niall's head, his first purely voluntary gesture of physical affection, initiated without invitation or permission or the careful negotiation of boundaries, and felt something inside him shift permanently, like a key finding a lock it was always meant to open. Love, he realized with the sort of clarity that accompanies fundamental truths, is not about bodies or performance or the elaborate choreography of physical desire. It is about this, the willingness to remain, the courage to be seen, the extraordinary, terrifying, magnificent choice to let another person into the fortress of your solitude and discover that what they build there is not a siege but a home. Niall stirred, opened his eyes and smiled. "Morning, Lord Ashworth." "Good morning, Mr. O'Sullivan." "Still with the formality?" "Always, though I suspect the effect is somewhat diminished by the fact that my hair appears to have achieved a state of complete insurrection." Niall laughed, that warm, genuine sound that Percival had come to regard as one of the most beautiful things in any century, and reached up to smooth an errant strand from Percival's forehead. "I like you like this," Niall said. "Rumpled, unguarded, human." "I am learning," Percival said softly, "that being human is considerably more rewarding than being proper." "That," Niall said, pressing a gentle kiss to his jaw, "might be the most romantic thing anyone has ever said to me." They lay together in the growing light, neither in any hurry to rejoin the world that existed beyond the walls of Suite 3, both aware that something between them had changed irrevocably. Not with drama or grand gestures, but with the quiet certainty of two people who had spent the night discovering that the space between them was not a distance to be bridged but a home to be shared. "Love," Percival thought as Niall's fingers intertwined with his, "is not the earthquake I feared. It is the ground beneath my feet, steady and warm and finally solid." And for the first time in 32 years, Lord Percival Ashworth did not adjust his cufflinks. He did not need to. Chapter 13, Family Secrets. Bachelor Mansion, Percival's Suite, March 19, 2026, 5:47 a.m. The dream came, as it always did, in fragments. The library first, those heavy damask curtains filtering the thin October light, leather-bound volumes standing at attention on their mahogany shelves like soldiers awaiting inspection. The smell of beeswax furniture polish and cold fireplace ash and the particular mustiness of a room where knowledge was stored but rarely disturbed. Every detail was precise, preserved in the amber of memory with a fidelity that no museum exhibit could rival, because Percival had not merely studied this room. He had lived in it, breathed its air, pressed his forehead against its cold window panes while the weight of impossibility crushed him from the inside. Then Cordelia. Not the composed, sharp-witted sister who navigated Victorian society with the strategic precision of a military general, but the version of her that existed only in private moments, the one with tears glistening in her intelligent brown eyes, her hand on his arm in a breach of propriety that felt more intimate than any embrace. "Percy, there must be more to existence than simply enduring it." Her voice in the dream carried the same quality it had carried that morning in the library, gentle, fierce, unbearably kind. The voice of someone who loved him enough to name the thing he could not name himself. What if you could be simply yourself? The dream shifted, as it always did, to the spinning, the library dissolving, time itself bending around him like light through a prism. And then, the blinding California sun, the impossible blue sky, the voice of a woman in scandalous trousers asking if he was here for the Bridgerton editions. Percival woke with tears on his face and the echo of his sister's voice still resonating in his chest. He lay in the pre-dawn darkness of his suite, staring at the ceiling of a room that contained more technological comforts than the entire Ashworth estate, and allowed himself to feel the full weight of what he had gained and what he had lost. A month in this extraordinary century, and the grief of displacement had not diminished so much as it had changed shape, from the acute panic of his early days to something more like the chronic ache of a phantom limb. His former life was gone, but the nerve endings that had connected him to it still fired at unpredictable intervals. He missed Cordelia. The realization surfaced with a clarity that was almost physical in its intensity. He missed her intelligence, her loyalty, her ability to see through his carefully constructed facades to the frightened man beneath. He missed the way she fanned herself when she was plotting something. He missed the way she said, "Brother dear," with exactly the right balance of affection and exasperation. He missed knowing that somewhere in the world, in his world, there existed a person who knew the truth about him and loved him anyway. But that's no longer true, is it? The thought arrived with the force of revelation. Cordelia is not the only person who knows and loves you regardless. He thought of Niall's hand against his cheek in the firelit suite, the warmth of his lips, the quiet certainty in his voice when he said, "It doesn't change how I feel about you." He thought of Thad, stepping aside with the graceful wisdom of a man who understood that love sometimes means knowing when you are not the answer to someone's question. He thought of Felix, curled among decorative cushions, declaring with 24-year-old conviction that queer joy was the only ambition worth having. He thought of Sebastian, teaching him that touch could be nice without agenda. Of Cassandra, protecting him with the ferocity of a lioness in designer clothing. Of June, quietly ensuring that the machinery of this strange new world didn't grind him to pieces. Chosen family, he thought. That's what this is. The phrase had appeared in several of the books June had given him, modern texts about identity and belonging that would have been burned as obscene literature in his era. Chosen family, the people you select who select you. In return, based not on blood obligation or social requirement but on the revolutionary act of genuine, voluntary love. In the Ashworth family, love had always been conditional. One was loved for fulfilling expectations, maintaining appearances, upholding the family name. Percival had been loved. He believed his father truly loved him, but it was love with terms and conditions, love that would shatter the moment it encountered the truth of who he was. These people loved him because of who he was, or at least because of who he was becoming. The distinction made all the difference. Bachelor mansion, kitchen 7:30 a.m. He found Niall in the kitchen, which had become their unofficial meeting place in the mornings, a habit that had developed organically over the preceding weeks, neither of them acknowledging that they both arrived early specifically to have time alone before the production machinery engaged for the day. Niall was making proper tea with loose leaves and a ceramic pot, a practice he'd adopted after Percival had expressed polite horror at the concept of tea bags. He looked up when Percival entered, and his smile carried the particular quality it had possessed since their night in Suite 3. Warm, knowing, slightly conspiratorial, as if they now shared a secret language that existed beneath the surface of everything they said in public. "Morning," Niall said, his accent soft with the early hour. "You look like you've been thinking too hard. Is that a medical diagnosis?" "It's an Irish grandmother's diagnosis, which is considerably more reliable." Percival settled onto the stool across the kitchen island, closer than he would have sat a month ago, their knees almost touching beneath the counter. The proximity still sent a faint electric charge through his nervous system, but it was no longer accompanied by panic. It was accompanied by something gentler, the quiet recognition that this was where he wanted to be. "I was dreaming about my sister," he said. Niall paused in his tea preparation, registering the shift in tone. "Cordelia? Yes, I find myself missing her with a particular intensity this morning. Tell me about her." Niall poured the tea with careful attention, the kettle held at precisely the right height, the water meeting the leaves at the proper temperature, the lid placed with the sort of respect that suggested he understood that ritual mattered. "Not the edited version. Tell me about the real Cordelia." "The real Cordelia." Percival wrapped his hands around the warm cup and allowed himself to remember. "She is the most intelligent person I have ever known," he said. "More intelligent than father, though she would never be foolish enough to demonstrate it openly. She learned early that a woman who appeared too clever was a woman who threatened the established order, and she had no interest in martyrdom, only in strategic advantage." Strategic advantage? Cordelia operates on the principle that the best way to change an unjust system is not to challenge it directly, but to maneuver within it so skillfully that the system bends to accommodate you before it realizes what's happened. He paused, smiling at a memory. When she was 23, she convinced father to fund an educational charity for what she described as disadvantaged young women of good moral character. In reality, she was providing resources to women who had been cast out of society for various transgressions that society deemed unforgivable, but that Cordelia considered evidence of courage. She sounds extraordinary. She is. She is also, I suspect, the reason I am here. Niall's hands stilled around his teacup. What do you mean? Percival hesitated, feeling the familiar tension between the desire to be honest and the necessity of protecting a truth too large and too strange for casual revelation. But something about the morning, the lingering fragments of the dream, the warmth of Niall's presence, the growing pressure of a secret that was becoming harder to carry alone, loosened his customary restraints. "The morning I left," he said carefully, choosing each word with the precision of someone defusing a bomb. "Cordelia came to me. We were in the library, the family library, where I spent most of my time when I needed to think. She said something that I have never forgotten." "What did she say?" "She said, 'Percy, there must be more to existence than simply enduring it.'" The words hung in the kitchen's warm air, carrying with them the weight of their original context. A cold October morning, gray London light, the suffocating certainty that happiness was not merely unlikely but structurally impossible. "She knew about you," Niall said. "It was not a question. She knew. She may have been the only person in my entire world who truly understood what I was carrying." "And she didn't condemn you?" "She reached out and touched my arm, which, in the context of our household, was an act of shocking intimacy, and told me that my happiness mattered more than my father's plans for the continuation of bloodlines." Percival's voice had gone quiet, the way it did when he ventured too close to the border between what he could safely share and what he must still protect. "She asked me what I would do if position and estates and expectations didn't matter. If I could simply be myself." "And what did you say?" "I said it was impossible. That such places didn't exist." He met Niall's eyes across the kitchen island and felt the familiar gravitational pull of a gaze that saw too much and judged too little. "I was wrong, of course. But I didn't know that yet." Bachelor Mansion. Garden, 10:15 a.m. The rose ceremony was scheduled for that evening, and the mansion hummed with the low-level anxiety that always preceded eliminations. Percival had been informed that he would need to reduce the remaining contestants from 3 to 2, a decision that, thanks to the conversations during the overnight dates, had already been made in his heart if not yet formally enacted. He found Thad on one of the garden benches, reading what appeared to be a message on his telephone with the sort of soft expression that suggested parental content. "Maya," Percival guessed, settling beside him. "She lost her first tooth," Thad said, turning the device to show Percival an image of a small girl with his kind brown eyes, grinning widely to display a gap in her smile that she was obviously immensely proud of. Apparently she told her mother the tooth fairy better bring at least $5 because inflation is real. "She sounds formidable. She's terrifying. I love her more than air." Thad tucked the phone away and studied Percival with the measured attention that characterized all his interactions. "You've already decided, haven't you?" Percival did not insult Thad's intelligence by pretending not to understand the question. "I believe so, yes." "Good." Thad's voice carried no trace of bitterness, only the particular warmth of someone who had already made his peace with the outcome. "Can I say something as a friend?" "Of course. The thing you're carrying, the secret, the part of your story you haven't shared yet, you're going to need to tell him. Not because he deserves to know, although he does, but because you deserve to be loved by someone who knows the full truth." He paused, his deep voice dropping even lower. "I don't know what your full truth is, Percy. I've got some guesses, and they're probably wrong, and that's fine. But whatever it is, keeping it locked inside will eventually poison even the most genuine connection." "You speak from experience?" "I speak from 12 years of keeping the truth about my marriage locked inside and watching it destroy everything." Thad's hand settled briefly on Percival's shoulder, a gesture of paternal comfort that no longer triggered Percival's instinct to flinch. "Don't make my mistake. Don't let fear of losing someone prevent you from giving them the chance to stay. Don't let fear of losing someone prevent you from giving them the chance to stay." The words reverberated through Percival's consciousness with the force of an instruction he'd been waiting his entire life to receive. Bachelor Mansion, Confessional Booth 2 p.m. Tell us about the overnight dates, Percival. The confessional booth, that peculiar modern invention where one sat alone before a camera and spoke one's interior thoughts aloud as though conversing with an invisible confessor, had become, over the course of the show, something closer to therapeutic practice than televised performance. Percival had learned to use it as a space for genuine reflection, knowing that Cassandra would ensure only appropriate portions reached the viewing audience. The evening with Thaddeus was educational, he began, adjusting his cufflinks once before catching himself and placing his hands deliberately in his lap. He is perhaps the finest man I have ever known, in this century or any other. He taught me that intimacy does not require physical proximity, that sometimes the most intimate act is simply being honest about who you are. He paused, considering how much to share about Felix. Felix is a romantic in the truest sense of the word. He believes in love with the sort of conviction that most people abandon somewhere between childhood and compromise. And he gave me a remarkable gift, the recognition that being loved is not merely a possibility I should consider but a right I should claim. Another pause, longer this time, and Neil. He felt his face change, could feel the careful architecture of composed expression softening into something more vulnerable, more transparent. Neil is the person I didn't know I was waiting for. Being with him feels like arriving somewhere I've been trying to reach my entire life. He looked directly at the camera, and for perhaps the first time in the entire show, spoke with zero performance and zero calculation. I'm falling in love with him. I know that. The problem is that I'm carrying a truth about myself that I haven't been able to share, and I'm terrified that when I do, it will change everything. Bachelor Mansion, Neil's suite 4:30 p.m. He went to Neil's room. This itself was a revolution, Percival initiating a private meeting rather than waiting for circumstances to arrange one. He knocked, and when Neil opened the door in a soft gray t-shirt and bare feet, looking for all the world like a painting of domestic comfort, Percival felt the last of his carefully maintained reservations crumble. "Can we talk?" he asked. "Always." Neil stepped aside, and Percival entered a space that looked considerably more lived in than his own austere suite. Books stacked on every surface, a laptop open to what appeared to be a museum database, a half-empty mug of tea, and a worn notebook covered in handwriting that Percival found unreasonably charming. They sat on the edge of Neil's bed, a choice that would have been unthinkable a month ago and now felt simply practical, since it was the only surface not covered in academic materials. "This morning," Percival began, "when I told you about Cordelia, you weren't just reminiscing," Neil finished. "You were trying to tell me something." "Yes." "Then tell me." Percival closed his eyes. Behind his lids, two worlds existed simultaneously. The gray October library and this sun-bright California room, the heavy damask curtains and the lightweight modern blinds, the suffocating weight of Victorian expectation and the terrifying freedom of a century that asked only that he be himself. "My family," he said slowly, "is not simply traditional in the modern sense. They are not conservative Christians or old-fashioned immigrants or any of the other categories that people in this era use to explain someone who grew up with my particular set of restrictions." "I know," Neil said quietly. "I've always known there was something more. My father genuinely believes, with complete sincerity, because it is what his entire world has taught him, that love between men is not merely wrong but a form of insanity, a disease, an affliction that, if left untreated, will destroy not only the sufferer but everyone connected to him." He opened his eyes and found Neil watching him with an expression of focused attention that held neither horror nor judgment, only the patient receptivity of someone accustomed to handling fragile historical truths. "Where I come from, men like me were not simply discouraged from loving openly. They were imprisoned. Their reputations were destroyed. Their families disowned them. The legal and social consequences of being discovered were so severe that most men chose a lifetime of concealment over a single moment of honesty." "Were." Neil caught the tense change immediately. "You said were. Past tense." "The world I come from no longer exists in the form I knew it," Percival said, the same careful phrasing he'd used at dinner, but now delivered with a weight that suggested it was considerably more literal than metaphorical. Niall was quiet for a long moment. Percival could practically see the wheels turning behind those blue eyes. The historian's mind sifting through the details, constructing and discarding hypotheses, trying to build a framework that accommodated every strange detail of Percival's behavior and biography. "Percy," Niall said finally, "I need to ask you something, and I need you to know that whatever the answer is, it won't change how I feel about you. All right? How old is your world? Not your family. Your world." The question was so precisely aimed that Percival felt his breath catch. A museum curator specializing in LGBTQ+ history. A man who had spent his career studying the coded languages and hidden lives of queer people across centuries. Of course, he would be the one to ask the right question. "Old," Percival whispered. "Very old." Niall's hand found his, the same gesture from the garden terrace, warm and steady and without agenda. "How old?" "I." Percival's voice failed him. The full truth was too large, too impossible, too likely to shatter the fragile trust they'd built. But the partial truth, the shaped truth, the truth told in the language of metaphor rather than literal fact, was suddenly accessible in a way it hadn't been before. "I grew up in a world where the year was measured differently than it is here," he said. "Where the laws and customs and fundamental assumptions about human nature were so different from what exists in 2026 that they might as well belong to another century entirely." "Another century entirely," Niall repeated, and something shifted in his expression. Not the shock of disbelief, but the quiet settling of a puzzle piece into a space that had been waiting for it. "Percy, are you telling me?" "I'm telling you that I come from very far away," Percival interrupted gently. "Further than you probably imagine. And that the man sitting beside you is someone who spent his entire previous life being told that what he feels for you, was not merely wrong but criminal. Punishable by imprisonment. An offense against God and nature and the laws of England." Niall's grip on his hand tightened. "The laws of England." "Yes. Not metaphorically. Not, it felt like a different century." "You mean?" He trailed off, and Percival saw the moment when the historian's mind made the connection it had been circling, and then, with visible effort, set the conclusion aside. Not rejected it. Not accepted it. Simply filed it for later in the way that only a truly excellent researcher could. "I'm not going to push you," Niall said. "Whatever this is, you'll tell me when you're ready. You're not frightened?" "Percy." Niall shifted closer, and his free hand came up to cup Percival's face. That same gentle gesture from the fantasy suite, the one that made Percival feel simultaneously seen and sheltered. "I'm a man who has spent his entire career studying the ways that queer people have survived across history. I've read letters from men who loved each other in secret for 50 years, who invented entire coded languages to protect themselves, who risked everything for stolen moments of connection. Whatever your story is, I promise you, I've encountered stranger things in the archives." "I doubt that very much," Percival said, and the laugh that escaped him was watery but genuine. "The point is," Niall continued, "that I don't need your full story today. I need you to know that you are safe with me. That whatever you're carrying, you're not carrying it alone anymore. You're not carrying it alone anymore." Percival thought of Cordelia, standing in the gray morning light of the library, telling him that his happiness mattered more than bloodlines and expectations. He thought of her reaching out to touch his arm, that small, brave breach of propriety that had communicated more love than any formal declaration could have. And here was Niall, reaching out with exactly the same gesture, bridging a gap that was measured not in the distance between two people on a bed but in the 145 years between two worlds. "She would have loved you," Percival said, his voice thick. "Who?" "Cordelia. If she could meet you, if such a thing were possible, she would have loved you immediately. She would have taken one look at you and declared you entirely suitable for her brother, and then she would have spent the next 3 hours interrogating you about your family history and your intentions." "I would have answered every question," Niall said softly, "and I'd have told her that her brother is the bravest person I've ever met, and that I intend to spend however long he'll have me making sure he knows he never has to endure anything alone again." Percival kissed him, Not with the tentativeness of the fantasy suite, but with the full weight of what he was feeling: gratitude, desire, the enormous relief of being partially known and fully accepted. Niall's hands came up to frame his face, thumbs tracing the wetness on his cheeks, and they stayed that way for a long time. Two people holding each other in a room full of books and unfinished tea and the particular light of a California afternoon, building something that felt less like the beginning of a romance and more like the continuation of a conversation that had started long before either of them was born. Bachelor Mansion. Rose ceremony set 7 p.m. The ceremony was, like all the rose ceremonies before it, a peculiar exercise in formalized emotional violence. Percival stood before the three remaining gentlemen, Thad in his navy blazer, Felix in his vintage-inspired waistcoat, Niall in his soft blue shirt, and felt the weight of what he was about to do press against his sternum like a physical burden. Dex, impeccable in his designer suit, delivered the ceremonial framing with his usual professional grace. Percival, you have 3 incredible men before you and 2 roses to give. When you're ready. Percival looked at each of them in turn, allowing himself to genuinely see them, not as contestants in a competition but as people who had given him pieces of themselves that he would carry forever. Thad, who had taught him that vulnerability was not weakness but the foundation of genuine strength. Who had spent a night playing Scrabble on a hotel floor and called it the most honest date he'd been on in years. Who had set aside his own desires to speak a truth that served someone else's happiness. Felix, who had taught him that joy was an act of revolution. Who had recited poetry by firelight and declared happy endings the highest form of courage. Who had possessed the extraordinary maturity to recognize the difference between loving someone and being the right love for them. Niall, who had taught him that safety could be found in another person's hands. Who studied the love letters of the dead with the reverence of a priest and the curiosity of a scientist. Who had asked the right questions and waited for answers with the patience of someone accustomed to working with things that were old, fragile, and infinitely valuable. He picked up the first rose. Niall. Niall stepped forward, and the smile on his face was not surprised but relieved, the expression of someone who had hoped but not presumed. Percival pressed the rose into his hand, and their fingers touched with a charge that was becoming deliciously familiar. "Thank you for making me feel safe enough to be myself," Percival said. "Always," Niall replied, and the single word contained multitudes. The second rose. This was the decision that had kept him awake the previous night. Not because he didn't know who he would ultimately choose, but because the act of formally releasing someone he cared about felt like a cruelty his heart was not designed to inflict. He looked at Thad, whose steady gaze held the sort of calm that suggested he already knew what was coming. He looked at Felix, whose hazel eyes were bright with a hope that made Percival's chest ache. "Felix," he said. Felix's breath caught audibly, and his eyes filled with tears that were clearly as much surprise as joy. He stepped forward on slightly unsteady legs, and when Percival pressed the rose into his hands, Felix gripped his fingers with a fervor that suggested he was holding on to something far more significant than a flower. "Thank you for teaching me that I deserve a happy ending," Percival said. "You deserve the happiest ending," Felix whispered, then stepped back with the sort of theatrical composure that suggested he was holding himself together through sheer force of narrative will, which left Thad. Percival turned to the man who had, in many ways, been his first real friend in this century, the steady, grounding presence who had taught him that masculinity could coexist with tenderness, that fatherhood could be a form of art, and that sometimes the bravest thing a person could do was tell the truth about their own limitations. "Thaddeus." Percival's voice carried the weight of genuine sorrow. "I want you to know that this decision has nothing to do with your worthiness, and everything to do with the particular shape of what I'm looking for." Thad's smile was warm, understanding, and entirely free of bitterness. "I know, Percy. I've known since that night in the suite, and I meant what I said. I think you and I are meant to be family, just not in the romantic sense. I should very much like that." "Me too." Thad stepped forward and, in a gesture that would have been unthinkable at the beginning of the show, pulled Percival into a hug, a brief, firm, paternal embrace that communicated more than any rose ceremony speech could have. "Take care of yourself," he murmured, "and tell that Irishman the truth. All of it. He can handle it." "How can you be certain?" Because he's been handling you for the past month, and you're considerably more complicated than any truth I can imagine. Percival laughed. A genuine, unguarded sound that surprised them both, and Thad stepped back with a final squeeze of his shoulder. Bachelor Mansion, Percival's sweet 10:30 p.m. Later, after the cameras had stopped and the production team had packed up their equipment and the mansion had settled into its nighttime quiet, Percival sat on his bed and stared at his hands. The same hands that had once adjusted cufflinks as a mechanism for managing unspeakable anxiety. The same hands that had held Niall's face and kissed him with a century and a half of suppressed longing. The same hands that had pressed a rose into Felix's trembling grip and embraced Thad with the casual affection of genuine friendship. His telephone, a device he was beginning to use with something approaching competence, vibrated with a message. He opened it to find a text from Sebastian, who had departed the show weeks ago but maintained regular communication through what he called the group chat. Heard about the ceremony. You good? Blue heart. Percival typed his response with the painstaking precision of someone still navigating a keyboard designed for thumbs rather than fountain pens. I am rather more than good. I am beginning to believe that the family one chooses might be equally as significant as the family into which one is born. Sebastian's response was immediate. Babe, that's literally the most beautiful thing anyone has ever said in a text message. Also, you don't need to use punctuation in texts, just FYI. I shall take that under advisement, though I remain skeptical of any communication system that considers punctuation optional. There he is. Good night, Lord P. Crown. Percival set the phone aside and lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling with the particular quality of attention that characterized moments of significant emotional processing. Somewhere in 1881, Cordelia was standing in a library, watching her brother disappear. She did not know where he had gone or whether he would return. She knew only that she loved him, that she had spoken the truth, and that sometimes truth was the catalyst for changes too enormous to predict. Somewhere in 2026, Niall was lying in his own suite, surrounded by books and unfinished tea, holding a rose and thinking about a man whose story didn't quite fit any century he'd studied, but whose heart he recognized as something ancient and enduring and worth the wait. And here, in the space between those two somewheres, Percival lay with his hands open at his sides. No cufflinks to adjust, no armor to maintain, no performance to sustain, and allowed himself to believe, for perhaps the first time in his life, that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Not despite everything he'd left behind, but because of it. Chosen family, he thought as sleep began its gentle approach. Blood family, the people who love you because they must, and the people who love you because they choose to. Perhaps the luckiest among us find that both are the same. His last conscious thought, before the darkness carried him into dreamless rest, was of two women who had never met and never could. Cordelia in her gray London morning, and Cassandra in her Los Angeles office, both fierce, both protective, both determined to ensure that the man they cared about found his way to happiness. Two mothers of a sort, two guardians of his becoming. The family he'd been given and the family he'd found. Both, he realized, equally and irreplaceably his own. Chapter 14, The Proposal Panic. Bachelor Mansion, Percival's Suite, March 21, 2026, 3:17 a.m. The panic arrived, as it often did, in the small hours, that liminal territory between midnight and dawn where the mind's defenses were at their weakest and the truths one spent daylight hours avoiding emerged with merciless clarity. Percival sat upright in bed, his heart hammering with a violence that belonged more to a man fleeing physical danger than to one surrounded by Egyptian cotton sheets and the gentle hum of climate-controlled air. His nightshirt. He still could not bring himself to adopt the modern custom of sleeping in one's undergarments, was damp with perspiration, and his hands shook with a fine tremor that no amount of willpower could suppress. The dream had been different this time. Not the library, not the spinning, not the familiar loop of departure and arrival that had characterized his sleeping hours for weeks. Instead, he had dreamed of Niall. They had been in a garden. Not the mansion's manicured grounds, but something wilder, more English, with overgrown roses and a crumbling stone wall that looked suspiciously like the boundary of the Ashworth estate. Niall had been standing among the climbing plants, copper hair catching impossible light, his hand extended in that gesture of patient invitation that Percival had come to associate with everything safe and warm in his new existence. And Percival had reached for him, had wanted, with every fiber of his being, to close the distance between them. But as he moved forward, the ground between them had widened, not dramatically, not with any visible cause, but with the inexorable certainty of a mathematical proof. The harder he tried to reach Niall, the further away Niall stood, until the man he loved was no more than a distant figure in a garden that stretched toward an unreachable horizon. "You cannot hold this," the dream had whispered in his father's voice. "You were not built for love. You were built for duty and restraint and the careful maintenance of appearances. Everything you touch with your honest heart will eventually crumble." He pressed his palms against his eyes and willed the voice to silence. It did not oblige. "You are a fraud," the voice continued, with Lord Reginald Ashworth's particular talent for delivering devastating truths in the measured cadence of reasonable observation. "A man from another century pretending to belong in this one. A liar who has built an entire romantic connection on a foundation of concealment. When the truth emerges, and it will emerge, Percival, as all truths eventually do, everything you have constructed here will collapse." "Stop!" Percival whispered to the empty room. "What do you know of sustaining love? You have never maintained a genuine relationship for longer than one evening. Your only experience of intimacy was a single kiss in a hotel suite. You are attempting to build a life on a skill set you have never developed, in a world you do not understand, with a man you have systematically deceived about the most fundamental fact of your existence." I said stop. But the voice, his father's voice, or perhaps his own voice wearing his father's authority, had one final observation to deliver. "You will hurt him, not through malice but through inadequacy. You will take this extraordinary man who has offered you his patient, intelligent, unguarded heart, and you will prove yourself unequal to the gift. Because men like you, men who have spent 32 years learning to suppress rather than express, to conceal rather than connect, to endure rather than embrace, do not simply transform because the century has changed. The damage runs too deep. The lessons are too old. And Niall O'Sullivan deserves someone whose love does not come with a century and a half of baggage attached." Percival sat in the darkness, breathing carefully, and found that he had no rebuttal, because every word was true. Bachelor mansion, kitchen 6 a.m. He was already dressed, waistcoat buttoned, cufflinks secured, hair styled with the sort of rigid precision that characterized his most anxious days, when Felix found him in the kitchen, staring at a cup of tea that had long since gone cold. "You're up early," Felix said, then stopped when he got a clear look at Percival's face. "And you look terrible. I mean that with love. I find myself somewhat indisposed this morning." Felix settled onto the stool beside him with the careful attention of someone who recognized emotional crisis from considerable experience with his own. His curly brown hair was still sleep-rumpled, and he wore what appeared to be a university sweatshirt that was several sizes too large, but his hazel eyes were sharp and focused. "Talk to me," Felix said. "I'm not certain I should." "Why?" "Because what I'm feeling is not the sort of thing that can be resolved through conversation. That's literally the only way feelings get resolved, Percy." The observation was delivered with such gentle matter-of-factness that Percival found himself, despite his best intentions, talking. "I am contemplating the possibility," he said carefully, "that I am not capable of the sort of love that Niall deserves." Felix was quiet for a moment, his expression shifting from concern to something more analytical. "Okay, tell me why you think that." "Because I have no experience with sustained romantic partnership. Because I come from circumstances that systematically destroyed my capacity for emotional vulnerability. Because I have been concealing fundamental truths about myself from the person I claim to love, and the eventual revelation of those truths may well destroy the connection we've built. And because love, genuine, lasting love between two people who see each other clearly, requires a skill set that I have never had the opportunity to develop. I am attempting to run before I have learned to walk, and the person who will suffer most from my inevitable failure is the person who least deserves to suffer." Felix absorbed this in silence for a long moment. Then he said something that Percival did not expect. Do you know what my therapist told me the first time I went to see her? You have a therapist? Percy, I'm a 24-year-old bisexual man who reads Keats for emotional regulation. Of course I have a therapist. Felix's smile was self-deprecating but warm. She told me that the fear of being inadequate in love is not evidence that you are inadequate. It's evidence that you care enough to be afraid of getting it wrong. People who don't care about their partners don't lie awake at 3 in the morning terrified they'll hurt them. That's a rather generous interpretation of insomnia. It's the truth. The fact that you're sitting here, cold tea and all, agonizing over whether you're good enough for Neil, that's not a sign that you shouldn't be with him. It's a sign that you already love him more than you realize. More than you realize. Percival turned the phrase over in his mind, examining it the way one might examine a coin found in an archaeological dig, cautiously, with attention to what it might reveal about the era that produced it. Felix, he said quietly, what if love isn't enough? What if I can't become the person he needs me to be? Then you'll become the person you're capable of being, and you'll let him decide whether that's enough. Felix reached over and squeezed his arm, a gesture that, coming from the young romantic, felt more like a benediction than a casual touch. You don't get to make that decision for him, Percy. That's not protectiveness. That's control dressed up as martyrdom. Control dressed up as martyrdom. The phrase landed with the precision of an arrow finding its target. Bachelor Mansion, production office 10 a.m. Percival did not go to the production office. The production office came to him. He was sitting on the garden bench, the same one where he and Neil had held hands for the first time, which seemed both appropriate and painful given his current state of emotional turmoil, when Cassandra's voice cut through the morning air with the sort of professional urgency that suggested she had been informed of a developing situation. June tells me you've asked about the process for voluntarily leaving the show. Percival did not turn around. I made a general inquiry. You asked June, and I quote, what the formal procedure might be for a gentleman who wishes to withdraw from the competition without causing undue disruption to the production schedule. That does sound like a general inquiry. Cassandra came around the bench and sat beside him, and Percival was struck by the rarity of the gesture. In his experience, Cassandra conducted conversations from positions of authority, behind desks, in front of screens, standing while others sat. The fact that she had chosen to sit next to him, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched, suggested that this was not a professional intervention but a personal one. Talk to me, she said. That seems to be everyone's opening gambit this morning. Because you're radiating the kind of quiet despair that makes people who care about you extremely nervous. Cassandra's voice had dropped its usual rapid-fire professional cadence and settled into something softer, more deliberate. What happened? Percival stared at the garden path, tracing the pattern of the flagstones with his gaze. I had an illuminating conversation with myself at 3 o'clock this morning. 3 a.m. conversations with yourself are notoriously unreliable. What did this unreliable version of you have to say? That I am incapable of sustaining the sort of love that this process is designed to produce. That my background has left me fundamentally unprepared for genuine romantic partnership. That continuing this journey will only result in hurting someone who deserves considerably better. Cassandra was quiet for a moment, her piercing gray eyes studying him with the analytical precision that made her exceptional at her job and occasionally terrifying in personal conversation. Is this about Neil? It's about whether I have any right to offer myself to Neil or to anyone, when I am carrying secrets that would fundamentally alter their understanding of who I am. Everyone carries secrets, Percival. Not like mine. She considered this. No, she agreed. Probably not like yours. The admission, the first time anyone on the production team had acknowledged, even obliquely, that Percival's particular situation might be genuinely extraordinary rather than merely eccentric, settled between them with surprising weight. Can I tell you something? Cassandra asked. Please. I've been producing reality television for 17 years. I have watched hundreds of people go through this process. Some genuinely seeking love, some seeking fame, some seeking revenge on their exes, and one memorable individual who was primarily seeking free dental work. She paused, and the ghost of a smile flickered across her face. In all that time, I have never seen someone approach romantic connection with the kind of terrified sincerity that you bring to every interaction. I'm not certain terrified sincerity is a compliment. It's the highest compliment I can give, because sincerity is rare, and the kind that comes with genuine fear of failure is the kind that means you'll do the work. You'll show up even when it's uncomfortable. You'll be honest even when honesty costs you something. She turned to face him fully. Percival, the people who should be afraid of love are the ones who aren't afraid at all. The ones who approach it casually, who treat other people's hearts as disposable. Your fear isn't a disqualification. It's your greatest qualification. Cassandra, I'm not finished. Her voice carried the particular authority of someone who had spent decades managing difficult personalities and was not about to be interrupted. You said you're incapable of sustaining love. Let me tell you what I've observed over the past month. I've watched a man who had never held another man's hand learn to do so without flinching. I've watched a man who had never expressed romantic desire learn to speak his feelings aloud in a room full of cameras. I've watched a man who believed he was fundamentally broken discover, one relationship at a time, that he is not broken. He was simply unfinished. Unfinished. The word hit Percival with the force of something simultaneously devastating and liberating. Not broken. Not defective. Not incapable. Simply unfinished. A work in progress rather than a failed product. And the secrets? He asked quietly. The parts of my story that I cannot yet share? You'll share them when you're ready, and the right person will hear them with the same grace they've shown everything else about you. Before Percival could respond, a voice came from the garden path. She's right, you know. Dex appeared around the corner of the hedgerow, and for once he was not wearing his professional host persona. His designer clothes were replaced by a simple sweater and jeans. His immaculate hair was slightly tousled, and his expression held none of the polished charm that characterized his on-camera presence. He looked, for the first time in Percival's experience, like a private person rather than a public figure. I apologize for eavesdropping, Dex said, settling on the other side of the bench with the careful movements of someone who had decided this was too important for professional distance. But June radioed that we might have a code Percival situation, and I wanted to help. A code Percival? It's what the production team calls it when you go quiet and formal and start looking like you're about to abdicate your position. Dex's smile was wry but warm. We've had 4 previous code Percivals. This one seemed more serious. 4. The first was when you discovered what a swimming pool was. The second was the first rose ceremony. The third was after the museum date with Neil. The fourth was when Sebastian tried to explain TikTok. Dex ticked them off on his fingers. In each case, you pulled back, went rigid, and started making noises about this world being unsuitable for a man of your particular disposition. I am somewhat predictable, it seems. You're somewhat human, which is different. Dex leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees, and Percival noticed his right hand moving to touch his wedding ring. A gesture that, according to the patterns Percival had observed, indicated genuine emotional engagement rather than professional performance. Can I tell you about my husband? Dex asked. The question was unexpected enough to momentarily override Percival's spiral of self-doubt. Please. His name is James. He's a high school English teacher. Absolutely terrible at any form of social media, cannot dance to save his life, and has a habit of falling asleep during any movie released after 1995. Dex's voice had shifted entirely, the TV-perfect diction softening into something unguarded and unmistakably tender. He's also the kindest person I've ever met, and he makes me laugh every single day. And there was a period of approximately 8 months where I was absolutely convinced I didn't deserve him. 8 months. 8 months of the same conversation you're having with yourself right now. I'm too damaged. I'm too public. I'm too focused on career. He deserves someone simpler, someone who can give him a normal life. I had the whole catalog of reasons why I should walk away for his own good. What changed? Dex smiled, and it was the most genuine expression Percival had ever seen on his face. Stripped of charisma and polish and professional sheen, revealing the person beneath the persona. He did. He sat me down one evening and said, "Dex, I didn't fall in love with the version of you that has everything figured out. I fell in love with the version of you that's terrified and trying anyway. So stop trying to protect me from yourself and let me decide what I can handle." The words resonated through Percival's consciousness with the force of a cathedral bell. "Stop trying to protect me from yourself and let me decide what I can handle." "That's remarkably similar to something Felix said to me this morning," Percival said. "Control dressed up as martyrdom, I believe was his phrase." "Smart kid," Dex said. Then, more seriously, "Percival, I'm going to say something that I've never said to a bachelor on this show, because I've never believed it this strongly before." "What?" "You deserve happiness." 3 words. 3 simple, devastating, impossible words that carried the weight of everything Percival had been told, explicitly and implicitly, for 32 years, that happiness was not for men like him, that the price of his nature was permanent exile from the possibility of genuine joy, that the best he could hope for was a tolerable existence maintained through careful performance and constant vigilance. "You deserve happiness," Dex repeated. "Not because you've earned it through suffering, and not because it's some kind of cosmic reward for being brave. You deserve it because you're a person and persons deserve love, and the particular person you're becoming, the one who's learning to hold hands and kiss people and express his feelings on camera despite being fundamentally terrified, that person is extraordinary." Percival felt something give way in his chest. Not the violent cracking of earlier breakdowns, but a gentle yielding, like ice beginning to thaw in the first warm days of spring. "I'm frightened," he admitted, and the confession felt simultaneously childish and monumental. "Good," Cassandra said. "Fear means you're paying attention. But fear of failure is not the same as inevitability of failure," Dex added. "You've spent your whole life assuming that love would destroy you. What if, and I know this is radical for someone with your particular operating system, what if love actually builds you? What if love actually builds you?" The question hung in the garden air, mingling with the scent of California jasmine and the distant sounds of the mansion's daily operations. Percival looked at the 2 people flanking him, Cassandra with her fierce protectiveness and hard-earned wisdom, Dex with his polished exterior concealing a depth of emotional understanding that the cameras never captured, and felt the same warm recognition he'd experienced in the kitchen with the contestants months ago. Found family. These people, who had no obligation to care about him beyond the professional requirements of their roles, had instead chosen to invest genuine emotional energy in his well-being. Had chosen to sit on a garden bench and speak honestly about their own fears and their own marriages and their own struggles with the belief that love was too good to be real. "You said earlier," Percival addressed Cassandra, "that I was not broken, merely unfinished." "I did. Do you believe that unfinished things can still be valuable, even before they're complete?" Cassandra's smile was the warmest he'd ever seen it. "I believe that unfinished things are the only things worth investing in. Finished things are done growing. Unfinished things still have the potential to become something extraordinary." Bachelor Mansion. Garden Terrace, 2:30 p.m. Neil found him on the terrace, which was becoming their geography of significant moments, the place where hands had been held for the first time, where conversations had turned honest, where the distance between 2 people had gradually, patiently, wonderfully narrowed. "June told me you were thinking about leaving," Neil said without preamble. His voice was steady, but his Irish accent had thickened in the way that indicated strong emotion held carefully in check. "June has a remarkably efficient information network." "Percy." Neil sat beside him, close, deliberately close, their shoulders touching in the way that had become their particular language of connection. "Were you going to tell me?" "I was going to tell you after I'd resolved the matter internally." "And what resolution were you leaning toward?" Percival turned to face him, and found the same expression he'd seen in the fantasy suite. Blue eyes bright with something between fear and hope, freckled face arranged in that particular configuration of patient attentiveness that made Percival feel simultaneously seen and sheltered. "I was leaning," Percival said slowly, "toward the cowardly option. Leaving. Yes." "Why?" Because I am terrified that I will prove inadequate to the task of loving you properly. Because I carry truths about myself that I have not yet been brave enough to share, and I fear their revelation will destroy what we have built. Because a voice in my head, which sounds distressingly like my father, insists that men like me are not capable of the sort of sustained, authentic partnership that you deserve. Niall absorbed this with the careful attention of a man accustomed to handling fragile things. Can I address each of those in order? He asked. Please. First, there is no such thing as loving someone properly. Love isn't a skill you master. It's a practice you commit to, and the commitment matters more than the execution. Second, whatever truths you're carrying, I've already told you, they won't change how I feel. I meant that, and I'll keep meaning it until you believe me. And third, he reached over and took Percival's hand, a gesture that had become natural between them, as necessary as breathing. That voice in your head that says men like you aren't capable of love, that voice is wrong. And I know it's wrong because I am sitting here, holding your hand, telling you that you are the most capable, the most sincere, the most lovable person I have ever met, and I am asking you, not as a contestant or a romantic prospect or whatever this show calls us, but as the man who is falling in love with you. Please stay. Please stay. 2 words. The simplest possible sentence. And yet they contained everything. The invitation Percival had been waiting his entire life to receive. The permission he'd never believed he deserved. The answer to the question that had tormented him since he'd first understood the nature of his desires in a world that had no place for them. Stay. Not change. Not perform. Not become someone worthy. Just stay. I want to tell you the truth, Percival said. All of it. Soon. Whenever you're ready. And you should know that the truth is considerably more unusual than anything you might be imagining. Niall's smile carried the gentle amusement of a historian who had spent years excavating the unusual. I once found a love letter from 1742 written in invisible ink on the back of a laundry receipt. I can handle unusual. Percival laughed. A sound that felt like the release of pressure that had been building since 3 in the morning. He lifted Niall's hand to his lips and pressed a kiss against his knuckles. A gesture so deeply encoded in his Victorian DNA that it emerged without conscious thought, and yet felt, in this context, like the most modern thing he had ever done. I'm staying, he said. Yeah. I'm choosing love over fear. I'm choosing you over the voice of my father. I'm choosing the terrifying, extraordinary possibility of happiness over the comfortable familiarity of resignation. He paused, then added, with the faint humor that was becoming his particular form of emotional processing. I am also choosing to ignore the fact that I just made what I believe is called a grand romantic declaration, while sitting on a bench in a garden that is almost certainly wired with hidden microphones. It's absolutely wired with hidden microphones, Niall confirmed. Splendid. Your producer is probably crying into her tablet right now. Cassandra does not cry. Cassandra is definitely crying. They sat together on the terrace, hands joined, shoulders touching, watching the afternoon light paint the garden in gold and shadow. Somewhere inside the mansion, a production team was preparing for the final stages of a show that had begun as an exercise in accidental fish-out-of-water comedy and had become, somewhere along the way, an authentic love story. And somewhere inside Percival, in the space where a 32-year-old wall of repression had once stood, solid and unyielding and seemingly permanent, something new was growing. Not certainty exactly, not the absence of fear, but something stronger than either, the decision, made consciously and deliberately and with full awareness of its costs, to believe that love was worth the risk. I am unfinished, he thought, and for the first time in his life, the word sounded not like a verdict but like a promise. Unfinished, still growing, still becoming, and choosing, with every frightened, hopeful, beating chamber of my heart, to become something extraordinary. Chapter 15. The Final Rose Ceremony. Bachelor Mansion, Percival's Suite, March 22, 2026, 6 a.m. His valet, his stylist, as June insisted the position be called, had laid out 3 options for the final ceremony, each arranged on the bed with the sort of precision that would have satisfied even Mr. Hargreaves. the Ashworth family butler whose ironing standards bordered on the theological. Option 1. A midnight blue suit with subtle silver threading that June described as modern classic with a hint of fairy tale. Option 2. A charcoal ensemble with a deep green waistcoat that Cassandra had selected specifically because she believed it made his eyes look like a weapon. Option 3. His own contribution to the discussion. A proper Victorian-inspired morning coat, complete with a waistcoat of ivory brocade that he had found in a shop in Los Angeles that catered to what the proprietor called period enthusiasts. Percival chose the third option without hesitation. If he was going to declare his love for Niall O'Sullivan on national television, he was going to do it dressed as himself. Not the carefully modernized version of himself that the wardrobe department had been constructing over the preceding weeks, but the man he actually was, a Victorian gentleman, displaced by time, who had found something worth staying for. He dressed with the slow, ritualistic care he had learned at the Ashworth estate, each button fastened with attention, each fold adjusted to precision, cufflinks secured with the sort of deliberate focus that had once been a mechanism for managing anxiety and was now simply a practice of self-respect. When he stood before the mirror, the man looking back at him was unmistakably Lord Percival Ashworth. Tall, auburn-haired, green-eyed, formally attired, and, for the first time in the reflection's 32-year history, smiling. Not the careful, measured smile he'd cultivated for social functions. Not the polite approximation of warmth he'd offered to Miss Weatherby's parents across innumerable dinner tables, but a genuine, slightly terrified, entirely hopeful smile that belonged to a man who was about to do the bravest thing he'd ever done. A knock at the door. June entered, took one look at his outfit, and her expression underwent a transformation that suggested she was experiencing several emotions simultaneously. "You're wearing the waistcoat," she said. "I am. The actual Victorian waistcoat. It seemed appropriate for the occasion." June pressed her lips together in what was clearly an attempt to maintain professional composure. Cassandra is going to lose her mind. In a good way. In a "this is the most compelling television visual I have ever produced" way. She paused, consulted her phone, then looked up with an expression that balanced professional efficiency with genuine warmth. "You ready?" "No," Percival said honestly. "But I believe that readiness may be overrated. That's the spirit." June checked her phone again. "Felix is asking to see you before the ceremony. He said it was important. Bachelor Mansion. Garden Loggia, 7:30 a.m. Felix was sitting on the stone bench beneath the wisteria arbor, his journal open on his lap, writing with the sort of focused intensity that suggested he was committing something important to paper. He wore his vintage-inspired best, a tailored suit in warm burgundy that complemented his curly brown hair and made his hazel eyes look almost golden in the morning light. He looked, Percival thought, like a portrait of a young romantic poet preparing for an audience with destiny. "You asked to see me," Percival said. Felix looked up, and his expression was one of the most complex things Percival had ever witnessed on a human face. Love, sadness, acceptance, pride, and a fierce, determined joy that seemed to burn from somewhere deep inside him. "You look magnificent," Felix said. "The waistcoat is perfect. It's you." "Thank you. You look rather magnificent yourself." "I know. I dressed for the occasion." Felix closed his journal and set it aside with careful reverence. "Percy, I need to tell you something before we do this." "All right. I know you're going to choose Neil." The words were delivered without bitterness, without accusation, without the dramatic anguish that Felix's theatrical nature might have been expected to produce. They were simply stated, a fact observed and accepted with the kind of quiet maturity that belied his 24 years. "Felix, please let me finish." He stood, and Percival noticed that his hands were trembling slightly, the only visible sign of the emotional effort this conversation was costing him. "I've known since the overnight date. Maybe since before that, if I'm honest. The way you look at him, the way your entire body changes when he enters a room, that's not something you can manufacture or redirect. That's the real thing." "I care for you deeply," Percival said, and the inadequacy of the words was almost physically painful. "I know you do, and I care for you, But caring isn't the same as what you and Neil have, and I've spent enough time studying love stories to know the difference. Felix's smile was watery but genuine. You're his Elizabeth Bennet, Percy. You're both too proud and too prejudiced and too scared to admit how you feel. And when you finally do, it's going to be the most beautiful thing anyone has ever witnessed. I'm not entirely certain I follow the reference, but the sentiment is appreciated. I'm saying you're a love story, a real one, not a tragedy where the queer characters die or go to prison or spend their lives in secret. A love story with an actual happy ending. Felix's eyes glistened, but his voice held firm. And I am so unbelievably proud to have been a small part of it. Percival stepped forward and, in a gesture that surprised them both, pulled Felix into an embrace. It was not the careful, negotiated contact of his early weeks on the show. It was a full, genuine hug, the kind that communicated everything words couldn't. Gratitude, affection, the particular tenderness of releasing someone you cared about into their own future. You are going to find extraordinary love, Percival said into Felix's hair. The kind you've been writing about in that journal. The kind that your poets promised was possible. You think so? I am certain of it. Because anyone with your capacity for seeing beauty in other people will inevitably attract someone with the capacity to see it in you. Felix pulled back, wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and produced a smile that was simultaneously the saddest and most beautiful expression Percival had ever seen. Okay, Felix said. Let's go do this. And for the record, if your declaration of love to Neil doesn't make at least 3 crew members cry, I'll be very disappointed. I shall endeavor to meet your expectations. You already have, Percy, in every way that matters. Bachelor Mansion, Rose Garden, 10 a.m. The final ceremony was staged in the mansion's Rose Garden, a deliberately symbolic choice that Cassandra had argued for against the network's preference for a more dramatic location. He arrived in a garden of roses, she'd told the executives, according to June's subsequent account. He should declare his love in one. The garden had been transformed into something that managed to be both spectacular and intimate. White roses lined the pathways, their blooms open and fragrant in the late morning sun. A simple wooden arbor, unadorned, elegant, deliberately reminiscent of something one might find in an English country garden, stood at the center of the space, framing the view of the Pacific Ocean in the distance. Chairs had been arranged for the small audience of production staff and crew who had been granted the privilege of witnessing the final ceremony in person. Cameras were positioned with the sort of strategic precision that Percival had learned to ignore, or at least to relegate to the periphery of his awareness. 3 primary units, 2 roaming operators, and what June had described as a drone for establishing shots, which Percival still found vaguely alarming from a surveillance perspective. Dex stood beneath the arbor in his finest designer suit, his professional smile firmly in place, but his eyes carrying the sort of genuine emotional investment that suggested this was no longer merely a hosting assignment. He touched his wedding ring once, that unconscious gesture that Percival had come to recognize as Dex's personal signal of authentic feeling, and cleared his throat. Welcome to the final ceremony of The Bachelor. Love finds a way, Dex said, his voice carrying across the garden with practiced projection. Percival, when you arrived here, you told me you were looking for someone who could see beyond the careful constructions we all maintain. Someone with whom you might speak honestly, without judgment or expectation of performance. He paused, and his professional cadence softened into something more personal. I think it's safe to say you've found considerably more than that. Percival stood at the garden's entrance, the ivory brocade of his waistcoat catching the sunlight, his hands at his sides, not adjusting his cufflinks, not fidgeting, not performing any of the anxious rituals that had characterized his early weeks. He was simply standing, simply present, simply himself. The 2 men before you, Dex continued, have each offered you something remarkable. It is now time for you to offer something in return. Your honest heart. Felix entered the garden first, as was the tradition for the person who would be released. He walked the rose-lined path with the deliberate grace of someone who understood that this was a scene in the story of his life and intended to inhabit it fully, chin raised, burgundy suit catching the light, hazel eyes bright with unshed tears and unmistakable courage. He stopped before Percival, and for a moment they simply looked at each other. Two men who had shared champagne and poetry and late-night conversations about whether love could survive the transition from fantasy to reality. "Felix," Percival began, and his voice carried the weight of genuine emotion. "You came onto this show seeking a love story. I want you to know that you found one. Perhaps not the one you expected, but one that has changed me fundamentally." Felix's lower lip trembled, but his gaze remained steady. "You taught me that joy is an act of revolution," Percival continued. "That happy endings are not merely possible but necessary. That the bravest thing a person can do is believe in love, even when every rational argument suggests it's foolish." He paused, feeling the familiar sting of tears and, for once, not fighting them. "You are extraordinary, Felix Rosenberg, and the person who eventually captures your heart will be the luckiest person alive." "But it's not you," Felix said softly. "It's not me. I'm sorry." Felix nodded once, a small, precise movement that contained multitudes, and then did something that made several members of the production crew audibly gasp. He stepped forward, kissed Percival gently on the cheek, and whispered, "Don't you dare be anything less than magnificent when you tell him." Then he turned, walked back down the rose-lined path with his head held high, and disappeared through the garden gate without looking back. Brave, Percival thought, watching him go. The bravest person in this garden today, and he doesn't even know it. There was a pause, a carefully choreographed interval that Dex filled with a few quiet words about the courage required to love and release, and then Niall entered the garden. Percival forgot how to breathe. Niall was wearing a suit of deep navy blue that made his copper-red hair look like a flame against the sea. His shirt was white, his tie a shade of green that, whether by accident or design, precisely matched Percival's eyes. He walked the path with that unconscious grace that had characterized every movement Percival had ever observed him make, but his expression held something new, a naked, unguarded vulnerability that suggested he had come to this moment without any of the protective layers that most people carried into situations of emotional risk. His blue eyes found Percival's across the garden, and his smile was the most honest thing in the world. "Hello," Niall said when he reached the arbor. "Hello," Percival managed, and discovered that the entire carefully prepared speech he had spent the previous evening crafting had evacuated his consciousness like guests fleeing a house fire. "You're wearing the waistcoat," Niall observed. "I am. The proper Victorian one." It seemed appropriate. For honesty. Niall's smile widened, and Percival saw his eyes glistening in the morning light. "It's perfect." Dex, with the professional instinct of a man who recognized when the script had been abandoned in favor of something better, simply stepped back and let the moment belong to them. "Niall," Percival said, and the sound of the name in his own voice felt like a key turning in the final lock. "I had a speech prepared. It was, I believe, rather eloquent, well-structured, appropriately emotional without being maudlin. I spent approximately 3 hours composing it, and I revised it twice. And I have forgotten every word of it." Niall laughed, that warm, genuine sound that Percival had catalogued as one of the essential pleasures of existence, and the sound broke through the last of Percival's carefully maintained composure. "So I shall simply tell you the truth," Percival said, and his voice was rough and unsteady and completely, irrevocably real. "I arrived in this world carrying the absolute conviction that love, the kind of love you have offered me, was impossible for someone like me. That my nature, my history, my particular set of circumstances had permanently disqualified me from the sort of happiness that other people took for granted." He paused, aware of the cameras and the crew and the weight of public declaration, and found that none of it mattered. There was only Niall, patient, kind, impossibly brave Niall, standing before him with his heart in his eyes. "You changed that," Percival continued. "Not by telling me I was wrong, though you did. Not by arguing me out of my convictions, though you could have. But by simply being present. By holding my hand on a garden terrace when I was too frightened to ask for it. By kissing me with a gentleness that made 32 years of shame feel like a bad dream I was finally waking up from. By asking the right questions and then waiting, with more patience than any person should be expected to possess, for me to find the courage to answer them. A tear escaped down his cheek. He let it fall. I love you, Niall O'Sullivan. I love your mind, which sees beauty in the fragments of the past and has the remarkable generosity to see beauty in me. I love your patience, which has been tested more thoroughly by my particular challenges than any quality should be required to withstand. I love the way your accent thickens when you're moved, and the way you touch people's arms when you're talking, and the way you make tea with the sort of reverence that suggests you understand that rituals matter. Niall's face was wet now too, tears tracking silently down his freckled cheeks, his smile so wide and so genuine that it seemed to illuminate the entire garden. I love you, Percival repeated. And I am choosing you, not because you are the last person standing or the safest option, or the most strategically advantageous match, but because you are the person who makes me feel, for the first time in my life, that being precisely who I am is not merely acceptable but wonderful. He reached into his waistcoat pocket and produced the final rose, which he had been keeping close to his chest all morning, the thorns carefully trimmed by June, the petals still fresh with morning dew. Will you accept this? He asked. Not as a symbol of a competition one, but as a promise that I will spend however long you'll have me learning to love you with the courage and honesty you deserve. Niall stepped forward, and instead of taking the rose from Percival's hand, he cupped both hands around Percival's, rose and all, and held them. Percy, he said, and his voice was thick with emotion, his accent so pronounced that the consonants had nearly dissolved entirely. I have spent my career studying love stories across centuries, letters between soldiers, coded messages between poets, diaries of people who loved in secret because the world wouldn't let them love in public. He squeezed Percival's hands gently. And in all those thousands of pages, I have never encountered a love story as brave as ours. Ours? Percival repeated, and the word tasted like the future. Ours, yes. I accept your rose, Lord Ashworth. And I promise you, whatever secrets you're still carrying, whatever truths you haven't told me yet, whatever impossible story brought you into my life, I am not going anywhere. He took the rose from Percival's hands, held it to his chest, and then, in front of the cameras, the crew, the drone capturing establishing shots, and the entire apparatus of modern entertainment, he kissed Percival. Not gently, not carefully, not with the measured restraint of their previous encounters. He kissed him with the full, unapologetic conviction of a man who had decided that this moment belonged to them and that the watching world was welcome to witness it but had no authority over it. Percival kissed him back with equal force, his hands finding Niall's waist, Niall's fingers threading through his carefully styled hair with cheerful disregard for its structural integrity. The rose pressed between them, its petals crushed but its significance undiminished. Somewhere behind them, Dex was saying something about love and courage and the power of authentic connection, but neither of them was listening. Somewhere beyond the garden walls, a production assistant was indeed crying into her tablet. And somewhere deep inside Percival, in the place where a frightened young man had once stood in a grey London library and wished for a world where love was not a crime, something ancient and wounded and impossibly persistent finally, quietly, peacefully laid itself to rest. Bachelor Mansion, after party 1 p.m. The aftermath was unlike anything Percival could have anticipated. The crew, people he had interacted with primarily as background presences, the invisible machinery of television production, emerged from behind their cameras and sound equipment to offer congratulations that felt startlingly personal. A woman named Keiko, who had been operating the primary camera for the duration of filming, shook his hand and said, with quiet intensity, "That was the most beautiful thing I've ever filmed." A sound engineer named Marcus wiped his eyes and muttered something about allergies that convinced absolutely no one. Cassandra found him in the mansion's sitting room, where a celebration had materialized with the sort of efficiency that suggested she had been planning it for weeks. The waistcoat was inspired, she said, settling beside him with a glass of champagne, an exception to her usual policy of abstaining during production hours. The network is already calling it the most authentic finale in franchise history. I simply wore my own clothes. Exactly. That's what made it authentic. She took a deliberate sip of champagne. The ratings are going to be extraordinary. But more importantly, and I want you to hear this clearly, what you did out there wasn't television. It was truth. And I am more proud of you than I have been of any person I've worked with in 17 years of doing this. Before Percival could respond, his phone vibrated with a cascade of messages that suggested Sebastian had been watching the live broadcast. I am literally sobbing. The waistcoat, Percy, the waistcoat. Being precisely who I am is not merely acceptable but wonderful. I'm getting that tattooed. Niall's face when you pulled out the rose, oh my God. Thad just texted the group chat. He said, that's my boy, and I think he's crying too. We are all crying. The entire group chat is just crying emojis right now, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, blue heart, blue heart, blue heart. Percival typed his response with slightly steadier thumbs than usual. I appreciate your emotional support, though I remain concerned about the permanence of tattoo decisions made in heightened emotional states. Never change, Lord P. Never. Change. Crown. Bachelor Mansion. Media Room, 4 p.m. The press conference was an exercise in a form of public exposure that made the show's cameras feel intimate by comparison. The room was filled with journalists, bloggers, and what June described as content creators. A term that still struck Percival as vaguely unsettling, as if these people were manufacturing the fundamental building blocks of existence rather than simply writing about television. Cameras flashed from every direction. Microphones were thrust forward with enthusiastic aggression, and the noise level suggested that a considerable number of people had strong opinions about his romantic life. Percival sat behind a table with Niall on his left, Dex on his right, and Cassandra positioned strategically behind them like a bodyguard in a power suit. His hand was resting on the table, and at some point during the opening questions, Niall's hand had found his and their fingers had interlaced. A gesture so natural that Percival barely noticed it until a photographer's flash illuminated the joined hands, and he realized that this simple act of connection was, in this context, a public declaration. Two men, holding hands, on camera, with the full knowledge and enthusiastic support of every person in the room. In 1881, such a gesture would have resulted in arrest. In 2026, it resulted in applause. Percival, a journalist from a publication June had described as the big one, called out, "Your journey on the show has been described as one of the most authentic and emotionally compelling in the franchise's history. How do you feel about the public response?" Percival considered the question with the careful attention he gave to all inquiries, then answered with an honesty that surprised even himself. "I feel astonished," he said. "Where I come from, the kind of love that Niall and I share was not merely private. It was impossible. The notion that strangers might not only accept but celebrate our connection is still, frankly, difficult to comprehend." "Can you tell us more about where you come from?" another journalist asked. "Your background has been one of the great mysteries of the season." "I come from circumstances where authenticity was dangerous and love was conditional," Percival said carefully, aware of Niall's thumb tracing gentle circles on the back of his hand. "I would prefer to leave the specifics for another time, if you'll permit me." "Of course." "Niall, what was it about Percival that first caught your attention?" Niall's smile was the one he reserved for topics he felt genuinely passionate about, the same expression he wore when discussing historical preservation or the love letters of the dead. "His sincerity," Niall said. "I've spent my career studying people who had to hide who they were. I know what that looks like, the careful language, the measured responses, the way someone holds their body when they're protecting a secret. Percival arrived on this show carrying all of that, and yet beneath it, in spite of it, he was the most genuinely sincere person I'd ever met. He couldn't fake emotion if he tried. Every feeling he has shows up on his face before he has time to suppress it." He turned to look at Percival, and the expression on his face made several journalists forget to write. "I fell in love with the man behind the manners," Niall said. "And the manners are pretty wonderful too." The room laughed. Percival felt his face heat in what he knew was a visible blush, and Niall squeezed his hand with the gentle amusement of someone who found his partner's capacity for embarrassment endearing rather than annoying. "One more question," Dex interjected with professional timing. From Entertainment Weekly, a woman in the second row stood up. "This question is for both of you. The show's social media has been overwhelmed with positive responses. The hashtag Lord Percival has been trending nationally for the past 3 hours. How does it feel to know that your love story is resonating with so many people? Percival looked at Niall. Niall looked at Percival. In the space between their gazes, an entire conversation took place, the kind that only happens between people who have learned each other's emotional language well enough to communicate without words. It feels, Percival said slowly, turning back to the room full of strangers who were, for reasons he still found extraordinary, genuinely invested in his happiness. Like the world is considerably kinder than I was taught to believe. Niall leaned toward his microphone. And it feels like proof that love stories don't have to end in tragedy. That sometimes the person who's been hiding all their life gets to step into the light and discover that the light was waiting for them all along. The room was silent for a beat, the particular silence that follows something true, and then erupted into the kind of warm, sustained applause that had nothing to do with professional obligation and everything to do with genuine emotional response. Percival sat in the center of it, holding Niall's hand, wearing his Victorian waistcoat and experienced, for the first time in 32 years of existence across 2 centuries, the extraordinary sensation of being publicly, completely, unreservedly accepted. Not tolerated. Not endured. Not politely accommodated. Accepted. The applause continued, and Percival did not adjust his cufflinks. He simply smiled. Bachelor Mansion, Percival's Suite 11 p.m. Later, after the champagne and the photographs and the interviews and the endless stream of congratulations from people whose names he was still learning, Percival stood at the window of his suite and stared at the lights of Los Angeles spread out below him like a constellation brought to Earth. His phone had been vibrating consistently for hours with messages from people he'd met during the show, messages from production staff, messages from Sebastian's group chat, and, most bewilderingly, notifications from the social media accounts that June had helped him create, which appeared to be accumulating followers at a rate that defied his understanding of mathematics. But the message that mattered most was a simple text from Niall, sent 20 minutes ago from the suite 1 floor below. Can't sleep. Keep thinking about what you said. Being precisely who I am is not merely acceptable but wonderful. I want you to know that's the truest thing anyone has ever said on television. And I want you to know that I meant what I said too. Whatever your story is, wherever you're from, however impossible the truth might be, I'm not going anywhere. Good night, Lord Ashworth. I love you. Percival read the message 3 times, each reading accompanied by a different shade of the same overwhelming emotion. Joy, relief, and the quiet, persistent wonder of being loved. He typed his response with care. Good night, Mr. O'Sullivan. I love you as well, and I promise you soon, I will tell you everything. Not because you require it, but because you deserve it. Because the man who holds my hand in front of the world deserves to know exactly whose hand he is holding. Sleep well. Tomorrow we begin the rather magnificent project of building a life together. Yours in this century and every other, Percy. He set the phone on the nightstand and turned back to the window. The city stretched before him, vast, electric, impossibly modern, and somewhere in its luminous sprawl, millions of people were watching or reading about or discussing the love story of a Victorian nobleman and an Irish museum curator, and finding in it something that resonated with their own hopes for connection and acceptance. Societal acceptance, he thought, testing the phrase against his experience. In 1881, those 2 words would have been a paradox, an impossibility as fundamental as the time travel that had brought him here. And yet here he stood, in a world where his love for Niall had been broadcast on national television and met not with condemnation but with celebration. The distance between those 2 realities, the gray London library and this bright California night, was not merely temporal. It was the distance between despair and hope, between endurance and joy, between a world that demanded he deny himself and a world that invited him to be whole. Cordelia, he thought, pressing his fingertips against the glass, you were right. There are places where men like me might find acceptance. I found one, and in it I found everything. Chapter 16. After the cameras stop. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, Los Angeles, September 14, 2026, 7:23 a.m. The morning began, as most mornings now began, with a negotiation about the thermostat. Percy, it is 74 degrees in this apartment. Precisely. A full 2 degrees below what any reasonable person would consider comfortable. We live in Los Angeles. In September, the sun is literally attacking us through the windows. The sun is providing natural illumination, which I find vastly preferable to those overhead fixtures that make everything look as though it's been preserved in formaldehyde. Niall, standing in the kitchen doorway in his running shorts and a t-shirt that read "Museum Professionals Do It in the Archives," regarded his partner with the expression of fond exasperation that had become his default setting over the preceding 6 months. "You grew up in England," Niall said, "in the Victorian era. You should be biologically adapted to cold. I grew up in a home with fireplaces in every room, each maintained by a dedicated member of staff. The concept of centralized temperature control that favors the Arctic is not, in fact, a natural extension of my heritage." "Fine. 75. That's my final offer. 76. And I shall refrain from commenting on the structural inadequacy of your athletic footwear for the remainder of the week. Those are perfectly good running shoes. They are an affront to cobbling as a profession. Deal. 76. Niall adjusted the thermostat with the resigned efficiency of a man who had learned that some battles were not worth winning. I should be most grateful. This was, Percival reflected as Niall moved through the kitchen with the unconscious grace that had first caught his attention in a mansion driveway half a year ago, what happiness looked like when it wasn't performing for cameras. It looked like arguing about thermostats. It looked like loose-leaf tea prepared in a proper ceramic pot because one's partner had standards about such things. It looked like a small apartment in a neighborhood called Silver Lake, which contained neither silver nor a lake, but did contain an abundance of coffee shops and what Niall described as excellent vibes. A phrase that Percival had learned to interpret as a general indicator of neighborhood quality. Their apartment was a study in compromise between two aesthetic sensibilities that should, by all rational calculation, have been incompatible. Niall's contributions included overflowing bookshelves, museum prints on the walls, a collection of vintage maps that Percival found unexpectedly moving, and a general philosophy of comfortable disarray. Percival's contributions included precisely arranged furnishings, an insistence on proper tea service, a writing desk positioned beneath the window for optimal natural light, and a growing collection of modern books that he catalogued with the sort of organizational precision that would have satisfied a Victorian librarian. The result was a space that looked, as Sebastian had declared during his first visit, like a history professor and a Jane Austen character had a beautiful decorating baby. Percival had accepted this as a compliment. The Museum of Queer History, Curatorial Office, 10:30 a.m. The position had been Niall's idea, proposed approximately 3 weeks after they'd moved in together, and Percival had organized their entire shared bookshelf by era, country of origin, and what he called thematic resonance. "You have," Niall had said, staring at the perfectly arranged collection with an expression of professional awe, "the most instinctive understanding of historical categorization I have ever encountered in a person who isn't formally trained. I have an affinity for the subject matter," Percival had replied, which was perhaps the greatest understatement in the history of either century. The Museum of Queer History, a mid-sized institution in downtown Los Angeles that Niall had been working at since before the show, had been seeking a consulting archivist with expertise in Victorian-era social history. Niall had suggested Percival for the role with the sort of carefully casual tone that suggested he'd been planning the pitch for weeks. "It's part-time," Niall had said, "mostly cataloging and authentication. The collection has a significant number of Victorian-era items that nobody on staff has the background to properly contextualize. And you believe I possess the relevant expertise? Percy, you identified the provenance of a donation box of letters in under 15 minutes last month. You corrected the exhibition text on Victorian mourning customs in 3 places. And you told Dr. Okafor that her dating of the Harrogate correspondence was approximately 18 months premature based on the shift in postal regulations. And you were right." Niall had paused. "She's still talking about it, by the way. She thinks you might be some kind of savant. I prefer the term unusually well-informed. And so Lord Percival Ashworth, Victorian nobleman and accidental reality television personality, had found gainful employment in the 21st century by doing the one thing he was uniquely qualified to do, explaining the past. The work was, to his considerable surprise, deeply fulfilling. Each morning he arrived at the museum's curatorial office, a bright, cluttered space that smelled of archival paper and coffee, and spent his hours handling objects that were, to his colleagues, historical artifacts and were, to him, the everyday items of the world he'd left behind. Calling cards with the precise formatting he recognized from his mother's drawing room. Dance programs from balls he might have attended. Letters written in the elaborate hand that he himself had been taught as a boy. And, most movingly, the hidden correspondence of men like him. Love letters disguised as business communications. Diaries written in personal ciphers. Photographs with inscriptions that read, "My dearest companion," or, "Forever your devoted friend." Each phrase carrying a weight of concealed passion that Percival understood in ways his colleagues could only approximate. "You handle these like you know them," Dr. Okafor had observed one afternoon, watching Percival turn a letter from 1878 with the particular reverence of someone who recognized the handwriting style, the paper quality, the specific shade of ink that had been fashionable in certain circles during that precise period. "I feel a connection to the era," Percival had said. "A kinship with the people who produced them. It shows. Your authentication notes read like first-hand accounts. Because they essentially are," he had not said. Silver Lake. Hillside Trail, 12:30 p.m. The lunch-hour walk had become a ritual. One of many they had developed in the gentle, organic way that characterized relationships where both parties were genuinely invested in the other's daily contentment. Niall had his CrossFit sessions 3 mornings a week, an activity that Percival found both admirable and vaguely alarming from a physical safety perspective. Percival had his morning tea routine, which he conducted with the sort of ceremonial precision that Niall had learned to respect as a necessary spiritual practice rather than merely a beverage preference. And they walked. Every day that weather and schedules permitted, they walked the hilly streets of Silver Lake together, navigating the neighborhood's particular geography of steep residential lanes and unexpected staircases while discussing whatever occupied their thoughts. Today, Percival was navigating a conversation about grocery procurement. "I simply don't understand," he said, "why one would voluntarily purchase bread that has been sliced by a machine when perfectly adequate loaves exist in their natural, unviolated state. Because pre-sliced bread fits in the toaster. The toaster is itself an instrument of bread degradation. The toaster is how normal people make breakfast, Percy. Normal people have apparently surrendered all standards of culinary dignity." Niall laughed. That warm, full sound that still made Percival's chest expand with involuntary happiness, even after 6 months of hearing it daily. "You know what I love about you? My sophisticated palate? Your ability to have a passionate moral stance on literally anything. Yesterday it was the ethical implications of dishwasher loading technique. Today it's bread. Tomorrow it'll probably be the proper way to fold a napkin. There is a proper way to fold a napkin. Several, in fact, depending on the formality of the occasion. Of course there is." They walked in comfortable silence for a few minutes, the September sun warm on their faces, the sounds of the neighborhood providing a backdrop that Percival had learned to find soothing rather than overwhelming. 6 months ago, the noise of modern Los Angeles had been an assault on senses calibrated for horse-drawn carriages and gaslit streets. Now, the hum of traffic and the distant pulse of music from open windows had become the familiar texture of home. Home. The word still produced a small, warm shock of recognition every time he applied it to this life, this apartment, this neighborhood, this man walking beside him with his copper hair catching the light and his hand occasionally brushing Percival's in a gesture of casual intimacy that would have been unthinkable in another century. "Percy." Niall's voice carried the particular quality that indicated he was about to raise a subject he'd been thinking about for some time. "Yes. Are you happy?" The question was simple. The answer was not, or rather, the answer was simple, but the magnitude of its truth was so vast that articulating it felt like trying to describe the ocean to someone who had never seen water. "I am," Percival said, "profoundly, extraordinarily, almost frighteningly happy." "Frighteningly?" Because I spent 32 years believing that happiness of this magnitude was structurally impossible for someone like me. And now that I have it, some part of me remains convinced that it cannot last. That it is too good, too generous, too fundamentally at odds with everything I was taught about my own prospects. Niall stopped walking, turned to face him, and took both his hands. A gesture that, in the middle of a public street in broad daylight, still made Percival's heart perform its characteristic acrobatics. "It can last," Niall said. "It will last, because we're both going to do the work to make it last." "You sound very certain." "I'm Irish. Certainty is our national pastime." He squeezed Percival's hands. "That, and finding things to argue about, which we're also extremely good at. The thermostat debate alone could sustain generations of domestic discourse. The thermostat debate is the foundation of our relationship. Future historians will study it." They resumed walking, and Percival found himself marveling, as he frequently did, at the extraordinary improbability of his circumstances. A Victorian nobleman, displaced by time, walking the streets of 21st-century Los Angeles with the man he loved, discussing bread and thermostats and the structural integrity of happiness, while the world around them continued its vast, indifferent, magnificent business of being modern. Niall and Percival's apartment, 6:30 p.m. Tuesday evenings were, by established convention, Sebastian night, a weekly gathering during which Sebastian Chan arrived at their apartment bearing takeaway food and what he described as essential cultural education materials, which typically took the form of films, television programs, or social media content that he considered critical to Percival's ongoing assimilation into the 21st century. "Tonight," Sebastian announced, settling onto the sofa with the sort of proprietary comfort that suggested he considered their apartment an extension of his own living space. "We are watching the reunion special." Percival's hand moved toward his cufflinks. "The reunion special," he repeated carefully, "of our show. The one where Dex interviews everyone about the experience and they show highlights and behind-the-scenes footage." Sebastian was already navigating the television, a device that Percival had learned to operate with moderate proficiency, but that Sebastian commanded with the sort of instinctive fluency that belonged to a generation raised on screens. "It aired last week, but I wanted to wait until you were emotionally prepared." "I am not emotionally prepared." "You're never emotionally prepared. That's part of your charm." Niall emerged from the kitchen carrying bowls of something Sebastian had brought from a Thai restaurant. "I've seen it already," he said, settling beside Percival with the careful nonchalance of someone who had opinions about the content but was determined not to influence Percival's first viewing. "And?" Percival asked. "And it's lovely, and also slightly mortifying. And you look incredibly handsome in every frame, which I'm told is not the point but is nevertheless worth mentioning." Sebastian pressed play. What followed was simultaneously the most surreal and most moving experience of Percival's post-time travel existence. There, on the screen that dominated their living room wall, was the entire arc of his journey, compressed, edited, and narrated by Dex with a combination of professional polish and genuine emotional investment that made the experience feel both public and intimate. He watched himself arrive at the mansion in his Victorian morning coat, stiff with terror and propriety, and winced at the visible anxiety in his own posture. He watched himself navigate the first cocktail party with the sort of bewildered formality that the producers had clearly found compelling, given the generous screen time they'd allocated to his more confused moments. "Your face when Seb tried to teach you how to fist bump," Sebastian said, giggling. "Iconic. I maintain that extending one's closed fist toward another person carries inherently aggressive connotations. And yet you do it perfectly now. I do it adequately. There is a distinction." He watched the museum date with Niall, the moment where Niall had said, "Men like us have always existed," and Percival's face had done something that the cameras had captured with devastating clarity. The expression of a man hearing, for the first time, that his existence was not an aberration but a continuation. Niall's hand found his on the sofa, and Percival held it tightly. He watched the overnight dates, the rose ceremonies, the confrontation with Brad Morrison, the quiet moments of connection with contestants who had become, in the months since filming, some of the closest friends he'd ever had in any century. He watched Felix's graceful departure and felt a renewed surge of admiration for the young man's courage. He watched Thad's elimination and the hug that had followed, and understood for the first time how the cameras had seen what he had felt. The genuine tenderness of two men who recognized they were meant to be family, just not in the way either had expected. And then the finale, the waistcoat, the rose garden, the forgotten speech and the unscripted declaration that had emerged in its place. On screen, Percival watched himself say, "I love you, Niall O'Sullivan. I love your mind, which sees beauty in the fragments of the past and has the remarkable generosity to see beauty in me." In the apartment, Niall's grip on his hand tightened, and Percival heard him exhale shakily. "Still can't watch that part without losing it," Niall murmured. "The waistcoat really was everything," Sebastian said, wiping his eyes with theatrical enthusiasm. "The internet lost its collective mind. There's a fan account dedicated entirely to your waistcoat. It has 40,000 followers. My waistcoat has its own following? Your waistcoat is a cultural phenomenon, Percy. Accept it." The reunion special continued with interviews, Dex speaking with former contestants about their experiences, Cassandra discussing the production decisions that had shaped the season's narrative, and a segment that June had apparently fought hard to include. A montage of behind-the-scenes moments that showed the genuine friendships that had formed off-camera. Sebastian making Percival laugh during a lighting setup. Thad teaching Percival to play what appeared to be a card game during a production delay. Felix reading poetry aloud to anyone who would listen during a rain delay. Niall, captured in an unguarded moment, watching Percival from across a room with an expression that made the studio audience audibly gasp. "You didn't know the camera was on you?" Percival observed quietly, studying Niall's face on the screen. The open, undefended tenderness of a man watching someone he was falling in love with. "No," Niall admitted. "I didn't." "You looked hopelessly besotted?" "Yes, I'm aware. My ma'am called after it aired. She said, 'Niall, darling, we could see it from space.'" The final segment of the reunion was a live interview with Percival and Niall together, conducted by Dex with his characteristic blend of professional charm and genuine warmth. Watching himself on screen was still a peculiar experience. The man on the television looked like him, sounded like him, and yet seemed simultaneously familiar and foreign, the way a portrait might resemble its subject while also revealing truths the subject had never consciously acknowledged. "You're doing the thing again," Niall said. "What thing?" "The thing where you study yourself on screen as if you're examining a historical artifact." "I am, in a manner of speaking, examining a historical artifact." "You're examining your own interview from 4 months ago. Everything becomes history eventually. Some things simply achieve the status more quickly than others." Sebastian threw a cushion at him, which Percival caught with a reflexive grace that would have surprised his deportment tutor and pleased his fencing instructor. Niall and Percival's apartment, bedroom 11:15 p.m. After Sebastian's departure, accomplished with his usual flurry of farewell hugs, unsolicited advice about Percival's social media presence, and a promise to send links to the best fan reactions, the apartment settled into the particular quiet that Percival had come to treasure as the most intimate part of their shared life. They were in bed, a king-sized affair that Niall had selected and Percival had furnished with what Niall described as an unreasonable number of pillows, but I'm choosing not to fight this battle. Percival was reading a biography of Oscar Wilde that he found simultaneously fascinating and painful, given his personal proximity to the era, and Niall was beside him, scrolling through something on his tablet with the unfocused attention that indicated he was thinking about something other than whatever occupied his screen. "Percy. Can I ask you something?" The question was casual in delivery but carried an undercurrent that Percival recognized, a particular frequency of seriousness that Niall deployed when he was about to raise a subject he'd been contemplating for some time. "Of course. What was your mother like?" The question caught him off guard, not because it was unwelcome, but because he had spoken of his mother so rarely, in either century, that the invitation to remember her felt like being offered access to a room he'd kept locked for 20 years. "She was—" He set his book aside, allowing memory to surface. "She was gentle, quietly intelligent in a way that my father never fully appreciated. She had dark auburn hair, the same shade as mine, actually, and she played the pianoforte with genuine feeling rather than mere technical competence, which was considered slightly scandalous in our circle. Scandalous piano playing, Niall said with a soft smile. She played with emotion, which implied insufficient self-control. Ladies of her station were expected to demonstrate proficiency without passion. He paused. I believe she would have found this century rather liberating. Do you think she would have accepted you? Who you are? I do. The conviction surprised him with its firmness. She had a way of looking at Cordelia and me that suggested she saw us as we truly were, not as society required us to be. I remember when I was very young, perhaps 7 or 8, she caught me staring at a painting in the National Gallery. It was a portrait of 2 young men, Renaissance era, and the tenderness between them was evident to anyone with eyes to see it. What did she say? She knelt beside me and said, "Beautiful, isn't it? The way they look at each other." Nothing more. No commentary about propriety or appropriateness. Just an observation about beauty. He felt his throat tighten. She died 4 years later, and I spent the next 20 years wondering whether that moment was her way of telling me she understood. Niall set his tablet aside and shifted closer, fitting himself against Percival's side with the particular precision of someone who had learned exactly how their body aligned with their partner's. I think she was, Niall said. I think mothers see things. Yes, I believe they do. They lay in comfortable silence for a moment, the kind that had taken months to develop, the silence of 2 people who had learned that not every space between words needed to be filled, that sometimes the most intimate form of communication was simply breathing in the same rhythm. Percy, Niall said again, and this time the undercurrent was stronger, the seriousness more pronounced. Yes, the things you haven't told me, about where you're from, about your previous circumstances. He paused, and Percival felt his body tense slightly against his side. I've been patient, and I'll keep being patient for as long as you need. But I want you to know that I think about it. That there are moments when you correct exhibition dates without checking any references, or when you handle an artifact like you've seen one before that's identical, or when you look at something from the 1880s with an expression that's less academic interest and more. He searched for the word. Homesickness. The word landed with the precision of an arrow. Homesickness. That was exactly what it was. Not the overwhelming displacement of his early weeks, but the quieter, chronic ache of a man who had made a new home while never quite losing the imprint of the old one. You notice a great deal, Percival said quietly. I'm a historian. Noticing things is what I do. Niall's hand found his beneath the covers. And I'm in love with a man whose story doesn't fit any category I've ever studied. And I want to understand. Not to satisfy my curiosity, but because I want to know all of you. Every piece, every secret, every impossible thing. Every impossible thing. Percival looked at the man beside him. Copper hair dark against the pillow, blue eyes soft in the lamplight, face arranged in that expression of patient, loving attention that had been his anchor through every storm of the preceding months, and felt the weight of his final secret pressing against his ribs like a creature trying to escape its cage. Soon, he thought. Very soon. I promise you, he said, that I will tell you everything. All of it. The full, impossible, almost certainly unbelievable truth. When? Soon. I need a little more time to find the right words, because what I have to tell you is not the sort of thing that can be communicated casually, and I refuse to deliver it without the care it deserves. Niall studied him for a long moment, then nodded. Okay, but Percy. Yes. Whatever it is, and I want you to hear me really clearly on this, whatever it is, I am going to love you on the other side of it. That's not conditional on the truth being comfortable or convenient or easy. That's just fact. Fact. Stated with the quiet certainty of a man who had spent his career verifying facts and therefore understood what it meant to declare something as one. You may find it somewhat difficult to believe, Percival warned. I find you somewhat difficult to believe. You showed up on a reality dating show in a morning coat from 1881 and somehow became the most genuine person anyone had ever met. At this point, my capacity for believing impossible things about you is essentially unlimited. Percival kissed him, gently, tenderly, with the particular quality of attention that he had learned, over 6 months of practice, was his own particular style of physical affection. Deliberate, unhurried, communicating through the careful pressure of lips and hands everything that his words could not yet say. "I love you," he murmured against Niall's mouth. "I love you too. Now go to sleep. You have a 9 a.m. meeting with Dr. Okafor about the Harrogate letters, and she does not tolerate tardiness. Dr. Okafor does not tolerate most forms of human imperfection, which is why she likes you. You're the only person on staff who matches her standards." Percival reached for the lamp, a gesture that had become second nature, this small domestic act of transitioning from wakefulness to sleep, and the room settled into darkness. Niall's breathing gradually deepened beside him, his body warm and present and entirely, wonderfully real. In the darkness, Percival lay awake for a long time, thinking about secrets and timing and the particular courage required to tell an impossible truth to the person whose opinion mattered most. Tomorrow, he thought, or perhaps the day after, or perhaps the day after that, but soon, because Niall deserved the truth, and Percival deserved the freedom that came with offering it. Soon, he promised the darkness. "I will tell him that I was born in 1849, that I traveled through time on a wave of despair and arrived in his century through mechanisms I still cannot explain. That the man who holds him every night and argues about bread and corrects museum exhibition dates is not merely old-fashioned but genuinely, literally, impossibly old. And then, he thought, as sleep finally began its approach, I will discover whether love is truly as unconditional as Niall O'Sullivan believes it to be." He suspected it was. He hoped, with every fiber of his ancient, transplanted, impossibly hopeful heart, that he was right. Chapter 17. The Question. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, October 5, 2026, 6:45 p.m. It happened over pasta. They were in the kitchen, Niall cooking, Percival observing with the sort of attentive fascination he brought to all modern domestic processes, as though the act of boiling water in an electric kettle rather than over an open flame remained worthy of scientific investigation even after 8 months in the 21st century. Niall was making carbonara, a dish he had perfected through what he described as an unhealthy number of YouTube tutorials, and one disastrous phone call to my ma'am, where she told me to stop overthinking the egg and just commit. The apartment smelled of garlic and rendered pancetta, and through the open window the October evening carried the particular warm fragrance of Los Angeles in autumn, jasmine and dry grass and the faintly metallic tang that Percival had learned to identify as the 101 freeway in rush hour. It was, by all measures, an ordinary Tuesday. And then Niall said, with the sort of studied casualness that indicated the words had been rehearsed, "I'd love to meet your family, Percy." The wooden spoon in Percival's hand. He had been assigned stirring duties, a task commensurate with his culinary skill level, went motionless. "Ah," he said, "I know you've told me about Cordelia, and about your father, and I know your mother passed when you were young." Niall kept his attention on the pasta, his voice maintaining that careful lightness that suggested he understood the significance of what he was raising. "But we've been together for 7 months, and I've never met any of them. You've never even shown me a photograph." A photograph. The Ashworth family's photographs were daguerreotypes taken by a man in Mayfair who charged a small fortune for the privilege of sitting motionless for several minutes while a chemical process preserved one's likeness in silver and glass. They were not the sort of images one could produce from a telephone. "My family is," Percival began, then stopped, started again. "They are quite traditional. You've mentioned. And also," he set the spoon down with careful precision, the way one might set down an explosive device. "About 145 years removed from this conversation." The kitchen went very quiet. Niall's hand stilled on the pan. The carbonara, which had been progressing toward completion with admirable momentum, was temporarily abandoned. The only sound was the gentle bubbling of pasta water and the distant hum of the freeway, sounds of a century that Percival had learned to call home but which still, in moments like this, felt thin as paper over the vast silence of the truth. "Say that again," Niall said. "My family lives in 1881, darling, in a townhouse in Mayfair and a country estate in Hertfordshire. My father is Lord Reginald Ashworth, my sister is Lady Cordelia Ashworth, and they are, to the best of my knowledge, currently occupied with the question of why their son and brother vanished from the family library on an October morning without explanation or forwarding address. Niall turned off the stove. This, more than anything, communicated the gravity of the moment. Niall was the sort of cook who would continue stirring through an earthquake if the recipe required it. "You're serious," he said. "I have never been more serious about anything in my life, which is rather significant, given that I was raised to treat seriousness as a moral obligation." Niall leaned against the counter, his blue eyes fixed on Percival with an expression that was cycling through emotions with the speed and complexity of a museum exhibit being rapidly assembled. Shock, confusion, something that looked like the beginning of anger, then a pause, a visible, deliberate pause, as his historian's mind engaged and began, almost involuntarily, to process. "The morning coat," Niall said slowly, "was not a costume. The way you handle artifacts, like you've seen them before. Because I have. Many of them were in common use during my lifetime. The Harrogate letters. You corrected the dating because you knew. Because I recognized the postal regulations from personal experience, yes. The time you told Dr. Okafor that the exhibition text on Victorian mourning customs was wrong because no family of distinction would have employed jet beading of that particular style before 1878. That was a matter of factual accuracy. The beading style in question was not widely adopted until after the Duchess of Argyll's memorial service. Which you know because I attended the memorial service. My mother took Cordelia and me. I was 10 years old and primarily interested in whether the refreshments would include seed cake, which they did." Niall exhaled, a long, controlled breath that suggested he was employing some form of deliberate calming technique, possibly learned during his CrossFit practice, which Percival understood involved a great deal of intentional breathing alongside the inexplicable lifting of heavy objects. "Okay," Niall said. "I need to sit down." They moved to the living room, the space that was half overflowing bookshelves and half precisely arranged furnishings, the physical manifestation of their two sensibilities learning to coexist. Niall sank onto the sofa, and Percival sat beside him, maintaining the careful distance of someone who understood that proximity might not be welcome during a conversation of this magnitude. "Start from the beginning," Niall said. "The actual beginning." So Percival told him. He told him about the library, the heavy damask curtains, the leather-bound volumes, the gray October morning in 1881 when the weight of a life built on concealment had finally become unbearable. He told him about Cordelia's visit, her fierce loyalty, her words about happiness mattering more than bloodlines. He told him about his father's plans for Miss Charlotte Weatherby and her watercolors, about the stable master's son whose gaze he'd held too long during a summer estate tour, about the 3 hours of prayer and self-recrimination that had followed. He told him about the wish, pressed against the cold window pane, delivered as a sob rather than a sentence. "I wish there were someone, where I might simply be myself." He told him about the spinning, the library dissolving, the world fracturing into prismatic light and reassembling itself around him as a Los Angeles parking lot in February 2026, where a woman in scandalous trousers had asked if he was there for the Bridgerton editions. "June," Niall said faintly. "June, who has been, from that moment to this, one of the finest people I have encountered in either century. And nobody on the show knew? Nobody knows. Not Cassandra, not Dex, not Sebastian. They all believe what the production team believed from the beginning, that I am an extremely committed method actor with an unusually thorough understanding of Victorian social customs. You've been hiding this for 7 months. I've been hiding it for my entire time in this century. Over 8 months now." Percival's hands moved toward his cufflinks, that ancient gesture of anxiety, and for once he let them complete the motion, let the familiar ritual ground him in a moment that felt otherwise groundless. "I wanted to tell you. I have wanted to tell you since the night in the fantasy suite when you asked me where I was from and I said, somewhere very far away. Every day since then, the weight of not telling you has grown heavier, and the fear of telling you has grown proportionally." "Fear of what?" "Fear that you would believe I was insane. Fear that the truth would destroy the trust we've built. Fear that the most extraordinary thing that has ever happened to me, falling in love with you, would collapse under the weight of an impossible biography. Niall was quiet for a long time, not the comfortable silence of their shared evenings, but the taut, charged silence of a mind working at full capacity, the silence of a man who had spent his career evaluating evidence, weighing probability, and making determinations about what was true. "The things you know," Niall said finally, "the details, the postal regulations, the mourning customs, the beating styles, the provenance identifications. Those aren't the kind of things you learn from research. They're the kind of things you learn from living." "Yes. And the way you were when you first arrived on the show. The flinching when people touched you. The terror at technology. The way you approached everything, absolutely everything, with the bewilderment of someone encountering it for the first time. Because I was encountering it for the first time. And previous circumstances. That phrase you used constantly. It wasn't a euphemism for a conservative upbringing. It was a literal description of a previous set of circumstances. In another century. Yes. Niall rubbed his face with both hands. A gesture that Percival had never seen him make before, which suggested he was processing at a depth that exceeded his usual emotional parameters. "This is insane," Niall said. "I am aware. This is the most insane thing anyone has ever said to me, and I once had a colleague try to convince me that Shakespeare was actually 3 badgers in a doublet. I have several questions about that, but they can wait." "Percy." Niall dropped his hands and looked at him, really looked with the same focused intensity he brought to authenticating a questionable artifact, the same analytical precision he applied to deciphering coded love letters from centuries past. "I need you to understand something. Yes, I am a historian. I have spent my entire professional life studying the ways that truth can be stranger, more complex, and more beautiful than anything fiction could invent. I have held letters from people who loved in secret for decades. I have authenticated objects that survived centuries against impossible odds. I have built my career on the principle that the past is not dead, that it lives on in the objects and stories and people it produces." He reached across the distance between them and took Percival's hand. The gesture was deliberate, steady, and communicated a decision rather than a reflex. "I should be telling you that this is impossible," Niall said. "That time travel doesn't exist, that you need professional help, that there must be a rational explanation for everything about you that I've been cataloging as unusual for the past 7 months. But I've been in love with you since you stood in a museum gallery and looked at a love letter from 1878 with tears in your eyes and the sort of recognition that no amount of research could produce. I've watched you handle artifacts with the muscle memory of a person who used those objects in daily life. I've listened to you correct historians with the casual authority of someone who was there." His grip tightened on Percival's hand. "And 2 weeks ago," Niall continued, "you were cataloging a donation of personal effects from a family called Pemberton, and you stopped at a photograph and said, 'Good heavens, that's old Pemberton.' I wondered what had become of him. And when I asked how you knew, you went completely white and said you must have been thinking of someone else." "I remember," Percival said quietly. "You weren't thinking of someone else." "No. Arthur Pemberton lived 3 streets from us in Mayfair. He had an unfortunate habit of allowing his spaniels to foul the pavement outside our gate." Niall let out a sound that was halfway between a laugh and something considerably more emotional. His spaniels. They were prodigiously ill-disciplined animals. The laugh won. It escaped from Niall in a burst that broke the tension in the room like sunlight through cloud. Not the warm, easy laugh of their domestic routines, but something rawer, more bewildered. The sound of a man whose understanding of reality was rearranging itself in real time. "I believe you," he said. Percival blinked. "You believe me?" "I believe you. God help me, I believe every word of it. Because the alternative, that you've maintained the most elaborate, consistent, forensically detailed deception in the history of human relationships for 8 months, complete with authentic Victorian muscle memory and genuine emotional responses to artifacts from the 1880s, is actually more implausible than time travel. That is not the reasoning I expected." "What reasoning did you expect?" "I expected you to request evidence, or suggest I consult a physician, or, at minimum, require a period of deliberation before arriving at a conclusion." Niall's smile was watery, slightly wild, and entirely, unmistakably loving. Percy, I've been deliberating since the first night I met you. Every anomaly, every impossible detail, every moment where you said something that no living person could know. I've been filing them away, building a case, trying to construct a framework that explained all of you. He shook his head, his copper hair catching the lamplight. The only framework that fits is the one you just gave me. And you're not frightened? I'm terrified. I'm also exhilarated, and confused, and possibly in shock. He paused. And also concerned about the carbonara, which has been sitting unfinished on the stove for approximately 20 minutes and may be beyond rescue. Niall, I know, carbonara is not the priority. But it helps me to have something practical to focus on while I process the fact that my boyfriend is 177 years old. I prefer to think of myself as 32 with considerable additional context. Niall and Percival's apartment, kitchen 8:30 p.m. They reheated the carbonara, or rather, Niall started a fresh batch while Percival sat at the kitchen counter and answered questions. The questions came in waves, each one revealing the particular architecture of Niall's processing style. He moved between the emotional and the analytical with the fluid precision of someone accustomed to holding both registers simultaneously. The time travel itself. How does it work? I genuinely don't know. One moment I was in the library, experiencing what I can only describe as a complete emotional collapse. The next, the room was spinning, the light was fracturing, and I woke up in a parking lot in Los Angeles in February 2026. Has it happened since? No. Which raises the question of whether it was a singular event or a repeatable mechanism. But the ending document, the outline, Niall caught himself shaking his head. Sorry, occupational hazard. I'm trying to treat your life like a primary source. You may treat it however you like. I find the analytical approach rather comforting. Okay, so, can you go back? Have you tried? I have not tried. I was, for most of my time here, too frightened of what trying might mean. Either that it would work and I would lose this life, or that it wouldn't work and I would know definitively that I was permanently separated from my family. But you think it might be possible? The mechanism, whatever it was, appeared to be triggered by intense emotional distress combined with a specific wish. I was in the library, I was in despair, and I wished, quite specifically, for a place and time where I could be myself. He paused. Whether reversing the process is possible, I cannot say. But the fact that it occurred once suggests it is not, by nature, impossible. Niall stirred the fresh pasta with the focused attention of someone using a physical task to anchor cognitive processing. Your family, Cordelia, your father, they've had no idea where you are for 8 months. The observation landed with a weight that Percival had been carrying since February. The guilt of disappearance, the grief of severance, the persistent ache of knowing that the people he'd left behind had no explanation for his absence. I think about it constantly, he said quietly. Cordelia especially. She was the last person to speak to me before the displacement. She must have heard something, the noise, the disruption, and arrived in the library to find it empty. Percy. Niall set down the spoon and came around the counter to stand before him. His face held an expression that Percival had learned to read over months of intimate observation. The particular configuration of concern, determination, and love that preceded Niall's most important statements. We need to try, to go back, to see your family, to let Cordelia know you're alive and safe and stupidly happy with an Irishman who argues with you about bread. His hands found Percival's, the gesture as natural as gravity. If there's any chance the mechanism works in reverse, any chance at all, we owe it to them. And to you. We, Percival repeated. You said we. Of course I said we. You didn't think I was going to let you attempt interdimensional time travel without me. Did you? Niall, the practical complications alone are extensive. I'm aware. You'd need to coach me on Victorian behavior. We'd need a cover story. I'd need to learn approximately 800 rules about which fork to use and when it's acceptable to make eye contact with a footman. He was speaking faster now, his Irish accent thickening with excitement. his eyes bright with the particular energy that Percival recognized from museum projects that Niall found intellectually irresistible. "We'd need to explain who I am and why I'm there, which presumably means constructing some kind of plausible fictional identity, and we'd need to navigate the fact that your father believes same-sex attraction is a form of insanity, while his son's boyfriend is standing in his drawing room trying not to accidentally invent something. You've been thinking about this. I've been thinking about this since the second month of our relationship, when you identified a first-edition Dickens in a second-hand bookshop by smell and then refused to explain how. The binding adhesive used by Chapman and Hall in the 1840s had a distinctive scent profile that, Percy, focus. Percival looked at the man standing before him. Copper hair slightly disheveled from cooking, blue eyes blazing with the particular combination of scholarly excitement and romantic devotion that made him the most extraordinary person Percival had ever encountered in any century, and felt something inside him shift with seismic finality. The last secret, the heaviest burden, the wall he'd maintained between who he was and who he pretended to be, gone. Not destroyed, not collapsed, not breached by force, but simply, quietly, willingly opened. A door he'd held shut for 8 months, finally swung wide to admit the person who had been patiently waiting on the other side. "If we attempt this," Percival said, "you need to understand what you're walking into. My father is rigid, formal, and constitutionally incapable of processing any information that contradicts his understanding of how the world operates. The social customs are not merely different from what you know. They are a comprehensive system of behavioral regulation that governs every interaction, every meal, every moment of the day. And the consequences of being discovered as what we actually are, two men in a romantic relationship, would be severe. Not uncomfortable, not awkward, severe." "I know," Niall said. "I've studied it. I've read the court records and the prison sentences and the newspaper reports. I know exactly what men like us faced in the 1880s. Knowing it academically and experiencing it in person are rather different things. Then help me bridge the gap. Teach me what I need to know. Coach me on the behavior, the language, the customs." Niall's grip on his hands tightened. "I spent years preserving the stories of people who had to hide who they were. If I need to do the same for a few days to meet the family of the man I love, I can handle it. You may need to pretend to be interested in eligible young women. I survived 4 years of secondary school in rural Galway. I can pretend to be interested in eligible young women. My father will almost certainly attempt to assess your suitability as an associate. He will ask about your family, your prospects, your views on property and inheritance. I'll tell him I'm a scholar. Historians were respected in the Victorian era. He will also expect you to dress properly, speak properly, and under no circumstances slouch. I can do that. Your slouch, darling, suggests moral deficiency." Niall grinned. That wide, delighted expression that had been making Percival's heart stutter since a mansion driveway 7 months ago. "So teach me to stand up straight. Teach me to use the right fork. Teach me to navigate your father's drawing room without committing a social felony." He leaned forward and pressed his forehead against Percival's. "And then take me home, Percy. Take me to meet your family." Home. The word meant 2 things now. This apartment in Silver Lake with its thermostat disputes and overflowing bookshelves, and a townhouse in Mayfair with heavy damask curtains and a library where the world had once dissolved around a desperate man's wish. 2 homes. 2 centuries. 1 life, finally, fully, honestly his own. "All right," Percival said, and the words tasted like the future and the past simultaneously. "But we begin your training immediately. And the first lesson is this: under no circumstances, none whatsoever, regardless of provocation, are you to mention your CrossFit membership. Excessive physical exertion for pleasure suggests mental instability. What if someone asks what I do for exercise? You take constitutionals. Gentle walks of moderate duration. If pressed, you may admit to occasional rowing, as it suggests both physical vigor and the ability to afford a boat." "Rowing. Got it. And Niall?" "Yes. When I introduce you as my dear companion, you must look appropriately melancholy about your unmarried state." Niall's laugh filled the kitchen, warm, genuine, and carrying the particular vibration that Percival had catalogued as the sound of someone who was terrified and delighted and completely, irrevocably committed. "I love you," Niall said. "You impossibly old, beautifully formal, time-traveling disaster of a man. I love you." "I love you too," Percival said. "And I believe the carbonara may be burning." "Oh, shit." As Niall lunged for the stove, swearing in what appeared to be a combination of English and Irish that would have horrified a Victorian household, Percival sat at the kitchen counter and felt, for the first time since a grey October morning in a London library, completely, unreservedly, luminously whole. Not because the secret was gone, though it was. Not because Niall had believed him, though he had. But because in the space between confession and acceptance, in the moment where the most impossible truth he possessed had been met not with rejection but with a plan and a smile and an Irishman's absolute refusal to let him face anything alone, Percival had discovered the final piece of the puzzle he'd been assembling since February. Love was not merely the willingness to remain. Love was the willingness to follow. Into the unknown. Into the past. Into a drawing room in Mayfair where the forks were weapons and the social rules were landmines and the only safe harbor was each other. Cordelia, he thought, watching Niall rescue the carbonara with the frantic efficiency of a man who refused to let any situation, temporal displacement included, result in wasted pasta. "I'm bringing him home. I think you're going to adore him, even if he does slouch." Chapter 18, Crossing Time. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, October 12, 2026, 9 a.m. The training began with posture. "Shoulders back," Percival said. "Further. No further. You're aiming for moral superiority expressed through spinal alignment, not mild discomfort." Niall, standing in the middle of their living room wearing a borrowed waistcoat and an expression of concentrated suffering, attempted to adjust his shoulders to the required specifications. The result was something between a military officer at inspection and a man who had recently been startled by an unexpected noise. "I look like I've been taxidermied," Niall said. "You look like a gentleman of moderate standing who takes his deportment seriously, which is precisely the impression we require." "Percy, my back is going to snap." Victorian backs did not snap. They were constructed of sterner material. Victorian backs didn't spend 3 mornings a week doing clean and jerks at CrossFit. Which brings us to our next item of discussion. Percival consulted the handwritten list he'd been compiling over the preceding week. 12 pages of closely reasoned instructions, organized by category and cross-referenced for potential areas of catastrophic social failure. Under no circumstances are you to mention physical exercise of any kind beyond constitutional walks and light riding. You've mentioned this several times. Because the consequences of mentioning CrossFit to a Victorian household cannot be overstated. The very concept of voluntary physical exertion for recreational purposes suggests, at minimum, eccentricity. At maximum, mental instability requiring institutional intervention. What if someone asks why I'm? Niall gestured at his own athletic build with the helpless expression of a man who couldn't hide his musculature even in period-appropriate clothing. Like this. You enjoy rowing. Rowing is respectable. It suggests both physical vigor and the economic means to afford a boat. Percival made a note on his list. Also, you eat well. The Irish are known for hearty appetites. This will be considered charming rather than suspicious. That's basically a stereotype. Stereotypes are the currency of Victorian social interaction. We shall use them strategically. Niall lowered his agonized shoulders approximately 1 inch inside. What's next? Table manners. Niall and Percival's apartment. Dining table, October 12, 2026, 11:30 a.m. They had purchased, from a second-hand shop in Pasadena, the closest approximation of a formal Victorian place setting that modern Los Angeles could provide. Multiple forks, multiple knives, multiple spoons, and several pieces of glassware, whose purposes Niall regarded with the bewildered suspicion of a man who had been raised in a household where setting the table meant ensuring everyone had a fork and a cleanish plate. The outermost implements are used first, Percival explained, arranging the settings with the muscle memory of 32 years of formal dining. You work inward with each successive course. Under no circumstances do you reach across the table. That is what the footmen are for. What if I need the salt? You ask the person nearest the salt to pass it. If no person is near enough, you catch the eye of a servant and indicate your need through a subtle gesture. A subtle gesture. A slight inclination of the head toward the relevant condiment, accompanied by an expression of mild expectation. Niall practiced the expression. It looked less like mild expectation and more like someone experiencing the early stages of a migraine. We'll work on it, Percival said diplomatically. What about the actual eating part? I assume there are rules about that too. Extensive rules. Soup is consumed from the side of the spoon, never the tip. Fish requires a specific knife and fork combination. Bread is broken by hand, never cut. Asparagus may be eaten with the fingers, but only during the months when asparagus is in season, and the manner of consumption must suggest refined appreciation rather than agricultural enthusiasm. Agricultural enthusiasm. One does not attack one's asparagus, Niall. One addresses it. I can't believe I'm receiving combat instructions for vegetables. You are receiving the fundamental tools of social survival in a society where using the incorrect fork has ended more promising acquaintanceships than political disagreements. Percival set down the fish knife and looked at Niall with an expression that balanced pedagogical seriousness with genuine tenderness. I know this seems absurd. Much of it is absurd. But these rules are the language my family speaks, and fluency will be the difference between a successful visit and a social catastrophe. Niall's expression softened. He reached across the table and took Percival's hand, a gesture that would, in approximately 36 hours, need to be completely suppressed. I know, he said, and I'm taking it seriously. I promise. I know you are. It's simply that. Percival paused, searching for words that could encompass the magnitude of what they were attempting. I spent 32 years navigating that world. I know every rule, every expectation, every invisible tripwire. But knowing the rules and teaching them are entirely different skills, and the stakes of failure are not merely social embarrassment. The stakes are prison. The stakes are prison, Percival confirmed quietly. For both of us. If our true relationship were discovered, the legal consequences would be severe. The gravity of this settled between them like a third presence at the table. Then we don't get discovered, Niall said. Teach me everything. Every rule, every fork, every subtle gesture. I spent 7 years in academia learning to navigate institutional politics that would make the Victorian aristocracy look straightforward. I can do this. I believe you can. I simply wish you didn't have to. I'm doing it because I love you, and because your family deserves to know you're alive and happy. That's worth a few days of pretending to care about the correct asparagus protocol. Percival raised Niall's hand to his lips, that instinctive Victorian gesture that had become their private shorthand for the things too large for language. One final item regarding table manners, Percival said. Yes. If anyone mentions marriage prospects, sigh wistfully and speak of your devotion to historical scholarship. My devotion to historical scholarship. Got it. It should sound like a noble sacrifice rather than a choice. Victorian bachelors who remain unmarried by choice are viewed with suspicion. Victorian bachelors who remain unmarried due to overwhelming intellectual passion are viewed with grudging respect. So I'm basically married to my career. You are tragically devoted to the preservation of Ireland's heritage to the exclusion of all romantic entanglement. This is to be delivered with a suggestion of quiet heroism. Quiet heroism, while sighing wistfully. Precisely. Niall and Percival's apartment. Living room, October 13, 2026, 3 p.m. The question of clothing had required considerable negotiation. Percival's own wardrobe was straightforward. The Victorian pieces he'd been wearing when he arrived in 2026 had been cleaned and preserved with the care one might devote to museum artifacts, which, in a sense, they were. His morning coat, waistcoat, trousers, and the associated architecture of a gentleman's daily ensemble had been waiting in the back of their closet like a costume that turned out to have been a uniform all along. Niall's wardrobe was more problematic. I'm not wearing that, Niall said. staring at the ensemble Percival had assembled through a combination of specialist theatrical costume suppliers and the sort of online shopping that he still found vaguely miraculous. It is a perfectly appropriate morning suit for a gentleman scholar of modest but respectable means. It has 17 buttons, 14 buttons, a waistcoat, a cravat, and a fob chain. The button count is well within normal parameters. Percy, the trousers have buttons where there should be a zip. The trouser fly will not be invented for several decades. Buttons are the established technology. I'm going to need a detailed instruction manual just to use the bathroom. We don't call it a bathroom. We call it the water closet. Or, in polite company, we simply excuse ourselves without specifying our destination. What if I forget and ask where the bathroom is? Then a servant will assume you wish to take a bath and begin preparing one, which will involve approximately 45 minutes and 3 members of staff. 3. 1 to heat the water, 1 to prepare the linens, and 1 to assist with dressing and undressing. Assist with undressing? Gentlemen do not dress themselves, or undress themselves. It is considered a task requiring professional expertise. Percy. Niall held up both hands. I love you more than anything in either century, but if a stranger tries to take my trousers off, I'm going to have a reaction that is very difficult to explain in Victorian terms. Which is why I will instruct the staff that you have a personal aversion to being attended while dressing, owing to a childhood incident that you prefer not to discuss. This will be considered eccentric but acceptable for an Irishman. Because the Irish are expected to be eccentric, the Irish are expected to be charmingly unpredictable. We shall use this to our advantage. Niall looked at the 17-buttoned, 14-buttoned ensemble, then at Percival, then back at the ensemble. Fine, he said, but we're practicing the buttons tonight. All of them, repeatedly, until I can do them in the dark. That seems prudent. And Percy? Yes. The part where you said we don't call it a bathroom. Can you compile a complete list of things we don't call things? Because I have a feeling the vocabulary differences alone could fill a book. They could fill several books. I have, in fact, begun a glossary. He produced a small notebook, actual paper, handwritten in his precise Victorian script, and opened it to the first page. Item 1. You do not say guys. You say gentlemen, or, in informal company, fellows. Item 2. You do not say cool as an expression of approval. You say capital or most agreeable. Item 3. You absolutely, under no conceivable circumstances, say oh my God. The appropriate expression of surprise is good heavens or, in extremis, great Scott. Great Scott. Item 4. Niall and Percival's apartment, the library corner, October 14, 2026, 10 p.m. The night before their attempt, they lay on the sofa in what Niall had christened the library corner. The section of the living room where Percival's precisely organized bookshelves met Niall's overflowing ones, creating a comfortable cave of literature in which they spent most of their evenings. The coaching was done. The glossary had been memorized, or at least the critical portions. The buttons had been practiced. Niall could now execute a passable bow, distinguish between a fish fork and a dessert fork, and produce an expression of mild expectation that only occasionally resembled a migraine. Tell me about the cover story again, Niall said, his head resting on Percival's chest in a position of casual intimacy that would be impossible for the next several days. You are Mr. Niall O'Sullivan, an Irish scholar of historical preservation, whom I met during my recent travels abroad. We have become close companions and have decided to share lodgings in London for economic prudence and intellectual companionship. Economic prudence and intellectual companionship. It is the standard explanation for two unmarried men who wish to live in close proximity. The arrangement is considered entirely respectable, provided both parties maintain the appearance of active interest in securing wives. Hence the wistful sighing about my devotion to scholarship. Hence the wistful sighing. My father will consider the arrangement practical. The staff will find it unremarkable. And Cordelia. He trailed off and Niall shifted to look up at him. Cordelia will know immediately, Niall said. Cordelia will know before we've finished the first sentence of the introduction. She has always been able to see through me, and I suspect your presence will require approximately 4 seconds of observation before she reaches the correct conclusion. Is that a problem? No. Cordelia will be our ally. She was already my ally before I left. She was the one who told me my happiness mattered more than bloodlines. When she sees that I've found that happiness. He paused, his throat tightening with an emotion he hadn't expected. She'll be my ally. She'll be our ally. And your father? This was the harder question. Percival stared at the ceiling and allowed himself to confront the complexity of Lord Reginald Ashworth. A man who was simultaneously the embodiment of everything that had constrained him and a father who, in his own rigid way, genuinely loved his children. My father is not a cruel man, Percival said carefully. He is a product of his time. A man whose entire understanding of the world is built on a framework of duty, propriety, and social hierarchy. He will see you as my companion and associate, and he will evaluate you based on your family, your education, your bearing, and your prospects. My prospects as a Victorian gentleman are somewhat limited, given that I don't actually exist in his era. You are an Irish scholar from a respectable family of moderate means. Your father is a... Percival paused. Fisherman would not serve. A man of the sea. Maritime commerce. You're turning my dad into a shipping magnate? I'm turning your father into a gentleman of sufficient standing that his son's presence in the Ashworth household is not considered presumptuous. We shall imply a degree of prosperity that makes the friendship plausible without inviting specific inquiry. And if he asks specific questions, deflect to your scholarly work. Victorians are generally unwilling to pursue detailed conversations about academic subjects. They consider excessive intellectual curiosity a form of social aggression. That's actually not that different from some academic dinner parties I've attended. Percival laughed. A quiet sound that carried the particular quality of pre-adventure nerves tempered by genuine amusement. You may find that the Victorian era and the modern era have more in common than you expect. Just with more buttons. Considerably more buttons. They lay in silence for a while, listening to the familiar sounds of their apartment. The hum of the refrigerator, the distant traffic, a neighbor's music filtering through the walls. The sounds of 2026. The sounds of home. What if it doesn't work? Niall asked quietly. The time travel. What if we try and nothing happens? Then we come back to bed and accept that the mechanism was a singular event, and we find another way to give you the family connection you're looking for. And what if it does work? What if we get there and something goes wrong? Percival was quiet for a moment, weighing the honest answer against the reassuring one and choosing, as he had learned to do with Niall, the truth. The greatest risk is discovery. If our relationship were identified, the consequences would be severe. Social ruin for my family, potential criminal prosecution for both of us. The second greatest risk is temporal. I don't know how the mechanism works, which means I don't know how to guarantee our return. So we could get stuck. We could get stuck. Though I suspect the mechanism is bidirectional. It responded to an emotional wish once, and I believe it would respond again. You believe. I believe with approximately 70% confidence, which is, I'm told, higher than most predictions about the future. Niall was quiet for a long moment. Then he sat up, took Percival's face in both hands, and kissed him with the deliberate intensity of a man committing something to memory. 70% is good enough for me, he said. Let's go meet your family. Niall and Percival's apartment. Living room, October 15, 2026, 8 a.m. They stood in the living room, dressed in full Victorian attire, looking, as Niall observed, like we're about to attend the most stressful costume party in the history of human civilization. Percival had dressed with the ritualistic precision of his former life, each layer applied in the correct order, each button fastened with the sort of attention that transformed the act of dressing into a form of prayer. The morning coat settled onto his shoulders like an identity he'd set aside rather than abandoned. Familiar, restrictive, and unexpectedly comforting. Niall looked, despite his protests about button counts, remarkably convincing. The borrowed suit fit well, his athletic build lending the clothing a vitality that most Victorian gentlemen achieved only through clever tailoring. His copper-red hair was styled differently than usual, parted neatly and smoothed with a pomade that Percival had sourced from a theatrical supply company. He looked, Percival thought with a surge of complicated pride, like exactly what they were claiming him to be. A respectable Irish scholar of modest bearing and considerable intelligence. "Ready?" Percival asked. "Absolutely not." "Excellent. That is precisely the level of preparedness I felt on the morning I left." "That is not as reassuring as you seem to think it is." Percival took Niall's hand. The last time they would touch freely until they were behind a locked door in the Ashworth estate. He held it tightly, feeling the warmth and the steadiness and the unshakable presence of the man who had followed him across every boundary he'd ever encountered. "The mechanism," Percival said, "was triggered by intense emotional distress combined with a specific wish. I was standing in the library, overwhelmed by despair, and I wished to be somewhere, where I could be myself." "So you need to feel something that powerful again?" "I need to feel something that powerful but directed differently. Not despair. Something else entirely." "What?" Percival looked at Niall, Victorian waistcoat, anachronistic running shoe, tan lines barely visible above his collar, blue eyes steady with a courage that would have put any soldier to shame, and felt the answer rise in his chest like a tide. "Hope," he said. "I arrived here on a wave of despair. I believe I can return on a wave of hope." "Hope for what?" "Hope that the two halves of my life can be joined. That the people I love in 1881 can know the person I love in 2026. That the man I was and the man I've become are not contradictions but continuations." He closed his eyes. Niall's hand gripped his. "I wish," Percival said, and the words carried a weight that vibrated through the apartment like a struck bell, "to go home. To bring the person I love to meet the family I left behind. To stand in the library of the Ashworth estate and introduce Niall O'Sullivan to Cordelia and to my father, and to do so as the man I truly am, not the man they required me to be." For a moment nothing happened. Then the living room began to spin. Niall's grip on his hand tightened convulsively. The bookshelves blurred, Percival's organized volumes and Niall's chaotic ones merging into a single stream of color and motion. The morning light through the California windows fractured into prismatic fragments, exactly as it had in the library 8 months ago, and the hum of the refrigerator was replaced by a sound like the universe inhaling. "Percy." Niall's voice was tight with controlled panic. "Hold on to me," Percival said. "Don't let go." "I wasn't planning to." The spinning intensified. The apartment dissolved. Time, vast, indifferent, impossibly accommodating, opened its arms and pulled them through. The Ashworth estate, London, June 1882. The first thing Percival noticed was the light. Not the bold California sun that blazed through their apartment windows, but the softer, more diffuse light of an English summer morning, gentle and golden and carrying the scent of garden roses and damp stone and horse manure, the unmistakable olfactory signature of Victorian London. The second thing he noticed was the carpet. He was lying on carpet, specifically on the Persian carpet that covered the floor of the Ashworth Estate Library, the same carpet on which he had played as a child, on which he had stood while his father lectured him about duty and matrimony, on which he had pressed his forehead against the window and wished for a different life. The third thing he noticed was that Niall was beside him, flat on his back, staring at the ceiling with the expression of a man whose understanding of physics had just been comprehensively violated. "That," Niall said faintly, "was not what I expected." "What did you expect?" "I don't know. A tunnel? Portal? Something with lights and sound effects? Not," he gestured vaguely at the ceiling, "not just suddenly being somewhere else. Time travel, it appears, lacks theatrical ambition. Time travel is terrifying is what time travel is." Niall sat up slowly, and Percival watched his expression transform as the reality of their location registered. The leather-bound volumes on their mahogany shelves, the heavy damask curtains filtering warm morning light, the cold fireplace with its ornate marble surround, unlit as one would expect in June, the wing-back chairs positioned exactly as Percival remembered them. "Oh my God!" Niall breathed. Good heavens! Percival corrected automatically. Percy, I am looking at a room that I have only ever seen in photographs and architectural drawings. And it is real and here and I am in it, and you want me to moderate my exclamations? I want you to survive the next 3 days without causing a social incident that results in our imprisonment. Fair point. Good heavens. Niall rose to his feet, turning slowly, his blue eyes cataloging every detail with the professional hunger of a museum curator who had just been handed unrestricted access to the most significant exhibit of his career. Percy, the woodwork, the plasterwork, is that original William Morris wallpaper? It was installed by Mother in 1871. She had a particular fondness for the acanthus pattern. I can see the brush strokes. In the museum we have a fragment of this pattern behind glass, and people queue for 20 minutes to look at it, and here it is covering an entire wall and it's just wallpaper. Niall. Sorry. Professional excitement. Temporarily lost control. He straightened his waistcoat, adjusted his cravat with only slightly trembling fingers, and assumed the posture they'd practiced, shoulders back, spine aligned, expression of moderate scholarly interest firmly in place. Right? I'm ready. What happens now? What happened now was the sound of footsteps in the corridor. Rapid, purposeful, approaching with an urgency that suggested someone had heard voices in a room that had been empty moments before. The library door opened. Cordelia Ashworth stood in the doorway. She was exactly as Percival remembered her. Tall, chestnut-haired, intelligent brown eyes, graceful carriage, wearing a morning dress of deep blue silk that suggested she had been about to begin her day when something had drawn her to the library. She was 28 years old, and she looked as though she had not slept properly in a very long time. Her eyes found Percival, and for a moment, one infinite, suspended moment, nothing existed except the space between a brother and a sister who had been separated by the impossible. Percy. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Hello, Dee. Her composure lasted approximately 2 more seconds before it shattered completely. She crossed the library in 4 strides and threw herself into his arms with a force that knocked him back a full step. A collision of relief and fury and love so enormous that it could not possibly be contained by Victorian propriety. You absolute! She was crying and speaking simultaneously, her face pressed against his shoulder, her hands gripping his coat as if she were afraid he might dissolve again. 8 months, Percy. 8 months with no word, no explanation, nothing. I thought you were dead. I told Father you must have been abducted. I had Hargreaves search every hospital in London. I'm sorry. His own voice was thick with tears. Cordelia, I am so sorry. I didn't know how to. Where were you? She pulled back to look at him, and her expression was the same one he remembered from the morning of his departure. Fierce, loving, terrified. Where on earth did you go? Not on earth exactly, Percival said. Or rather, on earth, but considerably later. Cordelia's eyes narrowed. He could see her extraordinary mind processing the implications of his phrasing, cross-referencing it against the evidence of his sudden disappearance from a locked room and his equally sudden reappearance, and arriving, as she always did, at the correct conclusion faster than anyone had a right to. How much later? She asked. Approximately 145 years. Cordelia was silent for exactly 3 seconds. Then she said, That explains the tan. A laugh escaped Percival, watery, relieved, and carrying the particular resonance of a man who had just been reminded why his sister was the most remarkable person in any century. It was at this point that Cordelia noticed Niall. He was standing by the bookshelf, maintaining the posture they'd practiced, his expression hovering somewhere between scholarly composure and existential overwhelm. To his credit, he had not touched the William Morris wallpaper again, though his fingers appeared to be twitching with the effort of restraint. Cordelia looked at Niall. Then she looked at Percival. Then she looked at Niall again, with the particular analytical precision of a woman who had spent her entire life reading the things people didn't say. Percy, she said, in a tone of studied calm that did not match the expression in her eyes. Who is your companion? Cordelia, may I present Mr. Niall O'Sullivan, a scholar of historical preservation from Ireland. He is my... Percival paused, and in that pause lived the entire weight of what he was about to do. Introduce, for the first time, the person he loved to the family he'd been hiding from. He is my dear companion. Dear companion. The phrase, that carefully calibrated Victorian euphemism they'd practiced in the living room of a Silver Lake apartment, landed exactly as intended. To any casual listener, it conveyed close friendship and professional association. To Cordelia Ashworth, with her preternatural ability to read between every line her brother had ever spoken, it conveyed everything. Her eyes widened fractionally. Her gaze moved from Percival to Niall and back again, and Percival watched her cataloging the details. The way Niall's body was oriented toward Percival even at a respectable distance, the matching quality of their nervous energy, the particular tenderness with which Percival had spoken the word companion. Mr. O'Sullivan, Cordelia said, extending her hand with a grace that concealed whatever she was feeling beneath approximately 17 layers of Victorian social training. How delightful! And how exactly did you and my brother become acquainted? Niall stepped forward, took her hand, and bowed over it with a precision that suggested the 12 hours of practice had been worth every aching muscle. Lady Cordelia, he said, and his Irish accent, which they had decided to leave unmodified, since it served their cover story and could not convincingly be suppressed, lent the formal address an appealing warmth. Your brother has spoken of you with great admiration. It is a genuine honor to make your acquaintance. Has he? Cordelia's gaze was assessing, curious, and, Percival noted with a surge of hope, not hostile. Well, Mr. O'Sullivan, I look forward to hearing more about your companionship. She turned to Percival with an expression that communicated, in the silent language they had developed over 28 years of siblinghood. You will explain everything. Immediately. In private. Percy, she continued aloud. Father is in his study. He does not yet know you've returned. I suggest we prepare him before making formal introductions. That seems prudent. It seems essential. He's been under considerable strain since your disappearance. The official story is that you embarked on an extended continental tour for reasons of health. She paused. I invented the story. You're welcome. A continental tour for reasons of health, Percival repeated. That is remarkably plausible. I've had 8 months to refine the narrative. I've also forged 3 letters from you, 2 from Italy and 1 from Switzerland, expressing your improving condition and your intention to return when you were fully recovered. She fanned herself once, that characteristic gesture that indicated active plotting. The handwriting was quite challenging to replicate, but I managed. You forged my handwriting? I am a woman of many talents, brother dear. Most of them developed out of necessity. She glanced at Niall with an expression that was rapidly evolving from cautious assessment to something warmer. Mr. O'Sullivan, you appear to be experiencing a degree of overwhelm. Niall, who had been dividing his attention between the conversation and the overwhelming reality of standing in a functioning Victorian household, startled slightly. My apologies, Lady Cordelia. I confess that your home is rather more magnificent in person than any description could convey. In person, Cordelia repeated, with the particular emphasis of a woman who had noted the phrase's implications, as opposed to how one might encounter it at a temporal remove, for instance. Cordelia, Percival warned. I'm merely making conversation, Percy. It's what we do in polite society. She turned fully to Niall and smiled. A genuine smile, warm and conspiratorial, and carrying the unmistakable suggestion that she had already decided to like him. Tell me, Mr. O'Sullivan, in whatever circumstances you and my brother became acquainted, was he this impossibly formal, or is that a recent development? Niall's composure broke into a grin that he rapidly converted into a more acceptable expression of moderate amusement. He was, Lady Cordelia, precisely this formal. Though I found that the formality conceals a remarkable capacity for warmth, once one learns to look beneath it. Cordelia studied him for a long moment, and Percival watched the assessment resolve into something that looked very much like approval. Remarkable capacity for warmth, she said softly. Yes, I've always thought so. It's lovely to meet someone else who sees it. In the corridor beyond the library, the sounds of the Ashworth household were beginning their daily crescendo: servants' footsteps, the clink of breakfast preparations, the distant authoritative voice of Lord Reginald requesting his morning papers. "Right?" Cordelia said briskly, straightening to her full height and assuming the expression of a woman who was about to manage a situation of considerable delicacy with maximum efficiency. "Here is what we are going to do. Percy, you and I will speak with Father first. We will explain that you have returned from your continental health tour, accompanied by a scholarly companion with whom you plan to share lodgings. Mr. O'Sullivan, you will wait in the morning room. It's the second door on the left, and under no circumstances touch the bell pull, as it summons Mrs. Hargreaves, and she has not yet been briefed on your existence." "The second door on the left," Niall confirmed. "There will be tea. You may pour your own. I understand the Irish are practical about such things." She turned to Percival. "And Percy?" "Yes." Cordelia reached out and touched his arm. That same small breach of protocol, that same gesture of fierce love that had preceded his departure from this room 8 months ago. Her eyes glistened, but her voice was steady. "I'm glad you're home," she said. "And I'm glad you didn't come alone." She turned and swept out of the library with the efficient grace of a woman who had just been given a crisis to manage and was thoroughly looking forward to it. In the silence that followed, Niall turned to Percival with an expression that combined awe, terror, and the unmistakable delight of a man who had just met his favorite historical period in person. "Percy," he said. "Yes. Your sister is the most extraordinary human being I have ever encountered, and I've only known her for 4 minutes. I told you you'd adore her. I don't adore her. I want to study her. She's like a primary source that talks back." He paused, then added with quiet sincerity, "She loves you very much." "Yes," Percival said, and his voice cracked slightly on the word. "She does." Through the library windows, the June morning was bright and generous. Warm London sunlight streaming through glass that had last seen Percival on a grey October morning, when he'd been convinced that happiness was impossible and love was a crime. The same light that had fractured into prismatic fragments as the world dissolved around his wish. He was home, both homes, standing in the library where he'd been broken, beside the man who had helped him become whole. "Shall we?" Percival said, gesturing toward the corridor and whatever awaited them in the formidable person of Lord Reginald Ashworth. Niall straightened his waistcoat, checked his posture, and assumed an expression of scholarly composure that was, Percival had to admit, remarkably convincing. "Lead the way, Lord Ashworth," he said. "And if I use the wrong fork at breakfast, just step on my foot. That would be a breach of dining etiquette. Then cough discreetly. That would suggest respiratory illness." "Then what, Percy? What is the socially acceptable method of discreetly informing someone they're about to commit a cutlery-based faux pas?" "A meaningful look. A meaningful look. The Ashworth family communicates primarily through meaningful looks. You'll adjust." They walked out of the library together, through the door that Percival had last passed through as a man who'd never been kissed, into a corridor that smelled of beeswax polish and coal smoke and the particular must of old money, and the house seemed to hold its breath around them, as if even the walls understood that something extraordinary was happening within their ancient, unyielding embrace. Chapter 19, Victorian Survival Guide. The Ashworth Estate, Lord Reginald's Study, June 1882. Day 1, 9:30 a.m. Lord Reginald Ashworth took the news of his son's return with the measured composure of a man who had been trained from birth to absorb surprises as though they were merely minor deviations in the schedule. "Percival." He rose from behind his desk, a mahogany fortress that had served 3 generations of Ashworth patriarchs, and crossed the study with the formal bearing that Percival had once considered the natural posture of all fathers and had since learned was a specific artifact of Victorian aristocratic conditioning. Distinguished silver hair, serious gray eyes, the kind smile that emerged only when his guard was down, which was almost never. His guard was down now, for approximately 4 seconds. "My boy." Lord Reginald gripped Percival's hand. Not a hug, never a hug. Ashworth men communicated physical affection through the firmness of handshakes and the duration of meaningful eye contact, and Percival saw, in the brief unguarded flash of his father's expression, a depth of relief that Lord Reginald would almost certainly deny if asked about it directly. Then the composure returned. Cordelia informed me of your arrival. I must say, 8 months in Italy and Switzerland has done wonders for your complexion, though I cannot fathom why you chose to return in the middle of the season rather than at a more convenient time. He cleared his throat, that characteristic gesture of discomfort, and returned to his seat behind the desk. Now then, I understand you've brought a guest. A companion, Father, Mr. Niall O'Sullivan, an Irish scholar of historical preservation. We became acquainted during my time abroad, and I've invited him to visit the estate. Irish. Lord Reginald's tone was the verbal equivalent of picking up a piece of fruit and examining it for bruising. What sort of family? Respectable. His father is involved in maritime commerce in Galway. Modest means but good standing. Maritime commerce. The examination continued. And the son chose scholarship over the family trade? Historical preservation, specifically. He has a passion for ensuring that important artifacts and architectural works are maintained for future generations. Lord Reginald considered this. That is, he said slowly, a remarkably practical pursuit. I have long believed that the current generation shows insufficient regard for the preservation of established institutions. Mr. O'Sullivan shares that belief most fervently, Father. Lord Reginald leaned back in his chair. And this plan to share lodgings in London. You believe this arrangement is appropriate. It is both economically prudent and intellectually stimulating. Mr. O'Sullivan's scholarly perspective complements my own interests most agreeably. Economic prudence. Lord Reginald nodded, though his expression suggested he found the concept novel when applied to his own family. Well, I suppose there's a certain logic to it. 2 confirmed bachelors pooling their resources. Confirmed bachelors. The phrase landed with a weight that Lord Reginald did not appear to notice and that Percival carried in the very marrow of his bones. Precisely, Father. Very well. Have Cordelia arrange a guest room for your Mr. O'Sullivan. We shall have him to dinner this evening and assess his suitability as a companion. He paused, then added, with a note of paternal concern so deeply buried that only a son who had spent 32 years decoding his father's emotional cryptography could have detected it. It is good to have you home, Percival. It is good to be home, Father. The Ashworth estate, the Blue Guest Room, day 1, 11 a.m. The problem began with the buttons. Or rather, the problem began with the 3 servants who arrived at Niall's guest room door approximately 15 minutes after his installation, each bearing items that suggested they intended to assist with his wardrobe, his ablutions, and what appeared to be the formal dressing of his hair. Percival, who had been lurking in the corridor in anticipation of precisely this moment, heard the exchange through the partially open door. Good morning, sir. I'm Thomas, your valet for the duration of your stay. Mr. Hargreaves has assigned me to attend to your personal requirements. My personal requirements? Yes, sir. If you'll permit me to assist with your morning coat. Oh, that's very kind, but I can manage buttons. I'm quite proficient at buttons, actually. Years of practice. Pause. Sir, it is customary for a gentleman's valet to. Right, yes, of course. It's just that where I come from, we're quite independent about the button situation. The button situation, sir? A second voice, female, from slightly further away. Begging your pardon, sir. I've brought fresh linens and will be laying out your afternoon attire. Shall I also prepare the washstand? The washstand? I was actually hoping to just... Is there a... Niall's voice dropped, and Percival could practically hear him wrestling with the glossary. Might you direct me to the water closet? The water closet is at the end of the corridor, sir. Shall I escort you? Escort me to the... No, I'm sure I can find it. It's the end of the corridor, you said. Sir, Mr. Hargreaves would prefer that guests be accompanied. I'll just... Thank you. I'll manage. The sound of Niall attempting to navigate past 3 well-meaning servants in a doorway that had not been designed for 4-person traffic was followed by a brief commotion, a muffled Irish exclamation that was fortunately too quiet for the staff to parse, and the rapid retreat of footsteps down the corridor. Percival intercepted him at the turn. I see you've met your valets, he said. Percy. Niall's expression was that of a man who had just survived a benign but deeply confusing ambush. There are 3 of them. 3 people whose entire job is to dress me and run my bath, and one of them tried to take my trousers off. Thomas is simply performing his duties. Thomas was reaching for my waistband with a level of professional determination that I was not emotionally prepared for. You'll adjust. I will not adjust. Can you tell them I have a childhood aversion to being attended while dressing? I've already spoken with Hargreaves. He's been informed that you have a deeply private nature owing to your Irish upbringing, and that you prefer to manage your own button situation. My button situation. It was the phrasing you introduced. Hargreaves was perplexed but accommodating. Niall pressed his back against the corridor wall and exhaled slowly. Percy, it's been 2 hours and I've already nearly scandalized your valet, failed to use the correct word for toilet, and accidentally touched a door frame that I'm fairly sure is a priceless example of Georgian woodcarving. The door frame is Regency, actually, and you didn't touch it so much as caress it, which the footman found unusual but not actionable. I caressed a door frame, with visible reverence. It was noted. I'm a museum curator. I see original Regency woodwork and my hands develop autonomous intentions. Niall straightened his waistcoat with the sort of deliberate focus that suggested he was using the action to ground himself. How did you manage this for 32 years? The servants, the rules, the constant performance. I was born into it, Percival said simply. It was not a performance for me. It was simply life. He paused, then added softly, which is perhaps the saddest part. Niall's expression shifted from comic overwhelm to something more tender. He glanced down the corridor, empty, for the moment, and quickly touched Percival's hand. The briefest possible contact, barely a brush of fingers, and yet it carried the weight of everything they could not do in this house, in this century, in this life that Percival had once inhabited without the knowledge that a different kind of life existed. I'm fine, Niall murmured. Truly, this is extraordinary and terrifying, and I wouldn't be anywhere else. Even with Thomas and the button situation? Even with Thomas. Though if he comes at me with a comb, I'm locking the door. The Ashworth estate, the drawing room, day 1, 3 p.m. The Dowager Lady Ashworth, Percival's grandmother, a woman of 81 years who had survived the reign of 4 monarchs and the social upheavals of an entire century with her opinions, her embroidery, and her formidable constitution entirely intact, was holding court in the drawing room when Cordelia performed the introduction. Grandmother, may I present Mr. Niall O'Sullivan, Percy's companion from Ireland. Mr. O'Sullivan, this is the Dowager Lady Ashworth. The Dowager examined Niall through a lorgnette with the sort of frank assessment that would have been considered impolite in anyone who was not 81 years old and therefore entitled to whatever social liberties she wished. Irish, she pronounced, in a tone that placed the word somewhere between interesting and debatable. Yes, ma'am. From Galway. Galway. The lorgnette lowered. I visited Galway in 1827. The weather was intolerable, but the people were surprisingly cultured. That's a generous assessment, ma'am. It is not an assessment, young man. It is a recollection. I am too old for assessments. They require diplomatic energy that I have long since redirected toward more useful pursuits. She gestured with the lorgnette toward the seat beside her. Sit. Tell me about yourself. Niall sat, and Percival watched with the helpless fascination of a man observing a collision between 2 forces of nature. The Dowager Lady Ashworth was the only person in the household who genuinely frightened Lord Reginald, and she had been expressing opinions about everyone and everything in the family's orbit since before Victoria took the throne. I'm a scholar, ma'am. I study historical preservation, the maintenance and protection of important buildings, artifacts, and cultural objects. You study old things. In essence, yes. Then you and I have something in common. The Dowager's expression shifted into something that was not quite a smile but was considerably warmer than her default state of aristocratic scrutiny. I am the oldest thing in this house, and I have been maintaining myself with considerable effort for over 8 decades. Tell me, Mr. O'Sullivan, in your professional opinion, am I well preserved? Niall's laugh was surprised, delighted, and, Percival noted with relief, pitched at precisely the right volume for drawing-room conversation. Magnificently preserved, ma'am. I would place you in the highest category of conservation. The highest category. I shall add that to my list of accomplishments. She leaned forward with the conspiratorial energy of a woman who had learned, over many decades, that the most interesting conversations happened in the margins of polite society. Now, I notice you've been looking at my embroidery frame. Do you have an opinion on needlework, Mr. O'Sullivan? Niall's eyes had indeed been drawn, helplessly, instinctively, with the professional hunger of a man who catalogued decorative arts for a living, to the embroidery frame positioned beside the dowager's chair. It held a partially completed piece of crewel work in a floral pattern that Percival recognized as one of his grandmother's long-running projects. Ma'am, if I may, is that a Berlin woolwork pattern adapted into crewel technique? The color gradation on the central roses is remarkable. That shade of madder pink is extremely difficult to achieve consistently. The dowager's lorgnette came up again, but this time the examination was approving rather than clinical. You know needlework, she said. I know textiles. The museum where I work, where I study, he corrected hastily, maintains a significant collection of Victorian decorative arts. Your technique is considerably more accomplished than most examples I've had the privilege of examining. Most examples you've examined. The dowager was visibly pleased, though she expressed this in the Ashworth tradition, through a subtle relaxation of facial muscles rather than anything so vulgar as a smile. Well, Mr. O'Sullivan, you are either a genuine scholar of needlework or an accomplished flatterer. In either case, you may call me Lady Ashworth, and you may visit this room whenever you wish. Across the drawing-room, Cordelia caught Percival's eye and fanned herself once. The plodding gesture, accompanied by a barely suppressed expression of delight. He's charming her, the gesture communicated. Your impossible Irishman is charming grandmother. Percival allowed himself a fraction of a smile in return. The Ashworth estate, the dining room, day 1, 7:30 p.m. Dinner was, as all dinners at the Ashworth estate were, an exercise in ritualized social performance conducted across approximately 2 hours and 7 courses. Lord Reginald presided from the head of the table with the authoritative bearing of a man whose comfort zone was precisely this: a formal setting, correct silverware, and conversation conducted within the bounds of established propriety. Niall was seated opposite Percival, a placement that Cordelia had arranged with strategic precision, ensuring that meaningful looks could be exchanged across the table while maintaining sufficient physical distance to prevent any accidental gestures of familiarity. The first course, a clear consommé, passed without incident. Niall selected the correct spoon, consumed from the correct side of the implement, and even managed to time his sipping to match the general rhythm of the table. The second course was where things became more complex. Tell me, Mr. O'Sullivan, Lord Reginald said, addressing Niall with the formal attention he reserved for guests who were being evaluated. What is it that drives a young man toward a life of scholarly pursuits rather than more productive endeavors? Productive endeavors, sir? Commerce, law, the military, pursuits that contribute directly to the fabric of society. Percival felt his chest tighten. This was Lord Reginald's opening gambit, the polite establishment of expectations that preceded either acceptance or dismissal. I believe, sir, Niall said, with a steadiness that suggested the 12 days of coaching had included preparation for precisely this kind of challenge, that the preservation of our cultural heritage is among the most productive endeavors a society can undertake. Without a clear understanding of where we come from, we cannot hope to navigate where we are going. Lord Reginald's silver eyebrows rose fractionally. That is an unexpectedly pragmatic perspective for a scholar. My father is a practical man, sir. He taught me that every pursuit should serve a purpose beyond personal gratification. Your father sounds like a man of sound principle. He is. He would appreciate your estate enormously. The architectural integrity of this house, the original detailing, the proportion of the rooms, the quality of the joinery, represents exactly the kind of craftsmanship that we are in danger of losing to modernization. Lord Reginald set down his spoon with the deliberate precision of a man who had just heard something that interested him. In danger of losing? The pace of industrial change is accelerating, sir. Buildings that have stood for centuries are being demolished to make way for newer, less considered structures. Without advocates for preservation, without people who understand the value of what exists, we risk losing irreplaceable examples of craftsmanship and design. Prophetic insights, Percival thought, watching his father's expression shift from polite interest to genuine engagement. Niall was, without intending to, making predictions about the future of architectural preservation that would prove entirely, devastatingly accurate, predictions that sounded, to Lord Reginald's ears, like the reasoned concerns of a particularly thoughtful scholar. "You make a compelling case, Mr. O'Sullivan." Lord Reginald cleared his throat. "I have often thought that the current enthusiasm for progress fails to adequately account for the value of what we already possess." "Then we are in agreement, sir." "It would appear so." The ghost of a smile, that kind expression that emerged only when Lord Reginald forgot to suppress it, flickered across his face. "Percival, your companion is rather more interesting than I expected." "He frequently exceeds expectations, father." Under the table, invisible to the assembled company, Percival pressed the toe of his boot very gently against Niall's foot, a gesture that was not in any etiquette manual, that violated no observable protocol, and that communicated, in the private language of two people navigating impossible circumstances with nothing but love and a comprehensive knowledge of Victorian silverware, "You're doing brilliantly." Niall's expression did not change, but his foot pressed back. The Ashworth estate, Cordelia's sitting room, day 1, 10 p.m. After dinner, after the port and cigars that Niall navigated with admirable composure despite having no experience with either. "In Ireland we drink whiskey, which I gather is considered provincial, but at least we don't set it on fire first." Cordelia arranged for a private conversation in her sitting room under the pretense of showing Niall her collection of botanical illustrations. The moment the door closed, she dropped every layer of Victorian performance. "Right?" she said, settling into an armchair with the coiled energy of a woman who had been restraining herself all day. "Percy, sit down." "Mr. O'Sullivan, Niall." "May I call you Niall?" "Please." "Niall, sit." She arranged her skirts with practiced efficiency and fixed them both with those intelligent brown eyes. "I have approximately 47 questions, and I intend to ask every single one of them before Father sends Hargreaves to suggest I retire." 47 seems excessive, Percival said. 47 seems restrained, given that my brother disappeared from a locked library, traveled 145 years into the future, became a contestant on something called a reality television program, fell in love with an Irishman, and then returned to introduce said Irishman to our father over consommé. She fanned herself, the plotting gesture in its most energetic form. "I have been remarkably patient." "How much do you know?" Percival asked. "I know what I observed on the morning you vanished. The library was empty when I arrived. The air felt wrong, somehow, charged, as if something had happened that the room itself hadn't quite recovered from." She paused, her voice losing its brisk energy and dropping into something more vulnerable. "I knew it wasn't abduction, and I knew it wasn't suicide because the room was undisturbed. But I didn't know what it was, and I've spent 8 months constructing theories that ranged from divine intervention to spontaneous geographical displacement. Spontaneous geographical displacement is remarkably close to the truth. So I gather." She turned to Niall. "And you know everything? The time travel, the circumstances of his departure, the nature of the world he's been living in." "Everything," Niall confirmed. "I know that your brother arrived in a century where men like him are not merely tolerated but celebrated. I know that he was terrified and brave and utterly genuine from the first moment I met him. And I know that the reason he came back was to let you know he's safe and happy." Cordelia was quiet for a moment. Her eyes glistened, but, true to form, she maintained her composure through what appeared to be an act of sheer aristocratic will. "Happy?" she repeated. "Is he genuinely happy?" "He argues with me about the thermostat and has strong opinions about bread. He works at a museum where his knowledge of your era makes him invaluable. He has friends who love him." Niall glanced at Percival with an expression that carried no pretense whatsoever. "And he is loved, Cordelia." openly, without condition or concealment. You call it a thermostat? It controls the temperature of our home. Your shared home. Yes. Cordelia processed this. Percival watched the information settle into her understanding. The reality of her brother living openly with the person he loved, in a world that permitted such things, in a home where happiness was not a covert operation but a daily practice. And this world, she said carefully, turning to Percival, this future, it truly accepts? Not universally, Percival said, but broadly and increasingly so. There are people who still object. But the law is on our side, and the prevailing sentiment is one of acceptance. Niall and I walk together in public. We are known as a couple. It is considered ordinary. Ordinary. The words seemed to hit Cordelia with physical force. Her hand went to her mouth, and for a brief moment, the 28-year-old woman behind the elaborate coiffure and the 17 layers of social training was simply a sister who was overwhelmingly, devastatingly happy for her brother. Percy, she whispered, I have wished for this for you every single day. He went to her. Propriety be damned. He crossed the room and knelt beside her chair and took her hand, and she gripped it with a fierceness that communicated everything their upbringing had trained them not to say aloud. I'm happy, Dee, he said, genuinely, absurdly arguing about bread happy. The bread argument sounds delightful. It is a recurring source of both conflict and entertainment. She laughed, a watery sound that she immediately pressed into silence with her free hand, then straightened, wiped her eyes with a handkerchief that materialized from her sleeve with the practiced efficiency of a woman who planned for all emotional contingencies, and resumed her interrogation. Right? 46 remaining questions. She turned to Niall. First, this reality television program. Explain it to me. It's a form of entertainment in which real people are placed in structured social situations while being observed by an audience of millions, Percival supplied. Millions of people, Niall confirmed. And Percy was the central figure. He was the bachelor. 25 men competed for his romantic attention over the course of several weeks. Cordelia stared at them both for a long, suspended moment. Then she began to laugh. Not the polite, contained laugh of a Victorian drawing room, but a genuine, full-bodied laugh that she muffled in her handkerchief and that shook her shoulders and made her chestnut hair tremble in its elaborate arrangement. 25 men, she managed, competing for Percy. I was quite popular, Percival said with quiet dignity. Percy, you once spent an entire dinner party hiding behind a potted palm to avoid making conversation with Miss Henderson. Miss Henderson had very aggressive opinions about China patterns. And yet, in the future, you managed to navigate a courtship with 25 suitors on national display. I had excellent guidance. Cordelia's laugh subsided into a smile that was simultaneously the saddest and most joyful expression Percival had ever seen on her face. I am so proud of you, she said quietly, and so envious. Not of the suitors, of the freedom. The word hung between them, freedom, carrying the weight of everything Cordelia herself could not have in this era. The freedom to choose her own path, to speak her mind without strategic concealment, to live a life that was not defined by the expectations of men who controlled the social architecture around her. Come visit us, Niall said suddenly. Cordelia and Percival both looked at him. If the time travel mechanism works both ways, and it does because we're here, then Cordelia could come to 2026. See the world Percy lives in. Experience. Freedom, Cordelia finished. Even temporarily. Even for a few days. Cordelia's eyes widened. She looked at Percival, and the expression on her face was the same one he'd seen in the library on the morning of his departure. The face of a woman imagining a world where the rules that constrained her simply didn't exist. Is that possible? She asked. I believe so, Percival said. The mechanism has now functioned twice. There is no reason to believe it would not function again. Cordelia fanned herself. Slowly, deliberately, the fan moving with the measured precision of a woman who was plotting something enormous. I shall require a full briefing on this future, she said, including the thermostat situation, the bread controversy, and this extraordinary concept of a reality television program. She paused. And I shall need appropriate clothing. I refuse to arrive in a new century inadequately dressed. Naturally, Percival said. But first things first. She stood, smoothed her skirts, and assumed the expression of a woman who had just absorbed the most remarkable information of her life and was already devising a plan to manage it. We have 2 more days of your visit to navigate. Father is warming to Niall, genuinely warming, which I had not anticipated, and grandmother appears to have adopted him entirely on the basis of his embroidery commentary. Textiles, Niall corrected. I complimented her crewel work technique. You complimented her existence, and she has not received a compliment from anyone under 70 in approximately 15 years, so you may consider yourself firmly in her good graces. Cordelia moved toward the door, then paused. One final question for tonight. Yes. She looked at Niall with the same evaluative precision she had applied since the moment they met, but now the assessment was complete, and the verdict was written clearly in her expression. Do you love my brother? More than I knew it was possible to love anyone. And will you take care of him? In this future of yours, where men can love openly and argue about bread and work in museums. I will, for as long as he'll have me. Good. Cordelia opened the door, paused on the threshold, and delivered her conclusion with the sort of calm finality that brooked no argument. Then you have my approval, Mr. O'Sullivan, and my gratitude, and my promise that if you ever hurt him, I will find a way to reach across 145 years and make you deeply regret it. I believe you completely, Niall said. You should. She smiled, that warm, conspiratorial Cordelia smile. Good night, gentlemen. Sleep well. And if Hargreaves offers to prepare a warming pan for your bed, Niall, simply accept it. Arguing with Hargreaves about bedtime preparations is a battle no one in this household has ever won. The door closed behind her, and the room settled into silence. The Ashworth estate. Niall's guest room, day 1, 11:30 p.m. Percival should not have been in Niall's room. The impropriety of an unmarried man visiting another man's private chambers at 11:30 at night would have been scandalous under any circumstances, and positively criminal given the actual nature of their relationship. But the corridor was empty, the household was retiring, and Percival had discovered, over 8 months in the 21st century, that there were some rules he was no longer willing to obey. He slipped through the door, which Niall had left unlocked in what Percival suspected was not an oversight, and found his partner sitting on the edge of the bed, still fully dressed, looking simultaneously exhausted and exhilarated. I survived, Niall said. You more than survived. You conquered. Percival settled beside him, carefully, quietly, acutely aware of the proximity of servants' quarters and the sensitivity of Victorian floorboards. My grandmother has not invited anyone to call her Lady Ashworth since the Duke of Devonshire's nephew visited in 1876. My father used the word compelling to describe your arguments. And Cordelia is already plotting your next visit. Your father cleared his throat 11 times during dinner. I counted. 11 is lower than average. He clears his throat approximately 14 times during meals with guests he finds disagreeable. 11 indicates genuine comfort. You've quantified your father's throat clearing as a metric of social approval. One develops interpretive systems when one's father communicates primarily through involuntary physiological responses. Niall laughed. Quietly, muffled against the back of his hand, the sound more precious for being suppressed. They sat close together on the bed, shoulders touching in the same way they'd sat in the bachelor mansion months ago, but the context was entirely reversed. Then Percival had been the stranger in a modern world, navigating touch with terrified caution. Now, Niall was the stranger in a Victorian one, and the touch they shared was dangerous rather than new. How are you? Percival asked. Not the polite inquiry of social convention, but the genuine question of a man who loved someone navigating impossible circumstances. Honestly, Niall leaned into him just slightly, allowing the contact that they couldn't afford in daylight. It's the most extraordinary experience of my life. Every room, every object, every interaction. It's everything I've studied, but alive. The textures, the sounds, the way the gaslight changes the color of everything. The way your servants move. There's a choreography to it that you can't understand from reading about it. He paused. But it's also the hardest thing I've ever done. Harder than the show? The show was hard because you were learning to be open. This is hard because I'm learning to be closed. To stand next to you and not touch you. To hear you called Lord Ashworth, and know that the real you, the one who argues about bread and kisses me in the kitchen, has to be hidden. His voice dropped. I understand now, Percy. What it cost you. Every day, for 32 years. The words settled between them with the weight of genuine understanding. Not the academic understanding of a historian who had studied repression from the safety of archives, but the lived understanding of a man who was, for the first time, experiencing it himself. That's why I left, Percival said simply. I know. And that's why I'm glad you did. They sat together in the gaslit quiet, listening to the sounds of the Ashworth estate settling into its nighttime rhythms. The distant chime of the hall clock, the creak of old timbers, the soft footsteps of servants completing their evening duties. Sounds that Percival had once heard as the backdrop of imprisonment and now heard as the texture of a home that he could visit but no longer needed to inhabit. Tomorrow, Niall murmured. I would very much like to see the library again. In daylight. We can arrange that. And I want to see the garden. And the morning room. And whatever room contains the embroidery that your grandmother has been working on for. How long did she say? 11 years. It's a depiction of the Battle of Waterloo rendered entirely in crewel work. 11 years. Percy. That's the most Victorian thing I've ever heard. She claims it will be finished by the time the next war starts. She is, unfortunately, likely to be correct. Prophetic. Grandmother has always possessed an unsettling prescience about geopolitical matters. They sat in silence for another moment, and then Percival did something that he would not have been capable of doing 8 months ago, in either century. He turned to Niall, took his face in both hands and kissed him, gently, carefully, with the full awareness that this was a stolen moment in a house where such moments were crimes, and that the man he was kissing had crossed a century to be here. Thank you, Percival whispered. For what? For following me home. Niall's hand came up to cover Percival's, a gesture that was becoming their particular language, the way Percival's cufflink adjustments had once been his solitary code for anxiety. Always, Niall said. Any century at all. Percival left the room the same way he'd entered, quietly, carefully, a ghost in his own former life, and walked the familiar corridor to his old chambers, passing the portraits of ancestors who would have been horrified to know what their descendant had become, and feeling, for the first time, not shame but a quiet, persistent pride. I am Lord Percival Ashworth, he thought, settling into the bed he'd slept in as a boy, surrounded by the objects and the expectations and the heavy damask curtains of his childhood. I am a man who loves another man. I am a citizen of 2 centuries, and I am exactly who I was always meant to be. The gaslight flickered as he turned it down, and the room settled into the particular darkness of a Victorian night. Deeper, denser, more absolute than any darkness Los Angeles could produce. He slept better than he had ever slept in this house. Chapter 20. Family Approval. The Ashworth Estate, the Library, June 1882. Day 2, 10 a.m. Niall stood in the center of the library and turned slowly, his blue eyes cataloging every surface with the reverent hunger of a man who had been granted access to the Holy of Holies. The binding adhesive, he said, running his finger along the spine of a volume without quite touching it. The museum professional's hovering caress that respected the boundary between admiration and contact. I can smell it. You were right. It's completely different from anything I've encountered in conservation. Chapman and Hall, 1848, Percival said, watching Niall the way one might watch a sunrise, with the quiet awareness that something extraordinary was occurring in real time. Mother acquired several first editions during the year of their publication. She had an instinct for literary significance. She had impeccable taste. Niall moved to the window where Percival had stood on the morning of his departure, pressing his forehead against the cool glass, wishing for a world that didn't exist. Niall touched the frame lightly, his expression shifting from scholarly fascination to something more tender. This is where you were standing. Yes. When it happened. Yes. Niall was quiet for a moment, looking through the glass at the garden below. The same garden, the same London light, the same view that Percival had stared at while his life crumbled and rebuilt itself simultaneously. You must have been so frightened, Niall said. I was beyond frightened. I was finished. I had reached the absolute limit of what I could endure, and the world simply opened. Percival came to stand beside him at the window, and for a moment they existed in the same posture that had preceded the most significant event of his life. Two figures silhouetted against the glass, looking out at a world that seemed both vast and constraining. I didn't know it would bring me to you. I didn't know it would bring me anywhere. I simply wished to be somewhere. Somewhen where I could be myself. And the universe responded. The universe responded. Rather dramatically, as it turned out. Niall turned from the window and looked at him with an expression that Percival had learned to read as the particular configuration of love, admiration, and fierce protectiveness that characterized Niall's deepest emotional states. I'm glad it did, he said. And I'm glad you brought me here, so I could see the place where the bravest thing you ever did happened. Even if you didn't know it was brave at the time. I thought it was surrender. Surrender is brave, Percy. Giving up the fight against yourself. Admitting that the life they'd built for you was killing you. That's the bravest kind of courage there is. A sound in the corridor, the measured tread of polished shoes on hardwood, announced Lord Reginald's approach before the door opened. They stepped apart with the practiced speed of two people whose survival depended on the rapid adjustment of physical proximity, and by the time Lord Reginald entered the library, they were standing at a thoroughly respectable distance examining a shelf of classical texts with expressions of scholarly interest. Ah, Percival. Mr. O'Sullivan. Lord Reginald surveyed the library with the proprietary satisfaction of a man whose family had been accumulating books for generations. I trust the collection meets with your professional approval, Mr. O'Sullivan. It exceeds anything I could have imagined, sir. The preservation is remarkable. The humidity levels in this room are naturally ideal for long-term conservation. Humidity levels? Lord Reginald looked as though the concept had never occurred to him. I simply keep the windows closed and the fire sensible. Which is, sir, precisely the correct approach. Many collectors inadvertently damage their libraries through excessive enthusiasm. Too much heat, too much ventilation, too much light. Your instinct for restraint has served the collection admirably. Lord Reginald's chest expanded slightly. A gesture so subtle that only someone who had spent decades decoding his physicality could have identified it as pride. Well, it's good to know that common sense has scholarly value. Common sense always has scholarly value, sir. It's the scholars who forget that who cause the most damage. Percival watched this exchange with the quiet amazement of a man observing an impossible friendship being constructed in real time. His father, rigid, formal, constitutionally resistant to new acquaintances, was warming to Niall with a speed that defied every precedent Percival had ever observed. And the warmth was genuine, not performative. Lord Reginald did not perform warmth. He occasionally, reluctantly, under very specific circumstances, produced warmth, in the way that stone walls occasionally produced heat when exposed to prolonged sunlight. Niall was, it appeared, sufficiently prolonged sunlight. Mr. O'Sullivan, Lord Reginald said, I wonder whether you might accompany me on a walk of the grounds this morning. I should like your opinion on several architectural features of the estate that have been the subject of debate regarding their maintenance. I should be honored, sir. Splendid. Percival, you may join us if you wish. Actually, Father, if you don't mind, I thought I might spend some time with Grandmother. She's been asking about my time on the continent. Lord Reginald nodded. Your grandmother has been keeping remarkably detailed notes on your supposed travels. I suspect she intends to verify your account against geographical fact. She is nothing if not thorough. Lord Reginald departed with Niall in tow, and Percival watched through the library window as they emerged into the June sunlight and walked the gravel path toward the east wing. His father's tall, silver-haired figure moving with military precision, Niall matching his pace with the careful attention of a man who had learned that walking speed was itself a form of social communication in this world. He's going to be fine, Percival thought. He's going to be more than fine. The Ashworth estate, the East Wing Terrace, day 2, 11:30 a.m. Lord Reginald Ashworth had, in the course of his 58 years, been described by various acquaintances as stern, formidable, exacting, traditional, and, by his late wife, in a letter that Cordelia had discovered among her effects, the most frustratingly decent man in England, if only he would stop pretending otherwise. He was pretending now. Or rather, he was attempting to maintain the pretense of detached assessment while actively enjoying a conversation more than he had enjoyed any conversation in recent memory. "The cornice work along the east wing," Lord Reginald said, gesturing upward with his walking stick, "was installed by my grandfather in 1803. The estate manager has recommended replacement with a more modern design. I find myself resistant to the suggestion." Niall looked up at the cornice with the focused intensity that Percival would have recognized as his professional assessment mode, the same expression he wore when evaluating artifacts at the museum. "Sir, if I may speak frankly? I prefer frankness to diplomacy, Mr. O'Sullivan. Diplomacy wastes time. The cornice work is original Regency craftsmanship of exceptional quality. Replacing it with modern work would be like, forgive the comparison, replacing a Stradivarius with a factory violin. The materials may be newer, but the skill that produced this cannot be reproduced. It should be carefully restored, not replaced." Lord Reginald was quiet for a moment, studying the cornice as though seeing it for the first time. "A Stradivarius," he repeated. "Your estate, sir, is an instrument. Every element, the stone, the timber, the plaster, the joinery, was assembled by craftsmen who understood how the whole functioned together. Remove one element and you alter the harmony of the entire structure. You speak about buildings the way musicians speak about compositions. Buildings are compositions, sir. The best ones, at least." Lord Reginald lowered his walking stick and turned to face Niall directly. His expression had shifted. The rigid assessment had softened into something that Percival would have described, had he been present to witness it, as genuine respect. "My son," Lord Reginald said carefully, "chose his companion well. Thank you, sir. I confess I had reservations when he arrived with an Irish scholar in tow. The combination seemed unconventional." He cleared his throat, 8 times in the space of this conversation so far, which by Percival's metric indicated a man experiencing significant emotional processing beneath a calm exterior. "But you understand things that I had assumed were beyond the interest of younger men. The value of what already exists. The importance of maintaining standards rather than chasing novelty. I learned those values from my father, sir. He spent his life on the sea, and the sea teaches you that the things which endure are the things that were built properly in the first place. Your father is a maritime man. A fisherman, sir." The word slipped out before Niall could apply the agreed-upon euphemism, and Percival, had he been present, would have experienced a moment of pure cardiac arrest. But Niall recovered with the fluency of a man who had survived 7 years of academic politics. "From a long line of fishermen. It's honest work, sir, and it produces men of considerable character." Lord Reginald considered this. A fisherman. Not maritime commerce, not shipping, not any of the genteel repackagings that might have been applied. A fisherman. "Honest work," Lord Reginald said slowly, "is the foundation of honest character." He cleared his throat again. "I have found, Mr. O'Sullivan, that a man's breeding matters rather less than his principles. My late wife held a similar view, though I was slow to adopt it." "Your wife sounds like a remarkable woman, sir." "She was." The kind smile appeared, that expression that emerged only when Lord Reginald forgot to suppress it, and that Percival had seen perhaps a dozen times in his entire life. "She saw the best in people before they saw it in themselves. Cordelia takes after her in that regard." "And Percival?" Lord Reginald's gaze moved to the garden where, somewhere beyond the hedgerow, his son was presumably visiting with his grandmother. The smile faded, but something else took its place. Something more complex, more vulnerable, more honest than anything Niall had yet seen on the patriarch's face. Percival takes after his mother in other ways, Lord Reginald said. A sensitivity that I have not always known how to accommodate. He paused, and the throat clearing became more pronounced. I fear I have not been the father he needed. The admission was so unexpected, so entirely at odds with the rigid patriarch Niall had been prepared to navigate, that he found himself momentarily without a response. Sir, he said finally, Percival speaks of you with a respect that I can tell comes from genuine love, not obligation. Whatever difficulties may have existed between you, he knows you care for him. Does he? It was not a question. It was the sound of a man who was not certain of the answer and afraid to ask. He does. He told me once that the weight of your expectations was crushing, but that the weight came from love, not cruelty. He knows the difference. Lord Reginald was very still for a long moment. Then he said, in a voice that had lost every trace of its customary authority and was simply the voice of a father, I want him to be happy, Mr. O'Sullivan. I have always wanted that, even when I could not, even when the forms of happiness available to him seemed. He trailed off. The unfinished sentence hung in the June morning like a confession interrupted by its own impossibility. Niall felt his heart rate accelerate. He knows, or he suspects, or he's been suspecting for 32 years and never allowed himself to articulate what he's suspected. Percival is happy, sir, Niall said gently. Genuinely, deeply happy. I can promise you that. Lord Reginald nodded once. A short, controlled movement, and then did something that Niall suspected he had not done in the presence of a non-family member in decades. He placed his hand briefly on Niall's shoulder. Good, he said. That is good. The hand withdrew. The formal bearing reasserted itself. The throat was cleared with renewed vigor. Now then, Lord Reginald said briskly, the south wall requires attention. Shall we continue? Lead the way, sir. They walked on, two men united by their mutual investment in the happiness of a third, navigating the architecture of an estate that had endured for generations and would, if Niall had anything to say about it, endure for generations more. The Ashworth estate, the drawing room, day 2, 4 p.m. The afternoon brought visitors. The Weatherby family, Lord Weatherby, Lady Weatherby, and their daughter Charlotte, had been invited to tea by Cordelia, who had orchestrated the visit with the strategic brilliance of a military campaign, reasoning that the sooner Miss Weatherby met Percival's companion, the sooner Lord Reginald might abandon whatever residual matrimonial ambitions he harbored. Miss Charlotte Weatherby was, as Percival had remembered, perfectly pleasant. She was 24, possessed of adequate beauty and an appropriate dowry, and her watercolors were, by all accounts, exceptional. She entered the drawing room with the composed grace of a young woman who had been raised to navigate social situations with seamless efficiency, and greeted Percival's return from the continent with the sort of mild pleasure that suggested she had not been significantly inconvenienced by his absence. Lord Percival, how lovely to see you looking so well. Italy must have agreed with you. Very much so, Miss Weatherby. Though I confess I am glad to be home. And this must be your companion. Mr. O'Sullivan, I believe. Niall executed his bow with what Percival considered commendable precision. Miss Weatherby, Lord Percival has spoken most favorably of your family. Has he? Charlotte's smile was polite but shrewd, a quality that Percival had not remembered from their previous acquaintance, and that suggested she had spent the 8 months of his absence developing a keener social intelligence. And what brings you to England, Mr. O'Sullivan? Historical preservation, ma'am. I have a particular interest in the architecture and cultural heritage of the... Oh, you must have so much to discuss with father, Charlotte interrupted with the sort of well-bred enthusiasm that was designed to redirect conversation towards safer topics. He's been frightfully concerned about the parish church. Something about the bell tower. I should be happy to offer whatever expertise I can. Wonderful. Now, Lord Percival. Charlotte turned to him with an expression that Percival recognized, with a small shock of retrospective insight, as the careful mask of a young woman who was performing the role society had assigned her without any particular investment in its outcome. Mother was hoping you might tell us about your travels. She's been frightfully curious about Switzerland. What followed was an exercise in social theater that Percival navigated with the particular double consciousness of a man who was simultaneously inside the performance and observing it from the future. He described his fictional continental tour with details borrowed from actual travel literature he'd read during his recovery in the guest room, Swiss mountain scenery, Italian art galleries, the therapeutic benefits of alpine air. Niall contributed occasional scholarly observations that lent the narrative academic credibility without venturing into territory that might invite detailed geographical scrutiny. And then, approximately 40 minutes into the visit, the moment that would become legendary in the private mythology of their relationship occurred. Lady Weatherby, a woman of the old school who viewed the arrangement of marriages as both a social duty and a competitive sport, turned to Niall with the particular brightness that indicated she was about to raise the subject of matrimonial availability. "Mr. O'Sullivan, I understand you are a bachelor?" "I am, ma'am. And at your age. What are you, 8 and 20? 9 and 20, ma'am. 9 and 20. Well, you are still quite eligible. Have you given any thought to settling down? Finding a suitable young lady?" Niall produced the wistful sigh they had rehearsed, an expression of scholarly melancholy that suggested romantic sacrifice at the altar of intellectual pursuit. "I confess, ma'am, that my devotion to historical scholarship has left little time for—" "Nonsense! A young man needs a wife. Don't you agree, Charlotte?" Charlotte, who had been observing this exchange with an expression of barely concealed amusement, offered a diplomatic murmur that was neither agreement nor disagreement. "Now, our Charlotte is quite accomplished," Lady Weatherby continued, apparently conducting simultaneous matrimonial negotiations for both available bachelors in the room. "Watercolors, pianoforte, and she keeps an excellent household. Miss Weatherby, stand up. Let Mr. O'Sullivan see your carriage." Charlotte rose with the patient dignity of a woman who had been displayed to prospective suitors on numerous previous occasions. Niall, confronted with the simultaneous requirements of complimenting an eligible young lady while suppressing every instinct of his 21st-century sensibilities, performed creditably for approximately 12 seconds before his composure fractured. "Miss Weatherby is—" He searched for the approved Victorian vocabulary. "She possesses exceptional, that is to say, one can see that she is of—" Percival, watching from across the drawing room with mounting horror, attempted to communicate through meaningful looks that Niall should compliment her watercolors. He inclined his head slightly. He widened his eyes. He glanced, with what he considered pointed subtlety, toward the small painting of flowers that Charlotte had brought as a gift. Niall did not receive the message. "Miss Weatherby," Niall said, in the desperate tones of a man reaching for any compliment that might end the excruciating silence, "possesses exceptional bearing. Truly, very robust. One can see that she comes from healthy stock." The drawing room went extremely quiet. Charlotte Weatherby's expression passed through surprise, confusion, and what appeared to be a heroic effort not to laugh. "Healthy stock," Lady Weatherby repeated, in a tone that suggested she was not entirely certain whether she had been complimented or compared to livestock. "What my companion means," Percival interjected, with the rapid diplomatic reflexes of a man who had spent months navigating social crises on national television, "is that Miss Weatherby carries herself with a vigor and grace that reflects exceptionally well on her family. Mr. O'Sullivan's scholarly vocabulary sometimes fails to capture the nuances of social observation." "Quite," Niall said faintly. "Scholarly vocabulary. Precisely the issue." Across the drawing room, Cordelia pressed her handkerchief to her mouth and appeared to be experiencing a sudden and severe coughing fit. The remainder of the visit passed without further incident, though Percival noticed Charlotte studying Niall with an expression of keen interest that had nothing to do with romantic evaluation and everything to do with the shrewd assessment of a young woman who was, perhaps, more perceptive than anyone in the room had given her credit for. The Ashworth estate, the garden, day 3, 2 p.m. The final afternoon. Percival sat on the stone bench in the walled garden. His mother's garden, the one she had designed and planted in the years before her illness, and that the gardeners had maintained with the sort of devoted precision that suggested they considered it a shrine rather than merely a horticultural feature. Climbing roses covered the south wall, their June blooms heavy with scent. The path was gravel, neatly raked. A sundial stood at the center, its shadow marking the hours with the patient accuracy of a timepiece that required no winding and no maintenance. Only light. Niall found him there. "Your father has just given me a tour of the wine cellar," Niall said, settling beside him. He explained the provenance of every bottle with the sort of detail that suggests he considers the cellar a cultural institution in its own right. "Father believes wine is the only acceptable vehicle for emotion. Each bottle represents a specific occasion, a memory, a feeling he cannot otherwise express." He opened one, a claret from 1862. He said it was from the year your mother first danced with him at a ball. Percival's throat tightened. "He's never told me that. I think—" Niall hesitated, choosing his words with care. "I think he tells strangers things he can't tell family. Because strangers don't carry the weight of expectation. You're not a stranger. I'm a stranger in the way that matters for this. I'm someone outside the system, outside the rules that govern how Ashworths communicate with each other. Your father can be honest with me because I'm not constrained by his framework." He paused. "He said something else, Percy, while we were in the cellar." "What?" "He said, 'My son has been a different man since his return. Lighter, more present. I had feared his melancholy was a permanent condition, but it appears that it was merely a temporary situation awaiting the correct solution.'" A temporary situation awaiting the correct solution. The phrasing was so perfectly Lord Reginald, so precisely the language of a man who processed emotions through the vocabulary of practical problem-solving, that Percival felt tears surface before he could prevent them. "He knows," Percival whispered. "He suspects. He's been suspecting for years, I think, watching you, worrying about you, unable to name what he was seeing because his world didn't have language for it. But he loves you, Percy, in the only way he knows how. Through wine cellars and throat-clearing. Through wine cellars and throat-clearing and inviting the Irish scholar to see the cornice work because it was the closest he could come to saying, 'I want to spend time with the person who makes my son happy.'" Percival looked at the garden. His mother's garden, designed by a woman who had knelt beside her 7-year-old son in the National Gallery and said, "Beautiful, isn't it?" The way they look at each other, and felt something ancient and tangled loosen in his chest. Not forgiveness exactly. There was nothing to forgive. His father had been a product of his time, operating within the only framework he possessed, loving his children in the only language available to him. The failure was not personal, it was structural. The system itself was the cage, and Lord Reginald had been imprisoned by it as thoroughly as Percival, albeit in a different cell. "I think," Percival said slowly, "that my father has been lonely for a very long time. I think so too. And I think he's been carrying the fear that his son's unhappiness was his fault, without understanding that the unhappiness had nothing to do with parenting and everything to do with a world that offered no space for who I actually was. Which is why this visit matters. Not just for you, for him. He gets to see you happy. He gets to meet the person who makes you happy. And even if he never fully understands the specifics, he understands the outcome." Exactly. They sat together in the garden, at the respectable distance dictated by the invisible presence of groundskeepers and servants who might appear at any moment, and Percival allowed himself to see his childhood home the way Niall saw it. Not as a prison of expectations, but as a beautiful, complicated, imperfect place where imperfect people had loved each other in the only ways they knew how. "I was not unloved," he thought. "I was loved within limitations. And those limitations were not chosen by the people who loved me. They were imposed by the world we all inhabited." The insight was not new, but experiencing it here, in his mother's garden, with the man he loved sitting beside him, after watching his father open a bottle of wine from the year he'd first danced with the woman whose roses still climbed the south wall, gave it a weight and a reality that no amount of therapeutic reflection in 21st century Los Angeles could have achieved. The Ashworth estate, the front hall, day 3, 5 p.m. The farewell was conducted in the front hall, that grand, echoing space where generations of Ashworths had greeted visitors, dispatched servants, and marked the arrivals and departures that constituted the rhythm of aristocratic life. Lord Reginald stood at formal attention, his bearing as rigid as ever, his silver hair catching the late afternoon light through the fanlight window. The Dowager Lady Ashworth was positioned in a chair that Hargreaves had arranged specifically for the occasion, her lorgnette at the ready. And Cordelia stood slightly apart, her expression carefully composed. Her fan held at her side in a position that indicated she was suppressing approximately 47 emotions simultaneously. Mr. O'Sullivan. Lord Reginald extended his hand with a formality that belied the warmth of the preceding 3 days. It has been a genuine pleasure. The pleasure has been entirely mine, sir. Niall shook his hand with the firm, measured grip they had practiced. I trust you'll consider the restoration approach for the east wing cornice. I shall instruct the estate manager accordingly. Lord Reginald cleared his throat. You are welcome in this house, Mr. O'Sullivan. At any time, you are welcome in this house. The words carried a weight that Lord Reginald may or may not have consciously intended. The formal grant of permanent access, the closest a Victorian patriarch could come to saying you are part of this family without my needing to examine too closely why. Thank you, sir. That means more than I can express. The Dowager Lady Ashworth raised her lorgnette and examined Niall one final time. Young man, I shall expect you to write. I do not tolerate neglect of correspondence. I shall write faithfully, Lady Ashworth. See that you do, and when you next visit, bring me thread. The green they sell in London is entirely inadequate for the left flank of Wellington's cavalry. I shall source thread of the highest quality. Good. You may kiss my hand. Niall bowed over the Dowager's hand with the sort of genuine reverence that had nothing to do with performance and everything to do with the fact that he had, over 3 days, developed an authentic fondness for an 81-year-old woman who was embroidering the Battle of Waterloo and did not care who found it eccentric. Cordelia was last. She approached Niall with her composure firmly in place, but Percival could see the effort it was costing her, the slight tremor in her hands, the brightness in her intelligent brown eyes, the way she held her fan with a grip that threatened its structural integrity. Mr. O'Sullivan, she said, her voice perfectly steady. Thank you for visiting us. Thank you for having me, Lady Cordelia, and for, he glanced at Percival, for everything you've done, for him, before I ever knew him. Cordelia's composure wavered. She recovered it with the sort of disciplined grace that should have been recorded for posterity. He's lovely, Percy, she said, turning to her brother with an expression that combined approval, sadness, and the fierce joy of someone watching a loved one walk away toward happiness. Do teach him proper pronunciation of drawing room before your next visit. He says drawing room, and it's going to cause a situation. I do not say drawing room, Niall protested. You absolutely do, Percival and Cordelia said simultaneously, and the moment of shared certainty, brother and sister united in gentle correction of the person they both loved, was so perfectly, ordinarily familial that it made Percival's chest ache with a happiness that was indistinguishable from grief. He turned to Cordelia. I'll come back, he said. I know. And you'll visit us. In our time. Wild horses could not prevent me. She fanned herself once. I shall require a full briefing on this thermostat situation and access to whatever passes for a library in your future. We have the internet. It contains more information than every library ever built. That sounds either magnificent or horrifying. It is both, frequently simultaneously. She stepped forward and embraced him, properly, fully, with none of the restrained arm-touching of their usual exchanges. She held him tightly, and he held her, and for a moment they were simply a brother and a sister who had been separated by the impossible and reunited by the equally impossible, and who knew that the next separation would be temporary rather than permanent. Be happy, Percy, she whispered. I am. I am. Then go. She pulled back, wiped her eyes with the efficiency of long practice, and assumed an expression of composed authority that would have done credit to a field marshal. Go home to your future and your thermostat and your arguing about bread. And come back soon. Lord Reginald, who had been observing this exchange from a carefully maintained distance, cleared his throat with the particular emphasis that indicated he was about to say something he found difficult. Percival. Yes, father? Lord Reginald looked at his son. Really looked, with the full, unguarded attention that he reserved for moments of genuine significance. And Percival saw, in his father's serious gray eyes, something he had never before seen there with such clarity: recognition, not understanding. Lord Reginald might never fully understand his son's nature or his choices, or the extraordinary life he was living in a century that didn't yet exist. But recognition, the acknowledgement that his son was a person, complete and real and worthy of being seen, was present in his gaze with a force that no amount of throat-clearing could disguise. "You have chosen a good companion," Lord Reginald said. The sentence was simple. The meaning was vast. "Thank you, Father. He has sound principles, and he appreciates the cornice." "He does." Lord Reginald cleared his throat one final time, then extended his hand. Percival took it, expecting the customary firm handshake that constituted the Ashworth family's maximum expression of physical affection. Instead, Lord Reginald pulled his son forward and embraced him. It was brief, perhaps 3 seconds, and awkward in the way of men who had never learned the physical vocabulary of tenderness. Lord Reginald's arms were stiff, his posture rigid, and the sound he made against Percival's shoulder might have been a cough or might have been something that a less restrained man would have allowed to be a sob. But it was a hug, the first Percival could remember receiving from his father since childhood. "Come home again," Lord Reginald said, releasing him with the abrupt efficiency of a man who had exceeded his emotional allocation for the decade and needed to return to stable ground immediately. "That is, I should like it if you came home again." "I will, Father. I promise." Lord Reginald nodded once, turned on his heel, and walked back toward his study with a pace that was slightly faster than his usual measured stride, suggesting that he intended to reach the privacy of his desk before any further emotional developments could occur. Percival watched him go. This rigid, complicated, deeply loving man who had spent 32 years trying to protect his son from a world that would have destroyed him, and who was only now beginning to understand that his son had found a world that wouldn't. "Thank you," he thought, "for loving me in the only way you knew how. It wasn't enough, but it was real, and it was yours, and I will carry it with me into every century I inhabit." The Ashworth estate, the library, day 3, 5:30 p.m. They stood in the library, the room where it had all begun, and Percival took Niall's hand. No servants, no family, no audience, just 2 men in a room full of books, preparing to step across a century. "Ready?" Percival asked. "Whenever you are." "I want to remember this," Percival said, looking around the room one last time. The damask curtains, the mahogany shelves, the wing-back chairs, the Persian carpet, the William Morris wallpaper that Niall had caressed with professional reverence on the morning of their arrival. "Not as the place I escaped from, as the place that made me who I am." "Who you are is extraordinary, Percy, and this place is part of that. Your mother's roses, your father's wine cellar, Cordelia's fierce, beautiful mind, the library where you stood at the window and wished for a better world." Niall squeezed his hand. "You didn't escape from here. You graduated." Graduated. The word was so precisely, so unexpectedly right that Percival felt it settle into his understanding like a final puzzle piece. Not escaped, not fled, not abandoned. Graduated. From the world that made him to the world that completed him. "I wish," Percival said, and the words carried the same resonance they'd carried in a Silver Lake apartment, the vibration of something fundamental shifting. "To go home, to the place where Niall and I are building a life, to the future that is waiting for us." The library began to spin. Niall's grip tightened, the books blurred, the morning light fractured, and Lord Percival Ashworth, holding the hand of the man he loved, stepped out of the past and into everything that came next. Chapter 21, Home Again. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, October 2026. The living room materialized around them like a photograph developing in reverse, the blurred bookshelves sharpening into focus, the hum of the refrigerator reasserting itself like a mechanical heartbeat, the California sunlight streaming through the windows with the bold, uncomplicated brightness that Percival had learned to distinguish from every other form of light in either century. They were lying on the living room floor, precisely where they had been standing when the spinning began. The bookshelves, Percival's meticulously organized volumes meeting Niall's cheerful chaos, rose on either side of them like the walls of a canyon, and the ceiling above them was flat and white and thoroughly, blessedly modern. "We're back," Niall said. "We're back." Neither of them moved for a long time. The experience of time travel, Percival had discovered, was not unlike the experience of waking from an extraordinarily vivid dream. The displacement was instantaneous, but the emotional recalibration required to accept the new reality took considerably longer. His body was here, in Silver Lake, on the hardwood floor of the apartment he shared with Niall. But his mind was still partially in the library of the Ashworth estate, still feeling the brief, awkward pressure of his father's embrace, still hearing Cordelia's voice saying "be happy," Percy with the sort of fierce authority that permitted no argument. Niall sat up first. He looked around the apartment with the dazed wonderment of a man who had just spent 3 days in 1882 and was now confronted with the existence of electric lights and refrigeration. "The thermostat," he said. "What about it?" "It's set to 76. As agreed. 76 degrees. Percy, I have just spent 3 days in a house where the ambient temperature was controlled by a man named Hargreaves, adding coal to a grate at intervals determined by his professional judgment of the household's comfort requirements, and I want you to know, with my whole heart, that the thermostat is a miracle of human achievement and I will never complain about it again. I shall remind you of this declaration the next time the temperature reaches 78. 78 is still unreasonable. I said 76. That's the treaty." They looked at each other. Two men in Victorian clothing, sitting on the floor of a 21st century apartment, re-entering the life they'd built together with the particular tenderness of people who had just been reminded how extraordinary that life was. Niall reached over and took Percival's hand. "Your family is wonderful," he said. "My family is complicated. Wonderful and complicated are not mutually exclusive. In my experience, they're usually the same thing." He paused, his thumb tracing circles on the back of Percival's hand, that unconscious gesture that had become their private language for comfort. "Your father hugged you." "He did. 3 seconds. You counted." "Of course I counted. It was a historically significant event. Future scholars will write papers about the 1882 Ashworth hug. I intend to be the primary source." Percival laughed. A sound that felt lighter than any laugh he had produced before the trip. Lighter because the weight it had previously carried, the grief of separation, the guilt of disappearance, the persistent fear that his family would never know he was safe, had been set down in a front hall in Mayfair, in the brief and awkward arms of a man who communicated love through throat-clearing and wine cellars. "He was proud of me," Percival said quietly. "I could see it. He doesn't know why I'm different, he can't understand the specifics, but he could see that I was happy and it mattered to him. More than the family name. More than Miss Weatherby's watercolors. My happiness actually mattered to him. Of course it did. He's your father." In my experience, fatherhood and emotional attentiveness were not considered complementary qualities. They should be. In any century. They sat on the floor a while longer, letting the apartment settle around them. Its ordinary noises, its familiar smells, the particular quality of light that meant home in the way that gaslight and coal smoke had once meant home and now meant something more like origin. "Percy," Niall said eventually, "I need to tell you something." "All right. The 3 days I just spent in your father's house, pretending to be a bachelor, using the correct fork, not touching you in public, navigating every conversation like a minefield. It was the hardest thing I've ever done." He paused. "And it gave me something I could never have gotten from books or archives or museum exhibitions." "What?" "Understanding. Not the academic kind. The lived kind. I know now, not intellectually, not theoretically, but in my body, what it cost people like you to exist in that world. The constant vigilance. The performance. The way you have to monitor every glance, every gesture, every word, because a single mistake could destroy everything." His voice thickened with emotion. "And I know now why your shoulders were so rigid when you first arrived on the show. Why you flinched when people touched you. Why the cufflinks were a constant. Because your hands needed something to do that wasn't reaching for the person you wanted." "Niall, I'm not finished." He turned to face Percival fully, his blue eyes bright with an intensity that had nothing to do with scholarly analysis and everything to do with love. I have spent my career studying the courage of people who loved in secret. I have written papers about their bravery. I have given lectures about their resilience. And until 3 days ago, I did not truly understand what I was talking about. He lifted Percival's hand to his mouth and pressed a kiss against his knuckles. You are the bravest person I have ever known. Not because you traveled through time. Not because you went on a television show. But because you survived 32 years of that, and you came out the other side still capable of love. The apartment was quiet. The refrigerator hummed. The afternoon light painted the bookshelves in gold. I didn't just survive it, Percival said. I carried it. For a very long time, I thought the carrying was all I would ever do. That endurance was my highest possible achievement. He looked at Niall. Copper hair disheveled from time travel, Victorian waistcoat slightly askew, face open with the naked emotional honesty that had made him fall in love on a garden bench in a bachelor mansion. You showed me that I was wrong, that there was something on the other side of endurance. Something better. What? Joy, Percival said. Absurd, arguing about bread, fighting over thermostats, wearing a Victorian waistcoat on national television. Joy. Niall kissed him, on the floor of their apartment, in their borrowed Victorian clothes, surrounded by the books and the mess and the magnificent ordinariness of the life they were building together. When they finally stood up, stiff from the floor, rumpled from time travel, hungry in the way that only interdimensional displacement could produce, Percival walked to the window and looked out at the Los Angeles skyline. The same view he had looked at on the night of the finale, when the city had seemed vast and electric and impossibly modern. It still seemed all of those things, but it also seemed now like his, not a place he had arrived at by accident, but a place he had chosen, repeatedly, deliberately, with the full knowledge of what he was leaving behind and the full appreciation of what he was gaining. I'm not hiding anymore, he said. Niall came to stand beside him. You haven't been hiding for a while, Percy. No, I'm not hiding any of it. Not the time travel, not the Victorian identity. Not the fact that my father hugged me for 3 seconds in a front hall in 1882, and it was one of the most important moments of my life. He turned from the window. I want to tell people, Sebastian, Cassandra, June. I want the people who love me to know the whole truth. Are you sure? I have spent my entire existence managing secrets, concealing my nature, concealing my origins, concealing the fundamental architecture of who I am. And I am finished. Not because the secrets are shameful, they're not, but because the people I love deserve to know the person they love. Niall studied him for a long moment, his expression carrying that particular blend of professional assessment and personal devotion that characterized his most important observations. When do you want to start? Percival thought about it. About Sebastian, who had taught him to fist bump and would almost certainly require medical attention when confronted with the revelation that his friend was a Victorian time traveler. About Cassandra, whose professional instincts would be torn between protecting Percival's privacy and recognizing the most compelling narrative in the history of reality television. About June, who had found him in a parking lot in February and had never, not once, made him feel foolish for being exactly who he was. Soon, he said. But first, and I recognize this may seem like a peculiar priority given the magnitude of what we've just experienced, I would very much like to change out of these clothes, adjust the thermostat to 76 degrees, and eat something that was not prepared by a Victorian cook whose primary seasoning philosophy was, when in doubt, add more boiled mutton. The mutton was an experience. The mutton was a war crime. I had forgotten how profoundly English institutional cooking committed itself to the destruction of perfectly good meat. Niall laughed, and the sound filled the apartment, warm, genuine, carrying the particular vibration of two people who had just traveled across centuries together and discovered that the most extraordinary adventure was the ordinary life waiting for them on the other side. They changed clothes. They adjusted the thermostat. They ordered Thai food from the restaurant Sebastian had introduced them to, and they ate it on the sofa in their comfortable modern clothes while the Victorian costumes hung in the closet like props from a play that had turned out to be autobiography. And later, much later, when the food was finished and the evening had softened into the particular quiet that meant the day was releasing its hold, Percival sat at his writing desk beneath the window and opened a notebook. Not the Victorian glossary he'd compiled for Niall's coaching. Not the museum authentication notes he prepared for Dr. Okafor. But something new. Something that had been forming in his mind since the moment Niall had said you didn't escape. You graduated, and the word had settled into his understanding like a key turning in the final lock. He wrote, in his precise Victorian hand, on the first page, The Unlikely Memoirs of Lord Percival Ashworth. A Life in 2 Centuries. He paused, considered, then added beneath it, For Cordelia, who told me to be happy. For Niall, who showed me how. And for every person, in any century, who has been told that who they are is not enough, and dared to believe otherwise. He set down the pen and looked at Niall, who was reading on the sofa with the particular concentration that suggested he was already mentally composing his first academic paper on the sociological dynamics of actual time travel. I'm going to write it all down, Percival said. Everything. The library. The show. You. The trip back. All of it. Niall looked up. Your memoirs. My memoirs. Because the story of a man who traveled through time to find love on a reality television program is either the most ridiculous thing anyone has ever committed to paper, or the most important. And I suspect it may be both. It's definitely both, Niall said. And I want to be acknowledged in the foreword. You are the foreword, darling. You are the foreword, the dedication, and approximately 70% of the content. Only 70? The remaining 30% is divided between the thermostat, the bread controversy, and a rather detailed account of my grandmother's embroidery. Niall smiled, that soft, full smile that still, after all these months, made Percival's chest expand with the quiet certainty of being loved. Write it all down, Percy, he said. Every impossible word. Percival turned back to the notebook and began. Chapter 22. Ever After the Modern Way. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, November 2026. A Saturday evening. The evening began, as the best evenings do, with an argument about bread. I am simply observing, Percival said, watching Niall slice a sourdough loaf with the sort of casual disregard that would have made a Victorian baker weep, that the structural integrity of bread is significantly compromised by the application of a serrated blade at an angle that deviates more than 15 degrees from the perpendicular. It's bread, Percy, not architecture. All food is architecture. The failure to recognize this is one of the fundamental shortcomings of the modern culinary tradition. Says the man who comes from an era that boiled everything. We did not boil everything. Some things were braised. You boiled mutton. You boiled vegetables. You boiled puddings. You probably would have boiled the furniture if someone had suggested it might improve the flavor. The furniture was not boiled. The furniture was beeswax polished by trained staff on a rotating quarterly schedule, which is considerably more than I can say for the state of our coffee table. They were on the sofa, their sofa, the one they had purchased together from a shop in Echo Park that Niall described as curated chaos, and Percival described as an establishment in which one's ancestors' furniture has gone to die. The sofa was large, comfortable, and currently serving as the base camp for what had become their Saturday evening ritual. Niall scrolling through something on his tablet while Percival read a physical book, both of them orbiting each other in the gravitational field of domestic contentment. Tonight, however, Niall's tablet was displaying something specific. I've been reading Victorian etiquette manuals, he announced. Have you? I wanted to compare my field experience with the published guidelines. For academic purposes. Of course, purely academic. And I have discovered several things. He held up the tablet. First, according to Castle's Household Guide of 1880, a gentleman should never whistle indoors, as it suggests the habits of the lower orders. I whistled constantly in your father's house and nobody said a word. Hargreaves was too distracted by your button situation to notice the whistling. Second, a lady should never be seen carrying a parcel, as it implies insufficient domestic staff. Your sister carried her own botanical illustrations to the sitting room. Cordelia has never met a social convention she didn't consider a suggestion. And third, and this is my favorite, A gentleman caller should refrain from excessive displays of knowledge, as they suggest a desire to dominate rather than to converse. Niall lowered the tablet. Percy, I talked about cornice work for 45 minutes. Your father loved it. My father is the exception that proves every Victorian rule. He considers excessive knowledge a sign of good character, provided it pertains to subjects he also finds interesting. So basically architecture and wine. Architecture, wine, and the proper management of estate staff. Beyond those topics, he reverts to standard Victorian conversational limitations. Niall set the tablet aside and shifted to face Percival. Your family was incredible, Percy. Though I still can't believe I had to pretend to be looking for a wife for 3 entire days. You managed admirably. The wistful sighing was particularly convincing. It was exhausting. Do you know how many times Lady Weatherby mentioned eligible young women? 7. In a single afternoon tea. Lady Weatherby regards unmarried men as a personal challenge. Lady Weatherby regards unmarried men as an endangered species that she has been appointed to conserve. Percival laughed. A sound so easy, so unguarded, so entirely free of the careful modulation that had characterized his laughter for the first 32 years of his life, that it still occasionally surprised him with its openness. And then, Niall continued, his expression shifting from amusement to the particular quality of delighted horror that accompanied his favorite anecdote from the trip. There was the Miss Weatherby situation. We don't need to revisit the Miss Weatherby situation. We absolutely need to revisit the Miss Weatherby situation. It is the defining moment of my Victorian career, and I intend to dine out on it for the rest of my life. You told her she was of healthy stock, to her face, while her mother was standing directly behind you. I panicked. You said to compliment the eligible ladies. I said compliment their watercolors, not conduct a livestock assessment. Your meaningful looks were completely ambiguous. You kept glancing at the painting, but I thought you were signaling that I should comment on her physical attributes, because that's what Lady Weatherby had literally just asked me to evaluate. She asked you to observe Charlotte's carriage, which in Victorian terminology means her posture and deportment, not her reproductive viability. Yes, I understand that now. They dissolved into laughter, the kind that fed on itself, each attempt at composure undermined by the memory of Charlotte Weatherby's face cycling through shock, confusion, and what had appeared to be genuine enjoyment of the most interesting compliment she had ever received. At least your sister liked me, Niall said, wiping his eyes. Cordelia adored you. She cornered me before we left and said, He's lovely, Percy, but do teach him proper pronunciation of drawing room before your next visit. I do not mispronounce drawing room. You say drawing room. The vowel shift is notable. It's an Irish accent. We say things differently. You say things incorrectly, and my sister, who has never allowed a phonetic error to pass uncorrected in 28 years of existence, has taken it upon herself to be your elocution tutor. She can try. I've survived 7 years of academic presentations. My pronunciation has been critiqued by tenured professors at 3 universities. It has never been successfully altered. Cordelia has never encountered a challenge she didn't eventually win. I would not bet against her. Niall grinned. I look forward to the rematch. They settled into comfortable silence, the particular silence of 2 people who had learned that the spaces between conversation were as valuable as the conversation itself. Outside, the November evening was doing what November evenings in Los Angeles do, which was to be essentially identical to every other evening in Los Angeles, a fact that continued to mystify Percival, who had been raised in a country where weather was a character with opinions. Percy. What are you thinking about? He was thinking about time. Not the temporal displacement variety, though that remained a subject of considerable cognitive interest, but the ordinary kind. The kind that passed in Saturday evenings on sofas, in arguments about bread, in the slow accumulation of shared jokes and private languages and the particular knowledge of another person that could only be acquired through the patient, daily practice of love. I am thinking, he said, about how I once stood in a library in London and believed, with absolute conviction, that I would never experience this. Saturday. Sourdough. You in those ridiculous shorts scrolling through Victorian etiquette manuals while I pretend to read and actually just watch you. This entirely ordinary, utterly extraordinary, impossible thing. Niall's expression softened. It's not impossible anymore. No, it's not. He set his book aside and reached for Niall's hand, that gesture that had begun as a terrified experiment on a garden bench and had become, over the course of months and centuries, the most natural action in his repertoire. It's just ours. Ours, Niall agreed. And I want you to know, in case I haven't said it with sufficient clarity, which is always possible given my tendency toward understatement. Your tendency toward understatement? Percy, you once described a cup of coffee as an adequate if somewhat aggressive stimulant that would benefit from a more considered approach to the milk ratio. That was accurate. That was a paragraph-long review of a Starbucks drip coffee. The milk ratio was genuinely distressing. What were you going to say? The thing you wanted me to know. Percival looked at the man beside him. Copper hair still slightly unruly from the afternoon, blue eyes carrying that particular combination of amusement and tenderness that had become the most familiar sight in his daily existence, face arranged in the expression of patient, loving attention that had been his anchor across 2 centuries and one extraordinarily unlikely reality television program. I was going to say, Percival said, that you are the answer to a question I didn't know I was asking, that the wish I made in a library in 1881 was not, as I believed at the time, a cry of despair, it was a prayer. And you are what the universe sent in response. Niall was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in a voice that carried the slight thickening of his accent that indicated emotion was winning its ongoing battle with composure. That is, without question, the most beautiful thing anyone has ever said to me. And I need you to know that if you make me cry on our sofa on a Saturday evening while I'm wearing these shorts, I will hold it against you forever. Your shorts are perfectly acceptable. My shorts are magnificent. My emotional state is the issue. Then I shall refrain from further declarations until you've changed into more dignified attire. Too late. I'm already gone. Niall wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and smiled, that wide, uncomplicated, utterly genuine smile that Percival had catalogued, from the very first evening of their acquaintance, as one of the essential pleasures of existence. I love you, Percy. You impossible, eloquent, bread-obsessed, time-traveling gentleman. I love you too, and the bread is a legitimate concern. The bread is a recurring motif. We should put it in our vows. The word landed in the room with a weight that neither of them had expected. Vows. They looked at each other. The apartment hummed around them, the refrigerator, the distant traffic, the particular quality of living silence that meant home. That was, Niall began. Not accidental, Percival suggested. Not entirely accidental. Not premeditated either. But... He paused, his fingers tightening around Percival's hand. Not something I want to take back. Good, Percival said, because I have been composing a proposal in my head for approximately 3 weeks and have been unable to determine the appropriate moment to deliver it. 3 weeks. It's quite elaborate. There are multiple drafts. One version includes a historical analysis of marriage customs across centuries, which I have been told by the version of myself that possesses any social awareness whatsoever is too much. Percy, are you asking me to marry you? I am informing you that I intend to ask you to marry me, at a time and in a manner that befits the significance of the question. The actual proposal will involve a ring, which I have already acquired, and a setting that I have not yet determined but which will almost certainly not involve a reality television crew. Niall stared at him. Then he laughed. That warm, full, disbelieving laugh that meant something had exceeded every expectation he'd brought to the moment. You already have a ring. I acquired it 3 weeks ago, from a jeweler who specializes in antique settings. It is, if I may say so, rather magnificent. Where is it? In the drawer of my writing desk, beneath the first pages of my memoir, inside a box that I believe was manufactured in approximately 1870. An antique ring in an antique box. It seemed appropriate for a man who is, himself, something of an antique. Percy. Niall took his face in both hands. I don't need the proposal. I don't need the setting or the historical analysis or the predetermined moment. I just need you. The answer is yes. The answer has been yes since you stood in a rose garden wearing your grandmother's, your own waistcoat, and told me that being precisely who you are is not merely acceptable but wonderful. It wasn't my grandmother's waistcoat. It was mine. I know. That's what made it perfect. They kissed, slowly, tenderly, with the unhurried deliberation that had become Percival's particular contribution to the art of physical affection, and the apartment around them seemed to settle more deeply into itself, as if the building had been waiting for this moment and was now satisfied that its purpose had been fulfilled. For the record, Percival murmured against Niall's mouth, I am still going to do the proposal, properly, with the ring and an appropriate speech. I would expect nothing less. It may involve the museum. I haven't decided. The museum where we work? It seems fitting. The place where you told me that men like us have always existed. The place where I first understood that love was not a crime but a continuation. Percy. Niall's voice was rough. If you propose to me in the LGBTQ plus history gallery, in front of the love letters and the photographs of couples who never got to do what we're doing, I will say yes so loudly that Dr. Okafor will hear it from her office and she will be furious about the noise level in the exhibition space. Dr. Okafor will be invited to the wedding. Her fury will be tempered by the excellence of the catering. We're planning a wedding now? We are planning a wedding that honors both eras. Victorian formality meets modern celebration. Cordelia has already requested involvement. Cordelia, who lives in 1882. Cordelia, who has been promised a visit to the 21st century and will almost certainly arrive with opinions about the flower arrangements. Niall shook his head slowly, his expression carrying the particular blend of wonder, amusement, and profound emotional saturation that characterized his response to the more extraordinary moments of their life together. Our wedding, he said, is going to involve time travel, a Victorian bridesmaid, a guest list that spans centuries, and an argument about bread, and a thermostat negotiation. It will be, Percival said, the most extraordinary wedding in the history of either century. It will be ours, Niall said, which is the only thing that matters. They stayed on the sofa long after the evening had deepened into night, talking about flowers and venues and guest lists and whether Sebastian would survive the revelation that the groom was a Victorian time traveler or whether medical personnel should be standing by. They talked about Cordelia's visit and what she would make of the internet. They talked about Lord Reginald and whether the time travel mechanism could bring them back for Christmas. They talked about the memoir and the museum and the future that stretched before them. Vast, uncharted, and luminous with possibility. And in the kitchen, on the counter where it had been left hours ago, the sourdough bread sat in its imperfect, serrated blade compromised glory. Proof that even things that have been cut at the wrong angle can still sustain the people who love them. Epilogue. A Gentleman's Joy. Niall and Percival's apartment, Silver Lake, October 2027, 1 year later. The dinner party was, by any objective standard, a logistical impossibility. The guest list included a 21st century social media influencer, a retired reality television host, a former show producer, a production assistant, a museum director, a 24-year-old romantic poet, a divorced father of 2 from Portland, and a Victorian woman in a borrowed sundress who had arrived via temporal displacement approximately 4 hours earlier and was currently in the kitchen explaining the principles of proper table setting to a man who had won 3 Emmy Awards. No, Mr. Nakamura, Dex, the fish fork goes to the left of the dinner fork, Cordelia said, her voice carrying the patient authority of a woman who had been correcting table settings since before anyone in the room was born. Not because it is a matter of arbitrary convention, but because the diner's hand naturally moves outward with each course, and placing the fish fork to the right disrupts the ergonomic flow of the ergonomic flow, Dex repeated. His megawatt smile dimmed to approximately 60% by genuine concentration. He touched his wedding ring absently, that characteristic gesture that indicated he was taking something seriously. Cordelia, I host events for a living, and I have never once considered the ergonomic implications of cutlery placement. That is because you live in an era that has abandoned rigor in favor of convenience. She's been here 4 hours, Sebastian whispered to Percival from across the living room. And she's already the most terrifying person at the party. She is the most terrifying person at every gathering she attends, Percival said. It is one of her most reliable qualities. Sebastian, who had, as predicted, required approximately 45 minutes of concerted reassurance upon learning that his friend was a Victorian time traveler, followed by a further 30 minutes of what he described as processing my entire understanding of reality while eating an emergency croissant, was perched on the arm of the sofa, his phone capturing every moment of Cordelia's cutlery tutorial for what he had described as posterity, Percy posterity. Your sister is going to break the internet, Sebastian said. The internet has survived considerably more alarming phenomena than my sister's opinions on fish forks. You underestimate both your sister and the internet. In the dining area, expanded for the occasion by the temporary relocation of Percival's writing desk and 2 of Niall's more towering bookshelves, the table was set for 12. Percival had insisted on proper place settings. Linen napkins, appropriate glassware, the silver-plated cutlery set that he and Niall had purchased from the same Pasadena second-hand shop that had supplied their Victorian costumes. The result was something that fell precisely between the Victorian formality of the Ashworth estate and the cheerful disorder of a modern Los Angeles dinner party, which was, Percival reflected, a reasonable approximation of his own identity. Niall emerged from the kitchen carrying a tureen of soup with the practiced efficiency of a man who had spent the preceding year developing genuine culinary competence. His copper hair was characteristically unruly. His shirt was the blue one that Percival privately considered his best, and on the 4th finger of his left hand, a ring glinted in the warm light. The ring was gold, set with a small emerald in an antique Victorian mount. Percival had proposed with it in the LGBTQ+ history gallery of the Museum of Queer History on a Tuesday afternoon in January, in front of the love letters and the photographs and the story of James and William who had loved in secret for 12 years, and Niall had said yes with a volume that had, as predicted, brought Dr. Okafor out of her office to investigate the disturbance. Soup's ready, Niall announced. Everyone sit. And Cordelia, please stop rearranging the cutlery. It was correct before you adjusted it. It was adequate before I adjusted it, Cordelia corrected. It is now correct. The woman has been in the 21st century for 4 hours and she's already running the household, Cassandra observed from her seat at the table, where she had been watching the proceedings with the particular expression of a producer who recognized excellent material when she saw it. Her silver-streaked black hair was pulled back in her usual sleek arrangement, and her gray eyes carried the shrewd warmth that had guided Percival through the most transformative experience of his life. I respect it enormously. You would, June said, settling into her seat with the efficient grace that characterized all her movements. You're basically the same person from different centuries. I shall take that as a compliment, Cordelia said, assuming her seat with the posture of a woman who had never sat incorrectly in her life. It was meant as one, Cassandra said. The guests assembled. Sebastian took his seat beside Felix, who had arrived with a new journal, a boyfriend named Marcus who appeared to be both bewildered and delighted by the gathering, and the sort of radiant contentment that suggested his own love story had found its proper trajectory. Thad sat at the far end with his characteristic grounded calm, his kind brown eyes surveying the table with an expression of quiet satisfaction. He had brought wine, an excellent choice that Lord Reginald would have approved of. Dex took his place beside his husband James, the high school English teacher whom Percival had heard about during the intervention on the bachelor mansion terrace, and who turned out to be exactly as warm and grounding as Dex had described. June sat beside Dr. Okafor, who had been invited at Niall's insistence and who was currently examining the antique cutlery set with the professional interest of a woman who suspected it might be museum quality. And at the head of the table, a position he had accepted only after Niall insisted, arguing that the host should preside, sat Percival. Lord Percival Ashworth, Victorian nobleman, accidental reality television star, museum archivist, fiancé, citizen of 2 centuries and, at last, fully at home in both. Before we begin, Percival said, and the table settled into the particular quality of attentive silence that his voice had always been able to command, even in an era where formality was considered optional. "I would like to say something." "Speech," Sebastian called out. "It is not a speech. It is a reflection. Same thing but fancier. 1 year ago, I stood in this apartment and believed that the most important journey of my life was behind me. The displacement from my time, the show, finding Niall. I believed the adventure was over and what remained was simply living." He paused, looking around the table at the faces that had become, over the course of a year, the geography of his heart. "I was wrong. The adventure was never the time travel or the cameras or the grand romantic gestures. The adventure was this: Tuesday evenings with Sebastian, working with Niall at the museum, phone calls with Thad about nothing in particular, Felix sending me poems, Cassandra checking in to make sure I'm not doing anything narratively reckless, June reminding me about dentist appointments. "You missed 2 in a row," June said. "Someone had to intervene. And now Cordelia," Percival continued, glancing at his sister, who was maintaining her composure with the disciplined grace of a woman who had perfected emotional regulation in a century that permitted no alternative, "who has crossed 145 years to be here tonight, and who is currently wearing a sundress that she has already described as architecturally suspect." "It has no structure," Cordelia said. "I feel like a curtain that has been draped over a person." "You look amazing," Sebastian assured her. "I look comfortable, which is an entirely different quality, though I concede it has its advantages. What I am trying to say," Percival continued, with considerably less brevity than I intended, "is that I spent the first 32 years of my life believing that love was something that happened to other people, that the fundamental architecture of who I was, a man who loved men, in an era that criminalized that love, had permanently disqualified me from the sort of happiness I observed in others." The table was quiet. Even Sebastian had stopped filming. "I was wrong," Percival said. "Not because I traveled through time. Not because I found a century that accepted me. But because I found people who accepted me. Each of you, in your own way, taught me that love is not a destination you arrive at. It is a practice you commit to, daily, with courage and patience and an apparently inexhaustible willingness to argue about bread." "The bread thing is going in the vows," Niall murmured. "The bread thing is already in the vows." Laughter, warm, genuine, the laughter of people who loved each other and found each other genuinely funny, which was, Percival had learned, the most reliable indicator of a relationship's health in any century. "So," Percival said, raising his glass, "to the people at this table, my family, chosen and inherited, modern and Victorian, loud and quiet and everything in between. Thank you for showing me that a life I thought was impossible was, in fact, waiting for me all along." "To family," Niall said. "To family," the table echoed, 12 voices across 2 centuries, united by the improbable, extraordinary, mundane miracle of having found each other. Niall and Percival's apartment, the balcony, 11:30 p.m. Later, after the soup and the pasta and the dessert that Sebastian had brought from a bakery, he described as transcendent. After the dishes had been washed by a committee that included a Victorian woman who had never encountered a sponge and found the technology disturbingly efficient. After the guests had departed in various states of emotional saturation and Cordelia had been installed in the guest room with a stack of modern novels and strict instructions not to attempt the shower. Without supervision, Percival stood on the balcony and looked at the city. Los Angeles spread before him in its infinite electric sprawl, a constellation of human activity so vast and so bright that it would have been visible, he sometimes thought, from the window of the Ashworth Estate Library, if one could see across centuries the way one could see across miles. Niall came out to join him, carrying 2 mugs of tea prepared in the proper ceramic pot, with loose leaves and appropriate steeping time, because some standards were non-negotiable regardless of the century. "Cordelia is reading a novel about a vampire," Niall said. "She's already 3 chapters in and she has opinions. Cordelia has opinions about everything. It is the Ashworth family's most consistent trait. She also asked me about the wedding. Specifically, she asked whether she could design the floral arrangements based on the symbolism of Victorian flower language. And you said?" "I said yes, obviously. Your sister offered to create historically significant bouquets that communicate secret messages through the selection and arrangement of specific blooms. It's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. She'll include roses. Mother's roses. I know. She already told me which variety. They stood together on the balcony, shoulders touching, mugs of tea warming their hands against the November evening. Below them, Silver Lake went about its business. Couples walking dogs, restaurants closing, the steady hum of a city that never quite stopped moving. Above them, the sky held no stars, washed out by the light pollution that Percival had once found oppressive and now found merely characteristic. But the absence of stars was its own kind of beauty, evidence of a world so full of human light that the cosmos had to compete for attention. Percy. Yes. Are you happy? The question was the same one Niall had asked on a hillside walk months ago, when Percival had answered with the qualifier frighteningly happy, as if the emotion were a condition requiring medical monitoring. Tonight, the answer required no qualifier. Yes, he said. Simply, completely, unreservedly yes. No frighteningly? No frighteningly. The fear is gone. Not because everything is certain, nothing is ever certain, and I suspect the thermostat alone will provide sufficient conflict to sustain decades of domestic discourse, but because I have learned that happiness does not require the absence of fear. It merely requires the presence of people worth being brave for. Niall leaned into him. That's going in the memoir. Everything is going in the memoir. The memoir is rapidly approaching the length of a Victorian triple-decker novel, which I find thematically appropriate. Will it have a happy ending? Percival looked at the man beside him. Copper hair silver-tipped in the balcony light, blue eyes soft with the particular contentment of a person who has found exactly where they belong, the antique emerald on his ring finger catching the glow of a city that existed 145 years after the ring was made. It already does, he said. They stood together on the balcony of their apartment in Silver Lake, in a city in a century in a world that had once seemed impossible, and they drank their tea, and they did not speak, and they did not need to, because the silence between them was the most eloquent language either of them had ever learned. And somewhere, in a library in London, in a garden in Mayfair, in every space across every century where people had loved in secret and hoped for a world that might someday let them love in the open, something ancient and patient and impossibly kind smiled, and was at last content.